Chapter 111. Jisoo returned to the co-pilot, dived into the sea of consciousness, and modified the completed channel. Now there is no threat from the Bloody Moth King. Even if the passage time becomes longer, there will be no danger. It will only consume more spiritual energy of Jisoo to build the channel. After close contact with the source energy, Jisoo's two seas of consciousness have undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only has the spiritual energy become more vast and majestic, but even the space of the sea of consciousness is several times larger than before. In the past, if you want to build a 100-meter wall of jingling giant city with spiritual energy, even Jisoo would need at least a month of construction time. As long as the construction is completed, you can directly launch the physical wall with the current spiritual energy. As long as Jisoo is willing, he can build a 100-meter wall of jingling giant city in a few days. And the small Scarlet Land channel is even more of a piece of cake. Just in case, after Jisoo built the channel, he used the remaining spiritual energy to build the giant city wall. It doesn't necessarily have to be used on jingling giant city. It's not impossible to build another giant city west of the abyss crack, as long as there is a completed giant city model. With Jisoo's current spiritual energy, it is not a problem to deploy as many giant cities as he wants. The location of jingling giant city is too far to the east. If you want to gather all the survivors in the country to the giant city, the workload is not ordinary. Jisoo does not think it can be achieved. They have encountered so many difficulties and obstacles all the way from Hyben City. No one knows better than them. If it were not for the fallen beast following them, they would not even be able to see the Abyss Rift alive. Jisoo thinks it is reasonable to search and rescue the survivors east of the Abyss Rift. During the search and rescue, you can also solve the possible threats to jingling giant city. Because this area is limited and the dangers are limited, you can do this. Looking at the whole country, it is unreasonable to do so. When the sacrifice and consumption reach a certain level, it is better to build a new giant city. What Jisoo can think of, the top leaders of jingling giant city cannot fail to think of. The only obstacle is that it is not easy to build a city. It has been a year since the end of the world, and the 100-meter city wall of jingling giant city has not been built. It is even more difficult to build a new giant city in other places. So even if they knew that going out for search and rescue was dangerous, they had to do it because they had no choice. If it was before, Jisoo would not dare to say that he could easily build another giant city. Now Jisoo dared to say this. As long as he was given time, it would not be a problem to perfectly replicate a brand new jingling giant city. It would definitely be replicated without missing a brick or a tile. The relationship network of jingling giant city was complicated. Just the outer city wall could involve various forces. If he dared to intervene rashly, he would undoubtedly be an enemy of all the forces that built the city wall, which was no different from seizing power and grabbing jobs. Rather than doing such a hateful thing, Jisoo would rather go back and build a new giant city between Yunhai City and Hyben City to accommodate all the survivors in the southern region. Of course, this is not something that can be done just by saying it. Building a city is easy, but managing it is difficult. Jisoo was too lazy to manage even a small by-one town, let alone a giant city. Jisoo's work was completed. After checking the road conditions, the medium-sized car came out of the Scarlet Land first. Everyone waiting outside looked pale when they saw that only one medium truck came out of the 8 vehicles. The noise inside was also heard outside. The ground was shaking so violently, and there were 2 soul-shaking beast roars. It was definitely not the sound that the Bloody Moth King could make. In addition to the Bloody Moth King, the Scarlet Land might hide more dangerous monsters. Chung Yamo, Ming Bi's and Xiao Junwen saw the medium truck coming out, and all hurried over. Chung Yamo knocked on the car window, and saw Qiying wrapped in a protective suit. "Are you alright?" Qiying parked the car, got out of the car, and answered the questions of Chung Yamo and the others, and the people outside. The Bloody Moth King has been completely eliminated. The others are cleaning the battlefield and clearing the Bloody Moth swarm. They will come out when they are done. The people from the Xing Institute asked nervously, "How many casualties are there?" This question stumped Qiying. He only knew that there were no casualties in his team and Zhong Weizong's team. He didn't know what happened to the other 2 teams. The people outside were relieved until then. Since there were no casualties in both teams, at least half of the personnel were saved, and the losses would not be too exaggerated. The other 2 teams could not be completely wiped out, and there would always be people who could survive. This was the mission with the least loss in so many Scarlet Land missions. and it was an unimaginable victory to successfully solve the Blood Moth King. Upon hearing this news, the atmosphere became relaxed, no longer as tense and frozen as before. Jisoo did not get off the car. He was concentrating on building the walls of the giant city, and waiting for Jeong Weizong and his group to come out. After confirming with Jeong Weizong, he could put the channel out. After solving the problem here, he could get his reward. Having been away from home for too long, Jisoo wanted to go home. The biggest purpose of coming out, to find a way to restore Qin Yin into adulthood, was solved. Selling items and trading materials were trivial matters. After that, they could go back after calculating and loading. Without waiting too long, 7 armored vehicles rushed out of the Scarlet Land with dusty faces and chased by blood-colored moths. On the top of an armored vehicle, an oval giant was tied back. The thing was shriveled and wrinkled, like a dried old loofah, but much larger than an old loofah, even larger than an armored vehicle. Fortunately, it was not too heavy. Otherwise, the armored vehicle could not be transported out. There were 7 armored vehicles, one of which was missing. 2 of them had no idea what had happened. The body of the car was dented, and the wheels were shaking. They could fall apart at any time. Fortunately, they persisted until they left the Scarlet Land. As soon as the people in the car got off, a group of people surrounded them to help take off their protective clothing. Some of the protective clothing was damaged. The skin and flesh were missing, and bleeding continued. The medical staff, who had been waiting outside for a long time, gave emergency treatment. Those were injuries caused by the blood-colored moths biting through the protective clothing. Fortunately, they were all flesh wounds, and they would be fine after stopping the bleeding and resting. 2 other people were seriously injured, with broken bones and internal injuries. That was caused by the collision when the armored vehicle was attacked by the blood-colored Moth King. This was already the best result. No one expected that the armored vehicle could really withstand the frontal attack of the blood-colored Moth King. Although the armored vehicle was also damaged, it was not blown up by a single blow like in the past. The armored vehicle withstood the damage, which saved everyone. It was only a blessing in disguise that they were injured. After making sure that the injured were all fine, Jeong Weizong strode towards the medium-sized truck, without the joy of everyone's survival on his face. Seeing Jisoo in the car, Jeong Weizong opened the door and got in. Hearing the noise, Jisoo stopped building the wall and opened his eyes. What? Jeong Weizong frowned. Are there other monsters in the Scarlet Land? Did you see it? Jeong Weizong was sure that he heard the roar of the beast. Not only him, but others also heard it. The roar alone could make people faint. What kind of monster is it that has such terrible strength? When cleaning the battlefield and killing the blood-colored moth group, Jeong Weizong was paying attention and did not see any suspicious monsters. When he went down to the ground and saw so many huge moth eggs, he was really scared. Fortunately, those giant moth eggs didn't know what happened, and they all lost their breath of life. There was also the body of the blood-colored Moth King that was split in 2, all of which showed that there was a hidden terrible monster in the Scarlet Land, and its strength was unfathomable. Jisoo knew that if he didn't make it clear, Jeong Weizong would probably send people in to look for it. He would never let a hidden threat continue to exist. It was related to the safety of the passage, so no matter how careful he was, it would not be too much. Jisoo, that's one of us. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have come back so neatly this time. Jeong Weizong stared at Jisoo, trying to see more from his face. Jisoo looked calm and let him observe. Now is the end of the world. Everyone has secrets and trump cards. Jisoo doesn't want to say it, and Jeong Weizong won't hold on to it. He just wants to confirm one thing. Are you sure it's one of us? Jisoo gave a positive answer. It's one of us. As long as it's one of us. As long as it doesn't pose a threat or harm to humans. There's no need to worry too much. Jeong Weizong put this matter aside and talked about the passage. Jisoo drew the modified passage and confirmed it with Jeong Weizong again and again before it was decided. Jeong Weizong, when can it be built? Jisoo, it can be built now. Jeong Weizong was surprised. Now? He had seen the transparent passage made by Jisoo, which gradually became solid and became a real passage. But he didn't know how it was made. The transparent shadows seemed to appear out of thin air, which was completely different from the abilities of other builders. Jisoo buckled his seat belt and asked Jeong Weizong to drive. He went in again to weather off the damaged passage that had been built before. Otherwise it would hinder the emergence of a new passage. The two of them went back and forth very quickly, and they returned without even alarming the blood-colored moths inside. Jisoo observed the position outside the scarlet light curtain, and had to walk on the main road, which could save a lot of trouble. I started? Zhong Weizong nodded and signaled everyone to step back and not to affect Jisoo's work. The people outside didn't know what Jisoo was going to do. They only felt the ground shaking slightly, and a transparent shadow extended from the scarlet light curtain. The transparent shadow became clearer and clearer, and in the stunned eyes of everyone, it became a safe passage in the scarlet light curtain. A safe passage that runs through the entire Scarlet Land. Everyone, the Scarlet Land that blocked them for so long. Built a safe passage so easily, someone couldn't help but walk into the passage, and walked all the way to the range of the scarlet light curtain above the passage. Everything in the passage was normal, and there was no scarlet light curtain covering it. It really opened up a new passage in the Scarlet Land. The people who went and came out again soon, their faces full of excitement. There is no red light inside. It is a very safe tunnel. The people waiting outside cheered excitedly. The tunnel was really opened. Someone immediately volunteered to be the first to drive the car to see if they could reach the other side safely. No one could take away the trial work. Zhong Weizong tried it himself, but he couldn't get the chance to try it. Others scrambled to get on the car, saying that they would follow the captain to the other side of the tunnel to see what they wanted. The tunnel was dark. There was no light source, and it could only rely on the headlights for illumination. The armored vehicle slowly drove in and disappeared in the tunnel. The people who stayed behind were nervously waiting. Whether they could reach the other side smoothly depended on this time. Jisoo returned to the car and continued to build the wall model in the sea of consciousness. The armored vehicle that had gone there soon came back, bringing the good news of safe passage. The people in the Xingsua, who had been waiting for a long time, were all crazy with joy. They paid too much for the Scarlet Land. Jisoo got off the car and reminded them. The passage has been opened. Not only can you go to the other side, but the things on the other side can also come over here through the passage. How to arrange and manage it is up to you to consider. Subsequent management is nothing compared to the construction of a safe passage. Zhong Weizong immediately reported the good news, and also reported the solution of the Bloody Moth King and the Giant Moth Egg. They also took the risk of bringing back a dead Giant Moth Egg as research material. Zhong Weizong temporarily handed the safe passage to the deputy team leader Jiang Yin. The superiors will send someone to install warning lights and gates to prevent the monsters on the opposite side from passing through the passage as much as possible and protect the safety of the passage. Representative Jin and his party are still staying in the Xing Institute, guarding the things left by Jisoo. Now that the problem of the Scarlet Land has been successfully solved, it is time to go back to discuss the issue of rewards. On the way back, Jisoo drove the car himself and did not let anyone else get on his car. Halfway through the car, the little fallen beast in the chest bag woke up, unzipped it by itself, climbed out of the chest bag, and flew into the trunk without a sound. Jisoo concentrated on driving. Good boy. Don't fly and sleep anywhere anymore. Come back and drive with me. Jisoo waited for a while, but the little beast didn't come back, and there was a noise from the bedroom on the roof. Good boy? What are you doing? There was a slight noise in the car, and Jisoo was worried that the little guy was causing trouble again. Good boy. Are you hungry? Wait a minute. Let's eat after we get to the ape station. Okay? A chuckle came from behind. Good boy. Are you calling me? Jisoo. Jisoo's hand trembled, and the moving medium truck rushed out of the lane. A warm big hand covered it, guided the direction, brought the deviated medium truck back, and drove it back into the lane. The broad body covered him from behind, holding the hand on the steering wheel. I'm back. Listen. Jisoo didn't care that he was still driving, and turned his head to look at the handsome face he had been thinking about day and night. The man was smiling. Drive carefully. What kind of car is it? Jisoo took his hands off the steering wheel, hugged the man sideways, and completely handed the direction to the man who had just woken up. Qin Yinan laughed. Baby, remember to drive safely, Jisoo said in a muffled voice. It's you who caused the car accident. Qin Yinan indulged. I was wrong. Jisoo hugged him for a while, and when he adjusted his mood, he slowly stopped the mid-sized truck on the side of the road, unbuckled the seat belt, indulged himself and rushed over, hugging the man tightly again. Chapter 112. When the motorcade arrived at the ape station, a tall and handsome man got out of Jisoo's car. not to mention Zhong Weizong and others who were stunned. Even Cheng Yimou and the other four were surprised. They had always thought that Qin Yinan had entered a state of total abnormality. But later they heard that it was not a state of total abnormality, but a transformation. They didn't know what the situation was. What they knew was that Qin Yinan was going through a special stage. If he couldn't get through it safely, he might just turn into a monster like a state of total abnormality. They never thought that Qin Yinan would recover so quickly. After the surprise, there was a surprise. Qiying was the first to come over and look the man up and down. The man was still the same person, but not completely the same person. Just getting close to him gave him a creepy feeling. Qiying didn't know what happened specifically, but Jisoo recognized him. So he should be right. The person in front of him was Qin Yinan. Qiying didn't dare to extend his hand. Just said, "Welcome back." Qin Yinan smiled and looked at Qiying, Cheng Yimou, and the other four one by one. "Thank you for your hard work during this period." Several people hurriedly said that it was not hard. It was what they should do. Cheng Yimou watched from a distance, not daring to approach. Just by looking at Qin Yinan, he felt his hair stand on end, and his heart was alarmed. He shouted wildly, "Danger! Danger! Danger!" But the person in front of him was indeed his brother Qin. Ming Bi's and Qiu Junwen were not familiar with Qin Yinan, and they did not rush forward. Qin Yinan gave people a strong sense of oppression, not to mention that they didn't want to get close. No one would dare to take the initiative to get close. Zhong Weizong looked at the man he had never seen before. The more he observed, the more solemn his face became. He also felt the danger, but after careful observation, he couldn't see what was wrong. Zhong Weizong looked at Jisoo. "Who is this?" Jisoo also smiled. "Qin Yinan, my boyfriend." Zhong Weizong, Not to mention that a person he had never seen appeared out of nowhere. Just this identity was completely unexpected for him. Zhong Weizong suddenly thought of Jisoo's one of us. Could it be this person? If so, then the roar of the beast in the Scarlet Land was made by him. And so many giant moth eggs and the blood-colored moth king that was split in two. Could it be that they were all his work? If so, how powerful must this man be? The man stretched out his hand, and Jisoo immediately shook it. The two held their fingers tightly, and they didn't want to separate for a second. Qin Yinan looked at Zhong Weizong. "Hello." Zhong Weizong didn't know the man's background, so he was more cautious about him, and took the initiative to invite them to the Ape office for a detailed discussion. "If you want to enter the Ape Institute, you must pass through the detection gate." Jisoo doesn't know Qin Yinan's current specific situation, whether he still has human fear. If not, he will be exposed after passing through the detection gate. He clearly remembers the little fallen beast pretending to be dead at the detection gate. Jisoo was worried that Qin Yinan's identity as a fallen beast would be exposed, and nervously held the man's big hand. Qin Yinan patted Jisoo's hand soothingly, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Led by Zhong Weizong, the group passed through the detection gate one by one. Everyone had a color change reaction. Everyone looked at Qin Yinan, who was walking at the end, to know whether he was human. Qin Yinan passed through the detection gate calmly, and the deformed tissue had a strong reaction. The color was so red that it was dazzling. Seeing the prompt given by the detection gate, Zhong Weizong slowly exhaled the breath he had been holding, and took a few people to meet Representative Jin to discuss the exchange of materials. Jisoo frantically looked at Qin Yinan, asking him what was going on. Was he really afraid? It was such a strong fear. Qin Yinan just smiled and didn't give an answer. The more Jisoo looked at him, the more he felt something was wrong. He felt that Qin Yinan had sneaked in by abnormal means. Representative Jin and his team had received the news of the success of the mission in advance. During the time when Jisoo came back, they had listed the amount of supplies that could be given, just waiting for Jisoo to come back to check. Before, only Jisoo was in charge. Now that Qin Yinan is back, there is one more person to discuss. The amount of supplies given by Representative Jin is subject to discussion. Qin Yinan put down the list of supplies after just one look. He said to Jisoo, "It's too little. If you want to exchange our supplies, you have to at least double it." Jisoo nodded. Indeed. Representative Jin's expression was stiff. Everything Jisoo could give was here. He decided to exchange supplies based on these things. The conditions were already very generous. He didn't expect the other party to double it right away. Is this a business deal? Is this a mess? Representative Jin looked at Zhong Weizong and asked, "Who is this person?" Where did he come from? Just made Mr. G's boss? Zhong Weizong just wanted to cover his face and remind Representative Jean that he was not only the boss, but also a family. It's easy to do business with one person, but it's difficult with two people. This has to satisfy both of them at the same time. After that, it was the bargaining stage. Under Zhong Weizong's coordination, both sides took a step back and doubled the original supplies. In addition, a few supplies that were not on the list could take away all the supplies sealed by Jisoo. The two sides reached an agreement and signed a material exchange agreement. Representative Jean then spoke. Now that the deal has been concluded, Mr. G, can you tell me where these purification liquids come from? We all know that the purification liquid you provide is not enough for the needs of Jingling Giant City. We offer such generous exchange conditions mainly because we want to know the origin of the purification liquid. Don't worry. While we are going to use the purification liquid, we will also purchase the purification liquid you provide. The two are not in conflict. The main reason is that Jingling Giant City has a large demand, and your supply alone is not enough. Your contribution to mankind will definitely be remembered by future generations. I hope you can tell us the origin of the purification liquid. When discussing the trade of materials, Representative Jean never mentioned the origin of the purification liquid. Now that the matter is settled, it is definitely not possible to get a piece of news for free. Not to mention that the origin of the purification liquid is not as simple as a piece of news. Qin Yinan, it's just a piece of news. We will definitely not keep it to ourselves if we can contribute to mankind. Representative Jean felt relieved and knew that the matter was settled. Jisoo looked at the people around him. Really? Qin Yinan nodded. Representative Jean is right. Jingling Juching has a large population. If we want to provide food for so many people, we must need more pure land. After all, the purification liquid we can provide is limited. It is better to let them use it themselves. Representative Jean looked at this and that, and always felt that they were playing a guessing game. He felt uneasy for some reason, and always felt that the result might not be what he wanted. Jisoo said, you can't take it privately. After all, we discovered the purification tree. You can't run to our house to take the fruits of our labor. Right? Representative Jean and Zhong Weizong's expressions changed. If it was a purification tree, and they were in possession of it, Juching couldn't just rob it. If they wanted to get it, they would definitely pay a big price. But it was a purification tree. As long as they got it, there would be a constant supply of purification liquid, which would definitely be more than the barrels provided by Jisoo. Representative Jean had forgotten his plan to get the information for nothing, and he spoke cautiously in excitement. How many purification trees are there? As long as the purification tree is brought to the giant city, there will be no worries about pure soil. Jisoo looked at him strangely. Of course there is only one. Such a rare and scarce thing can't be seen everywhere. Yes. Yes. You make sense. Representative Jean agreed repeatedly, thinking about it, and reported the matter to the higher-ups under the pretext of taking a break. No one had expected the purification tree. They only thought that the purification liquid appeared in special areas, like the invasion area. As long as they knew the specific location, they could send people to get it themselves, and they would bear all the risks during the period. No one had expected that the purification liquid came from the purification tree. And this purification tree was in Jisoo's hands. This was safer than going to a special area to get the purification liquid. As long as enough benefits were given, the purification tree would definitely be exchanged back. While the top leaders were discussing what kind of exchange conditions to give, Jisoo and his party set out again and headed for Jingling Juching. Whether it was the supplies given by Representative Jean or the rewards given by Zhong Weizong, they had to go to Juching to collect them. The matter of the purification tree could be discussed later. The most important thing now was to get the supplies they deserved. Back to Juching again. This time with Representative Jean and Zhong Weizong leading them. They quickly passed the city gate inspection and entered the city smoothly. So many important supplies could not be in the outer city, so the party did not stop and went straight to the inner city. Some special supplies were only available in special departments in the central city, such as deformed weapons and energy guns. As soon as he entered the inner city, Qin Yinan found it difficult to maintain his human form and turned into a little fallen beast again. Fortunately, he discovered that his energy was unstable in advance. After passing the inner city inspection, he gave the driving seat to Jisoo and sat on the co-pilot. Soon there was only a pile of clothes left. The little fallen beast stumbled out of the pile of clothes, climbed onto Jisu's shoulders, and got into Jisu's chest bag by himself. Toamba fell asleep again. The group spent a night in the inner city. The next day, Jisu met Do Shinhan again. This time, he came with a mission to convey the idea of the high-level officials to buy the purification tree and asked Jisu if he had any conditions. On the way to Jiqing, Jisu and Qin Yinan discussed the matter. According to Jisu's idea, he wanted to sell 3 flower cores directly to Jiqing in exchange for supplies and certain privileges in Jiqing. Qin Yinan thought that this was inappropriate, since Jisu could take out 3 flower cores at a time. How could there not be more? Even if Jisu said no, others might not believe it. Besides, no one could say how Jingling Jiqing would develop in the future. Whether it would always maintain the situation of 5 military commanders co-governing. No one knew. If one side came to power, what attitude would it have towards the independent base and Jisu? And no one knew. Jisu's behavior of taking out 3 flower cores at a time is undoubtedly putting all eggs in one basket, which is too risky. The purification tree is undoubtedly the biggest bargaining chip in their hands, and they must hold it firmly in their hands. Even if there are changes in the future, they can take the initiative and will not be coerced. Qin Yinan suggested that only 1 flower core be sold to Jiqing for the time being, and the flower core cannot be sold directly, but the purification sapling can be sold. The explanation is also ready. That is, the seedling found next to the purification tree. They can only cultivate a purification tree. This seedling has no more flesh and blood cultivation, and can only maintain the status quo. Whether other purification saplings will be found in the future depends on the development of the situation. And the purification tree seems to have its own consciousness. If it is given enough space to grow, it will definitely grow into a giant tree. In the later stage, as long as the flesh and blood can keep up, there is actually no difference in the purification liquid obtained by 1 or more purification trees. The biggest difference is probably whether Jisu is safe. In this case, Jisu's original plan to sell a flower core to the seaside base had to be abandoned. Scarcity makes things valuable. They can be found everywhere. How rare is the purification tree? Besides, the seaside base could not provide the conditions of a giant city, so he could sell the purification liquid to the seaside base, but not the purification tree. Jisu accepted Qin Yinan's proposal. After Representative Jin and Zhong Weizong left last night, he dug soil nearby and quietly cultivated a flower core. Blood and fresh meat were already on the car. It didn't need too much, as long as it could ensure that the flower core grew into a seedling. Jisu proposed the conditions that he had discussed with Qin Yinan. It involved privilege issues. Do Shinhan could not make a decision and had to report it. After Do Shinhan left, Jisu and his party followed Representative Jin and Zhong Weizong to get supplies. Chapter 113. In the huge Jingling city, although many materials are in short supply, it is still easy for the military to transfer them. The 2 batches of materials are mainly medicines and weapons, as well as some end-of-the-world products unique to the city. Although they seem to be few, they cannot be loaded in 2 medium trucks. In order to make more space, Jisu sold some of the transparent waste residue in his carriage. With the money, he bought 2 sections of hanging carriages in the inner city, which were hung on the medium trucks of Qiying, Changyamo, Mengbi's, and Qiu Junwen. With space and money, he can buy more materials to take back. The news of Jisu and his party's large-scale purchases in the inner city was reported one by one. The one who paid the most attention to their movements was General Pukuan. He was also a hardliner who insisted on keeping Jisu and others. Unlike General Xingdong's gentle attitude, General Pukuan advocated keeping them at all costs. Pu Jisha's prophecy would not be wrong. She asked those who stayed to stay, and there must be a reason for them to stay. As Pu Jisha's grandfather, General Pukuan firmly believed in and maintained the prophecy. Zhong Weizong was unable to accompany Jisu to stroll around. He received an emergency call just after picking up the supplies and left in a hurry. When Jisu and his party were out for large-scale purchases, they could clearly feel that they were being followed. This feeling was not the first time. When they were out for purchases before, there were also people secretly spying on them. It might be military people or someone else. Jisu could ignore them until they came to him. If they dared to have evil intentions, he would not show mercy. The military's reply had not come down yet, so Jisu could only continue to wait. It was getting dark, and when the city gate was about to be closed, A convoy of vehicles rushed in. In the modified warehouse compartment, there were several compartments full of deformed pigs. Most of them were still alive, and were hitting the metal fences frantically. A few were seriously injured and lay motionless in the compartment. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The smell of blood was strong. The convoy had a uniform logo. It was a famous hunting team in the outer city. They made a living by hunting deformed poultry and livestock. This time, they had never had such a big harvest. Everyone was very excited. When they were inspected, they were still talking about going again in the next 2 days to make a lot of money. Seeing so many deformed pigs in the carriage, many people at the city gate were jealous and eavesdropped, wanting to know where so many deformed pigs were caught. In the end times, when people were short of food and clothing, the price of meat remained high. Too many people had never smelled meat since the end times. Seeing so many deformed pigs at once, many people's minds began to become active. The convoy passed the inspection smoothly and entered the outer city. It drove to the largest slaughterhouse in the outer city without stopping. The slaughterhouse was brightly lit, and the workers were still working. As soon as the convoy arrived, someone came out to receive the goods. As usual, seriously injured or dead livestock are sold first, and live livestock will be transported to farmers' markets, where the price is higher than selling meat directly. Rich people like to buy whole deformed animals to take home, whether to domesticate or kill for meat. Anyway, it is very profitable. Yuan Ju, the most inconspicuous person in the hunting team, reached out to grab a dead deformed pig, and the pig fell to the ground, and Yuan Ju was dragged down with it, causing others to laugh. Yuan Ju lay face down on the ground, his limbs trembling, trying to get up, but he couldn't do it, like a big turtle paddling in the water, causing another round of laughter. But no one went to help. Teammates teased, "Old Yuan, can you do it? Turn over like a turtle. What kind of boy's skill is this? Go back and show it to your wife. Don't waste time. Get up and work. Old Yuan, hold on tight. This truck of pigs is yours. You peed while we caught the pigs. You peed for half an hour. You fell down while we unloaded the truck. What? Do you want to lie there for another half an hour? Don't be lazy. We won't help you this time." No one noticed the struggle and pain on Yuan Ju's face. He was covered in mud, but still couldn't get up. The struggle stopped soon. The painful look was gradually replaced by a dull look. His gray eyes lit up again, as if he was reborn after running out of energy. Yuan Ju supported himself with his hands. His expression changed several times, and finally settled on a silly smile, which was exactly the same as his previous expression. Yuan Ju propped himself up, sat on the ground and cursed, kicked the dead pig a few times, and as if he was still not satisfied, he punched it a few times with his fists, and then stabbed a broken branch in the palm of his hand into the wound of the pig's leg. The people in the slaughterhouse laughed and scolded. "Okay, don't beat the meat to pieces, or the customers will think we are selling dead pork." Yuan Ju smiled and nodded, and worked swiftly. The hunting team and the slaughterhouse are very familiar with each other. This is not the first time they have cooperated. The deformed pigs dragged away are directly weighed, and after weighing, they are all transported to the storage area, waiting for subsequent processing. After selling all the injured and dead pigs, they paid on the spot and left, and drove the car to the farmer's market, which started to purchase goods in the early morning, and could open for business at dawn. In the whole pig storage area of the slaughterhouse, a deformed pig that was pressed at the bottom grew tiny roots from the wound on its hind leg, spreading to the surroundings and piercing into the body of the deformed pig. At the bottom, where no one noticed, the deformed pigs disappeared one by one, turning into a pool of blood and seeping into the ground. Blood-colored flowers grew out of the blood, and a rich sweet fragrance emanated from the petals, passing through the window and drifting into the boundless night. After an unknown period of time, an employee came with a trailer and opened the door of the storage area. What he saw was not a pile of deformed pig corpses, but a room full of blood, with small flowers of the same color swaying on the blood, crowded and full of vitality. The employee thought he was dazzled, rubbed his eyes hard, and looked again as if it was a dream. There was a pain in the sole of his foot, as if something sharp had pierced the sole of his shoe. The employee looked down and saw clusters of swaying blood-colored flowers growing from the top of his foot and his calf. The roots grew rapidly in the flesh and blood. The employee opened his mouth wide and wanted to shout, but roots spread from his throat, and he could not make a sound. Blood-colored flowers grew from his eyes, nostrils, mouth and ears, and his whole head quickly turned into a flower ball. The delivery person never came back, and 2 more employees came to look for him. All the energy lights in the corridor were off. Only one was left at the door. A figure was vaguely seen standing at the door of the storage area, and 2 employees came quickly. "What are you standing here for? The front is urging you to get the pigs. Do you still want to work?" The employees who came were angry. They were in the same group, and the boss blamed them for not doing the work well, and deducted their wages. They worked hard day and night just for that little salary. "Hey! I'm talking to you. Do you hear me?" "There is." The employee who was cursing began to tremble after seeing the figure standing at the door. The person standing at the door of the storage area was not a person, but a human-shaped flower art, covered with blood-colored flowers all over his body, which was particularly lush, and the sweet smell wafted from the human-shaped flower art. The most terrifying thing was that from the gaps between the crowded flowers, they saw the same work clothes as themselves. The 2 men were confused and turned to run away, but they were fixed in the same position of turning and running away. Soon, 2 lifelike human flower arrangements appeared again. In addition to the slaughterhouse, the same thing was happening quietly in the farmer's market. The sweet smell drifted in the air, entered the room from the open windows and door cracks, and accompanied everyone into sleep. Jisoo and his party, who stayed in the inner city, met the Tao family again. In addition to Tao Yao, who had already met, there was also an extraordinary man who was about 30 years old. He was sincere and calm, unlike Tao Yao, who was humble and polite. The man gave people a more stable and reliable impression, which made Jisoo more patient and listened to him finish his words. The one who came this time was Tao Yin, the eldest grandson of the Tao family. He did not come to win over Jisoo for the city wall that the Tao family was responsible for, but to be a lobbyist for the higher-ups. As for which big shot it was, those who knew the Tao family's backers knew it. Jisoo didn't understand why the top leaders of Juching didn't reply, but the solicitation of General Chan came first. He didn't think that the top leaders were not interested in the purification tree. This was an important issue involving whether there was pure food. It was impossible for someone not to be interested. If it wasn't this problem, then there was a problem in other links. Tao Yin said, "Mr. G is willing to sell the purification tree to Juching. This is responsible for the future of mankind. Juching has 5 generals. Everything must be discussed. If there is a different opinion, we must continue to negotiate until all parties are satisfied. Mr. G might as well think more about yourself. Instead of selling such an important purification tree to Juching, it is better to sell it to a certain general. The benefits you want will only be more than cooperating with Juching." Jisoo knew this. If he really chose to cooperate with a general, he would be standing on the side. It would be good if his side won the fight. If he lost, there would be troubles in the future. The most important thing is that Jisoo didn't want to get involved in Jucheng power struggle, so he cooperated directly with Juching. Jisoo thanked Tao Yin for his kindness and made a gesture to see him off. Before leaving, Tao Yin said with a hint of meaning, "Mr. G might as well stay in Juching for a few more days. Don't leave in a hurry. If you have any questions, you can come to the Tao family to find me." It's not a question of whether Jisoo will leave or not, but whether they can leave. Commander Poo's attitude is very firm, and it is impossible for them to leave like this. Instead of forcing people to stay and tearing each other apart, it is better to find a compromise. Tao Yao followed not to play brotherly love in front of Jisoo. A wealthy family like the Tao family, where can there be real brotherhood? There was no such thing before the end of the world, and there will be no such thing after the end of the world. Tao Yin really came to be a lobbyist, but Tao Yao had his own purpose. The more the higher-ups valued Jisoo, the more he wanted to win him over. This was related to his position in the Tao family. Even if he couldn't win him over, being a friend was also beneficial. If the person above can focus on Tao Yao instead of Tao family, then the whole Tao family will soon be in his pocket. What Tao Yao didn't expect was that he didn't have the chance to speak at all. Jisoo didn't look at him the whole time, and Tao Yin just handled the matter in a businesslike manner. After explaining his purpose, he left quickly without any extra nonsense. Even Tao Yao could see that Tao Yan's persuasion was not sincere. After getting in the car, he couldn't help but say, "Brother, if you leave so soon, will the higher-ups think that our Tao family is perfunctory?" Tao Yin closed his eyes and rested, without saying anything. Tao Yao hated his arrogant look the most. In front of Tao Yin, He was like a clown who couldn't stand up to the stage, no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't wash off the reputation of an illegitimate child. Tao Yao secretly gritted his teeth. His face was gentle and polite as usual. If you are too busy, you can leave this matter to me. I will find a way to handle it. Tao Yin opened his eyes and glanced coldly at the people around him. Don't do unnecessary things. Tao Yao lowered his eyes respectfully. Yes. But wouldn't this be a bad thing? After all, it is a matter assigned by the higher-ups. If the Tao family is not dedicated, what if the higher-ups blame us? Tao Yin closed his eyes again, his voice cold and indifferent. You are too impatient. Tao Yao's heart skipped a beat. What was he impatient about? Are they saying that he was too impatient to do things? Or are they mocking him for being too impatient to win over Jisoo? No matter which one it was, it hit Tao Yao's sensitive nerves accurately. He had fought hard to get his current position. He was not as lucky as Tao Yin. They were both descendants of the Tao family. Tao Yin was born as the eldest grandson of the eldest house. What about him? Tao Yao? Although he was the eldest son of the third house, he was an illegitimate child without a name or status. How could he accept this? It was precisely because he was unwilling that he wanted everyone to look at him with new eyes, and to trample all those who had bullied him under his feet, so that they would regret what they had done for the rest of their lives. Jisoo was still asleep when he was awakened by the sudden alarm. He lifted the quilt and saw that the little fallen beast was still sleeping. He quickly got up and dressed, put the little fallen beast in his chest bag and tied it up, put on a thin coat, and ran out of the car. Chung Yimo and Chi Ying were also standing outside the car with sleepy eyes. Chung Yimo, what's going on? Isn't Yucheng the safest place? What happened? Many people rushed out of their homes in dishevel, ran to the parking lot, got into their cars, and didn't come out. If something happened, they could just drive out. They wouldn't be trapped at home, and they wouldn't have to escape on foot. Jisoo and the others were still standing outside the car. They heard the sound of gunfire one after another, which was far away, as if it came from the outer city. All four of them looked at Jisoo. Chung Yimo said nervously, "What should we do now? Should we leave immediately? It's not that he is cold-blooded, but he really has no sense of belonging to Yucheng. His relatives and friends are not here, and he has no determination to fight to the death. When he encounters danger, he must think of the safety of his own people first." Jisoo looked solemn. If something really happened in the outer city, it would inevitably affect the inner city. The inner city gate would definitely be closed. Even if they leave now, it would probably be too late. The voice broadcast soon resounded throughout the city. Attention, citizens. A crazy corpse has appeared in the outer city. The cause is still under investigation. Please return home immediately and close the doors and windows. Don't panic. Don't be afraid. The outer city garrison is cleaning up. Attention, citizens. Get in the car and go to the city gate. Jisoo turned around and got in the car, and the others followed immediately. 2 of the 3 medium trucks had trailers. They had more cargo and heavier bodies, so they were completely out of speed. The busy streets in the inner city were clean, and there were no pedestrians or vehicles. There were only 3 medium trucks on the wide streets, driving all the way to the inner city gate. As Jisoo thought, the inner city gate had been closed. There were troops stationed at the gate, and no one was allowed to leave the inner city. Jisoo's medium truck pulled over. The troops stationed at the inner city gate had already discovered them. A team of people ran straight to the medium truck and knocked on the window. Jisoo lowered the car window, and the person outside asked to check his ID. Jisoo was not a citizen of Jingling Giant City, and he did not have a citizen ID card. He said his name and the purpose of coming to Jingling Giant City. The expressions of the soldiers outside the car gradually became alert. The team blocking the car had already grasped the energy gun and could take action at any time. Jisoo said helplessly, "Which army commander are you soldiers under?" "I know Do Shan-han. You can contact him. Or contact Captain Zhong Weizong of Xingsu, and you can confirm my identity." The soldier ran back and reported the matter. Jisoo saw someone from the garrison making a phone call in the car, and the soldier quickly ran back. His vigilance was gone, and his expression was still tense. He asked Jisoo to return immediately, and the inner city gate would not be open for the time being. Jisoo knew that they had confirmed his identity, and tried to ask the soldiers about the situation in the outer city. The soldiers were very tight-lipped, and did not reveal any information. They just urged them to leave immediately, and not stay at the inner city gate. Jisoo had no choice but to find a parking lot nearby and wait for the news of the opening of the city gate and the outer city. He waited for a whole morning. The gunshots in the outer city continued for the whole morning. This was not as simple as the voice broadcast of crazy corpses appeared. Judging from the intensity of the battle, the number of crazy corpses was already astonishing. The most fatal thing about the sudden appearance of so many crazy corpses was not the content of dark matter that was aroused, but the concentration of fear emotions gathered by so many people. Jisoo was a little uneasy all morning. He always felt that something was going to happen. This made him dare not delay and build the city wall in a hurry. Although such a huge city could not be easily lost, the bad premonition still made him dare not relax. Just as he was anxiously waiting, the voice broadcast sounded again. Citizens, please note that there are unknown toxins in the air. Inhaling them will cause horrific hallucinations. Please do not go out and keep doors and windows closed. When Jisoo heard the words horrific hallucinations, he knew that things were going to get bad. His first reaction was to start the medium truck and rush towards the inner city gate. From a distance, he saw the soldiers stationed at the inner city gate shouting and warning vehicles not to approach and stop immediately. Jisoo parked the car as close to the garrison as possible, lowered the window, and shouted anxiously, "Is there any way to disperse the fear? Don't let the fear of so many people condense." Back in Baiwan town, many people had an outbreak of fear. And finally the fear triggered the materialization of dark matter, forming a terrible black tide. Fortunately, the attribute of the black tide is purification. Although it is dangerous, it is also very important. Now the number of crazy corpses in the outer city is not comparable to the number of people in Baiwan Town Hospital. Not to mention the blessing of the unknown toxins' horrific hallucinations. When the black tide appeared at that time, no one could predict what would happen now. What Jisoo was most concerned about was not the black tide, but the abyss crack that separated the east and west sides. That was the most dangerous place. Who knew what kind of terrifying monsters would be in it? If they were attracted by the fear of the giant city, it would be a disaster. The garrison looked at each other. They knew that they could detect whether there was fear, but they had to disperse it. How to disperse it? Emotions are invisible and intangible. Except for monsters, humans really have no way to deal with fear. Before the garrison responded, there was a booming artillery fire from the outer city. Everyone's face changed drastically, and even the energy cannon was used, which showed how bad the situation was. With a burst of artillery fire, the ground began to vibrate regularly, as if a huge monster was running. Every time it landed, it would bring vibrations to the ground, and the vibrations were approaching. Roar! With a familiar roar, a huge black shadow passed over the giant city. Jisoo looked at the huge bat wings and his heart sank. The sleeping little fallen beast was awakened by the roar of its own kind. Chapter 114. When Jisoo noticed that the little fallen beast in the chest bag had woken up, his first reaction was to retreat into the car and close the windows to isolate the middle car from the outside world, and at the same time isolate the influence of the outside fallen beasts on the little fallen beast. The little fallen beast opened the chest bag, poked a little head out of Jisoo's collar, looked around, and grabbed Jisoo's clothes with its little claws, trying to get out of the collar, but was held down by Jisoo and stuffed back into the chest bag. Good boy. You can continue to sleep. Don't go out. Jisoo felt panic for no reason, and instinctively didn't want the little fallen beast to come into contact with other fallen beasts. The little fallen beast, who used to be obedient, was particularly stubborn this time, struggling to crawl out, not wanting to stay in the chest bag. When the man and the beast were wrestling, amid the piercing alarm, there was a loud rumble. The ground shook, and all those who heard the loud noise turned pale. It was the sound of the giant wall collapsing, and it was also the sound of the survivors' faith collapsing. The outer city was in complete chaos, with screams, cries, and calls for help drowning out the piercing alarms. Countless survivors rushed to the inner city gates, desperately banging on them, crying and calling for help, with continuous banging sounds. And each banging seemed to hit the heart of the garrison. The order they received was to guard the inner city gates and not open them. If they were soft-hearted now, the inner city would probably fall into an unprecedented crisis like the outer city. The outer city would not fall. Even if a wall really collapsed, there was still a long distance from the outer wall to the inner wall, and the monsters would not come so quickly. There were still garrisons in the outer city, and they were still working hard. The people who were banging on the doors now were all survivors living near the inner city wall. They were scared out of their wits. Apart from fleeing to the inner city, they didn't know where else was safe. But the door could not be opened. The more times like this, the more chaos could not be allowed. The situation in the outer city was unclear. If monsters got in, it would be difficult to keep the inner city and the central city. Jisoo in the middle card was also very anxious. The little fallen beast, who had always been obedient, suddenly rebelled at this time. Jisoo was anxious to know the situation in the outer city. If he could not accurately grasp the situation, even if he could go back in time, he would not know how to deal with it. Jisoo could not wait any longer. If he waited one more minute, the limit of going back would be delayed by 1 minute. Many things might be irreversible in this minute. Jisoo caught the restless little fallen beast and stared into its eyes. What do you want to do? I have something important to do now. Can you stay quietly in your chest bag? Can you? The little fallen beast opened its big golden eyes, tilted its head slightly, and its eyes were still drifting out the window. Jisoo turned his gaze back to the little fallen beast. I'm going out now. If you can stay in the chest bag, I take you out with me. If not, you will be locked in the cab, and I go out alone. Ah! The little fallen beast cried out, using all 4 claws to crawl into Jisoo's collar, and took the initiative to crawl into the chest bag, and zipped up the zipper by the way. It proved with practical actions that it would not let Jisoo go out alone. After solving the problem of the little fallen beast, Jisoo opened the door and jumped off the ground, running quickly to the garrison in front. Before he got close, he was stopped by a soldier with a gun. Back off. Don't get close. The 2 medium trucks behind saw Jisoo rushing over regardless of anything, and they honked their horns in fear, wondering if they needed support. Jisoo turned around and gestured to them to stay in the car and not come out. Then he spoke quickly. I am Jisoo. I am a builder. I have an urgent matter to go to the city wall. It is related to the life and death of the giant city. Let me pass. The soldier's eyes were red, but he still stood straight. Behind the garrison was the inner city gate. The sound of clapping and crying kept coming. Everyone standing here was very tormented, but they had to obey the order. They all heard the loud noise, and they knew it was the sound of the giant wall collapsing. It was not the first time that the giant wall collapsed. Every time it collapsed, there would be heavy casualties. The crazy corpses, advanced crazy corpses, and various deformed creatures isolated by the giant wall would seize the opportunity to attack the giant city. This time, there was a terrible monster leading the way. I don't know how many casualties the giant city will have. The identity of the builder is too important, especially at this time. If a powerful builder takes action to repair the collapsed giant wall, the casualties of the giant city will definitely be reduced a lot. Immediately, a soldier ran back to report the matter, and the huge black shadow that flew over his head appeared again, and the black scales reflected the cold light of death in the midday sun. The 30-meter-high inner city wall was no match for the flying fallen beast. A dark shadow flew by, and the fishy wind carried blood and meat residue from the sky, soaking the heads and faces of the garrison soldiers below. Everyone was trying their best to restrain themselves, and the veins on their hands holding the energy guns were bulging. They really wanted to fight the huge monster regardless of the consequences. But no, they couldn't launch the attack first. Once the garrison was attacked by the monster, the inner city gate would probably be lost. The fallen beast flying overhead seemed to have noticed something. Its huge head covered with thorns turned around, and its golden vertical pupils accurately stared at Jisoo on the ground. With just one glance, Jisoo was fixed in place, and his fear poured out uncontrollably. The degree of distortion of the secondary invasion deepened again. The fallen beast that had originally flown away seemed to have found delicious prey, turned in the air, and flew back. The moment it sensed Jisoo's fear, the little fallen beast couldn't stay any longer. It quickly unzipped its zipper, climbed out of its chest bag, and quickly jumped onto Jisoo's shoulder, and let out a fierce woo at the sky. Jisoo, who was standing still, was suddenly unblocked. While the garrison was attracted by the fallen beast, he ran towards the ladder of the city wall. Hey! Stop! Don't follow me! Be careful to avoid it! Jisoo shouted while running and climbing up the ladder of the city wall. A huge black shadow covered his head. Jisoo heard the sound of the wind approaching behind him. The garrison on the ground shouted and fired gunshots. They wanted to force back the huge monster that was coming back. The energy bullets hit the black scales and could not cause any damage. Jisoo felt a weight on his shoulders. The little fallen beast jumped up and grew bigger in the air. The long tail covered with thorns blocked the attack. The two thick and powerful long tails were entangled together. The little fallen beast was furious. This foreign fallen beast not only entered its territory openly, but also dared to covet its treasure. The little fallen beast continued to grow bigger, and it stopped only when it was a full circle bigger than the alien fallen beast. It used its long tail to pull the alien fallen beast down from the air. Its huge bat wings vibrated, and the fallen beast had already pounced on it, biting the alien fallen beast's neck fiercely with its huge mouth full of fangs. The two behemoths bit and wrestled in the air and fell to the ground, knocking down several buildings, and soon flew up from the ground. The abilities of the fallen beasts were useless to each other, and they only used the most primitive and violent methods to deal with each other. All the garrison troops were shocked by this scene. One fallen beast was already difficult enough, but they didn't expect there would be another one. They knew that they couldn't be afraid. Fear would only make them more dangerous. But the fear emotion was not controlled by humans at all, and it grew wantonly and spread wildly. Jisoo was very worried that his own fallen beast would be injured, and even more worried that his own fallen beast would become fierce and forget the fact that he was a human being. But in such a terrifying battle, no one could separate the two fiercely fighting. There was no time to worry or think too much. Jisoo climbed up as fast as he could and rushed to the top of the city wall. All he could see were the survivors, who gathered under the inner city wall and shouted to let the people in the inner city let them in. The real battlefield that Jisoo wanted to see was too far away to be seen clearly. He wanted to know the direction of the collapsed giant wall, but he couldn't be sure. The only clear thing was the booming sound of artillery fire. Jisoo was confused for a moment, not knowing why he risked running up. With a fierce cry, a two-headed deformed eagle several meters long made a big turn in the air, avoiding the battlefield of the two terrifying monsters, and landed steadily on the inner city wall. Do-shin-han slid down from the back of the deformed eagle. Nearly 100 meters of the outer city wall in the northwest has collapsed. Mr. G, we need your help. Your construction ability in the Scarlet Land is obvious to all of us. Now only you can repair the gap and reinforce the outer city wall. I hope you can help. Jisoo, take me to see it. Whether it needs to be repaired and reinforced can only be determined after seeing it. After all, reinforcement is time-consuming and consumes mental energy. Instead of doing so, it is better to directly build a new city wall and achieve a real 100-meter giant wall in one step. Do-shin-han did not delay and immediately took Jisoo to climb onto the back of the two-headed deformed eagle. There was a safety rope wrapped around the back of the deformed eagle. The person lying on the back of the eagle could hold the safety rope to stabilize the body and not fall from the air. The flying speed is much faster than the speed of the car. But the two-headed deformed eagle just left the inner city wall, and the two fallen beasts that were fighting suddenly separated. To be precise, the larger fallen beast pulled the other one away with its tail. The long tail covered with thorns whipped the other's black scales and blood, and fell straight to the ground. The larger fallen beast rushed towards the two-headed deformed eagle that was leaving. The two-headed deformed eagle, which was flying steadily, sensed the danger and flapped its wings vigorously. It stumbled and made a frightened cry. It was only thinking about escaping, and it didn't remember where to go. Do-shin-han looked back and saw the huge black shadow chasing after him. His face was also pale. Such a big two-headed deformed eagle couldn't withstand a bite from the behemoth. Or it didn't need to bite. One tail could kill the two of them and the eagle. Do-shin-han climbed up, grabbed the safety rope with one hand, and tensed his whole body, making an attacking posture. Jisoo hurriedly stopped him. Don't do it. It's coming for me. Do-shin-han looked at him in doubt. Do you know what this is? I know. Jisoo suddenly stood up from the back of the two-headed deformed eagle, and was blown backwards by the wind as expected. Do-shin-han's pupils shrank suddenly, and he flew over to catch Jisoo, but saw that he had already fallen off the back of the two-headed deformed eagle. Jisoo opened his arms and fell on his back. A huge black shadow passed by quickly, and Jisoo, who fell, was caught by the fallen beast and firmly trapped in one of its front paws. The fallen beast flapped its wings and left the two-headed deformed eagle behind, rushing away for a long distance. Do-shin-han, who was lying on the back of the two-headed deformed eagle, was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he couldn't recover. He didn't understand. That was the fallen beast that was classified as the most dangerous, and it frightened countless people and deformed monsters. He actually saw that the fallen beast was protecting Jisoo and had no intention of hurting Jisoo. He must be crazy. Otherwise, how could he have such an illusion? At this time, Jisoo could clearly see the battle near the outer city wall. The outer city wall collapsed in a large area. At this time, countless crazy corpses, advanced crazy corpses, and deformed monsters rushed into the giant city like a flood from the collapsed gap. The garrison troops in the outer city formed a semicircle and guarded the collapsed gap tightly to prevent the deformed monsters from breaking out of the encirclement and rushing into the outer city. However, there were too many of them. When a group of garrison troops fell, new garrison troops took over. Even if they used the most advanced energy weapons and deformed weapons, they still couldn't stop the large number of monsters. The monster with the largest body was still pushing the wall tirelessly, trying to crush all the city walls. The garrison's attack fell on the monster, but it didn't hurt or itch, and it couldn't stop its desire to destroy it all. It was too late. The current situation could not be solved by repairing or reinforcing the city walls. The monsters had already entered the outer city. Even if they repaired this place, other directions would still become targets for destruction. Jisoo did not wait any longer and went back 1 hour. After close contact with the source energy, the second invasion was more distorted, and the time that could be traced back was also longer. 1 hour was no longer the limit for Jisoo now. He had to stop all this from happening before the outer city wall collapsed. Chapter 115. Time goes back to an hour ago. At this time, the voice broadcast of the unknown toxin has not sounded yet. The outer city wall is still there. The huge monster that destroyed the city wall is still on the way. The foreign fallen beast has not arrived yet, and there is still a chance to save it. Jisoo woke up the little fallen beast as soon as possible. The way to wake up is still to use his fear emotion. The little fallen beast is particularly sensitive to his fear emotion. Even in a deep sleep, it can wake up immediately, wrapped in the familiar fear emotion. The little fallen beast woke up and looked into Jisoo's eyes. Little fallen beast, Looking around, there was no danger, and even the car didn't get out. The golden vertical pupil looked at the culprit with resentment. Jisoo first comforted the awakened little fallen beast to the 2 kisses, and lowered the car window. Without Jisoo's explanation, the little fallen beast had already sensed the strong fear gathered in the outer city. The little fallen beast flew out of the window like an arrow. Jisoo chased out of the car, and saw only a small black dot disappearing on the inner city wall not far away. It was silent, extremely fast, and disappeared in a flash. Jisoo stood outside the car, worried that the little fallen beast would be discovered. The window of the medium-sized truck parked next door was lowered, and Chiang leaned on the window. What happened? Jisoo looked over, and saw that he was on guard and observed the surroundings. He should not have noticed the little fallen beast leaving. Jisoo went to talk to the other 4 people, and asked them to stay here, close the windows and doors, not go out, and protect themselves and the supplies. He had something to do, and had to leave temporarily, and would come back to meet them after it was over. Although they were worried, they did not stop him. Not to mention that Jisoo himself was strong. Shin Yinan was with him, and it was impossible for Jisoo to get into trouble anyway. Jisoo returned to the medium-sized truck, and it didn't take long for the little fallen beast to come back. Jisoo only saw a black shadow shoot into the car, and then it went into the car again with a whoosh. He seemed to realize something and wanted to follow in, but he held back, so he could only stay in the driver's seat and wait quietly. Soon, footsteps were heard in the car, and Shin Yinan, who had put on his clothes, came back. Jisoo turned around and fell into the man's broad arms. He was picked up and left the driver's seat. The man sat on it instead. Jisoo sat on the man's lap and was firmly imprisoned in his arms. Shin Yinan began to settle accounts. Next time you wake me up, can you change the way you do it? Don't scare me like this. Which way do you think is better? Jisoo motioned for him to drive. The medium truck started and slowly drove out of the parking lot. The man's low and pleasant voice came. I think kissing is better. If I don't wake up in one time, you can kiss me a few more times to let me know that you miss me, and I will definitely wake up. Then I try it next time. Jisoo was amused by his serious look. Has the fear in the outer city been resolved? Shin Yinan, said. As for how to resolve it, there is no need to elaborate. They all understand. Jisoo, what is the situation in the outer city now? Shin Yinan, it's chaotic, and the fear is still generated continuously. In order to continuously absorb the fear from the outside world, The window of the cab was not closed again. The medium truck drove onto the main road. Jisoo returned to the co-pilot and met a team of military trucks passing by. Everyone in the car was fully armed and drove towards the inner city gate. The medium truck was at the end of the military truck convoy. The garrison received the order and opened the inner city gate to let the military truck convoy out. When they saw the medium truck at the end of the military truck convoy, they felt very familiar with it. It was one of the 3 medium trucks that were stopped in the morning. As expected, the medium truck was stopped again. After the time went back, they had completely lost their memories before the time went back. They didn't know that the outer city wall would collapse. Nor did they know that the foreign fallen beasts would cause trouble in the giant city. And they didn't know that there was another fallen beast hidden in the giant city. In the eyes of the garrison, this was the second time they saw this medium truck. Jisoo got off the car in person and negotiated with the garrison. Please help me convey that the outer city wall is very dangerous now. I need to go over to support immediately. If it's too late, the outer city wall will collapse again. The soldiers who stopped the car were strangers, not the ones they had seen in the morning. Jisoo needed to prove his identity again. This time, the soldier did not talk well in the morning. He had no time to report now. Since the other party could not produce something to prove his identity, he could only leave the city gate immediately, and not affect the inner city military card to support the outer city. Jisoo did not expect that the time he spent on tracing back would be wasted on identity verification at the city gate. It seems that it is really necessary to get an identity certificate. Tao Yao, who was sitting on the military card, saw a familiar figure in the rearview mirror. It was Mr. Jisoo, whom he racked his brains to make friends with. He immediately shouted to stop the car. He jumped off the military card and walked back quickly. He was one of the general leaders in charge of the outer city wall. After the outer city wall collapsed, there was a problem in the outer city. The first thing that came to mind was the safety of the outer city wall. As the general leader of the construction of the outer city wall, even if Tao Yao didn't want to go to the outer city, which was a dangerous place, he had to ensure that the outer city wall that the Tao family was responsible for would not collapse in this crisis. If there was a problem, he would find a way to remedy it as soon as possible. You can ask the person in charge here. He knows me. Time is urgent, and there is no room for delay. When the outer city wall collapses, everything will be too late. I'm not exaggerating. You'd better hurry up, Mr. G. Tao Yao had no time to care about his gentle and polite personality. All he could think about was Jisoo's words: the outer city wall collapsed. This was the bad news that no one wanted to hear now. Once the outer city wall collapsed, how many casualties would it cause? The first collapse was a lesson learned. The person in charge of the outer city wall was investigated. But the problem was not cutting corners. But it was really beyond his ability. What is the outer city wall collapse that Mr. G said? The anxiety and worry on Tao Yao's face did not seem fake, but became much more real at this time. Without waiting for Jisoo to answer, Tao Yao knew that time was running out, and wanted to grab Jisoo's wrist and take him away. But Jisoo dodged him lightly. Qin Yinan saw that someone dared to take action directly, and immediately opened the door and got out of the car. Tao Yao said to the soldier who stopped him, I know Mr. G. He is a very capable builder, and now the outer city needs him. I want to take him away. If you have any questions, you can report it and say that Mr. Jisoo was taken away by me. Tao Yao. After Tao Yao finished speaking, he wanted to pull Jisoo again, but his hand was blocked by someone. In a blink of an eye, he saw a man standing in front of him who was taller than him and had an extremely handsome appearance. His pair of light gray-blue eyes contained a frightening cold light. This look was quite shocking. Tao Yao subconsciously took a step back, and the fear that he had suppressed in his heart burst out uncontrollably. The strong sense of crisis was like a pair of invisible big hands, tightly holding his throat, making it difficult for him to even breathe. The man spoke in a pleasant voice, slowly and calmly. Who do you want to take away? As soon as the man spoke, the terrifying pressure on Tao Yao loosened a little. Tao Yao seemed to have escaped death. He avoided the man's sight with cold sweat, and dared not look at him again. Tao Yao recalled frantically in his mind. When did such a dangerous person appear beside Jisoo? And how come he didn't get any news? Tao Yao raised his eyes again, but the man didn't look at him again. His eyes were completely on Jisoo. Tao Yao realized that the man had been holding Jisoo's hand, leaning sideways, protecting him behind him. Tao Yao was in doubt, and vaguely guessed the relationship between the two. His eyes couldn't help but fall on the man's face again. Such a look was too similar. Tao Yao adjusted his tone and expression. I don't mean to offend. Mr. G has strong construction ability, and the outer city needs him now. Please let Mr. G go with me, for the safety of countless people in the outer city. No. I will take him there myself. Qin Yinan turned around and returned to the car with his men. If the car doesn't let him pass, he can just take Jisoo and fly over the inner city wall. Isn't it easy to get to the outer city? Mr. G. Another person ran over quickly. Jisoo turned around and saw a familiar face. He was one of the people sent by Do Shenhan to pick them up. His name was Lu Lingwang. And he was also a deformed person. Lu Lingwang said quickly, Mr. G. Are you going to the outer city? It just so happens that we are also going to the outer city for support. Let's go with the convoy. Jisoo nodded. Time is urgent. Don't delay. Hurry up. Lu Lingwang ran back without saying a word. Jisoo and Qin Yinan also turned around and got in the car, leaving Tao Yao standing there alone. The garrison in the outer city is not composed of one commander, but 5 commanders. So this time, not just one army will go to support. When Qin Yinan opened the car door and was about to get in, he suddenly heard Tao Yao ask, Do you know Xiaoliani? Qin Yinan paused in getting in the car and turned his head to look at Tao Yao after a while. Tao Yao has been observing the man since he spoke, and seeing that he really reacted to this name, he couldn't help but sweat in his heart. This man is too threatening and very dangerous. He didn't know whether this person would be an enemy or a friend in the end. And at this moment, he just wanted to test whether his relationship with Xiaoliani was good or bad. Tao Yao resisted the pressure and spoke again. She lives very well in the Tao family. 2 of the 3 sons of Mr. Tao died, leaving only Tao Hingji, the 3rd son of the Tao family, Xiaoliani's husband. The entire Tao family may be headed by Tao Hingji and Xiaoliani in the future. Whether Xiaoliani has hatred or gratitude towards this man, Tao Yao has no loss. The only one who may suffer loss is Xiaoliani. If there is hatred, seeing Xiaoliani living well, this terrible man will definitely feel unfair. It would be best if he can make trouble for Xiaoliani. But it doesn't matter if he can't. It's not a good thing to let such a dangerous person think about her. If there is a favor, there is no need to worry. Xiaoliani is the 3rd wife of the Tao family. She has status and position, seeing that she is living so well. He, as the informant, will not add any bad feelings. Of course, the latter is the result that Tao Yao least wants to see. If such a powerful man stands on Xiaoliani's side, his life will only be more difficult. The best result is to have a grudge. And the enemy of the enemy is a friend. In addition to wanting to make friends with Jisoo, he also wants to make friends with powerful deformed people, which will definitely benefit him more than harm. Qin Yinan did not give any response, as if he did not hear what Tao Yao said. He got in the car, closed the door, and started the medium truck. Tao Yao returned to the military truck, and the convoy started again. This time, the medium truck followed the convoy out of the inner city gate smoothly. Qin Yinan looked normal, but Jisoo knew that he did not act as indifferent at the moment. The cab was too quiet. Jisoo took the initiative to break the silence. Who is Xiaoliani? Jisoo listened to Tao Yao's words word for word. He was sure that Tao Yao was meeting Qin Yinan for the first time, and suddenly said such a strange thing, as if deliberately telling Qin Yinan about Xiaoliani's current situation. Qin Yinan put one arm on the car window, looking forward. His mood was obviously not good. An insignificant person. Jisoo looked at him. Is it really insignificant? It was already insignificant enough to affect his mood. Qin Yinan was silent for a long time before saying, She is my biological mother. Jisoo was very surprised. This was an unexpected answer from Grandma Qin's story. He always thought that Qin Yinan was Grandma Qin's grandson. Although he had never seen Qin Yinan's parents, he knew that they were both natives. After Qin's father died, Qin's mother went abroad with Qin Yinan for medical treatment. Qin Yinan in appearance is more oriental, but he has the high and straight features and cold white skin that are unique to Westerners. He can be seen as mixed race, but it is not very obvious. Jisoo has never seen Grandma Qin's wife, nor has he ever heard Grandma Qin mention it. He always thought that Qin Yinan mixed blood came from his grandfather lineage, and he never thought that Qin Yinan and Grandma Qin had no blood relationship. Qin Yinan saw Jisoo's shocked expression and finally smiled. Grandma, didn't you tell me about my life experience? Jisoo shook his head. He did hear a lot about Qin Yanan, but not about his life experience. Qin Yanan's expression softened a lot. That's right. Grandma shouldn't take the initiative to mention such things to others. In Grandma's heart, my father and I are her closest people. Closer than blood ties. Jisoo. Jisoo was shocked 3 times. He seemed to hear different information. Qin Yanan's mouth curved up. Grandma was hurt by love when she was young. In the era of food shortage and clothing shortage, she picked up my father and lived with him. She never married. Later, my father met my mother in college. My mother was an orphan. She had a hard childhood and was injured. After marrying my father, she could not have a child. My mother was sad and guilty, and her health became worse. Finally, it was my grandmother who spoke up. It was easy to have a child. There were so many homeless children in the orphanage. Blood relationship was irrelevant. If you adopted a child, it would be your own. After discussing it, the family decided to adopt a child from the orphanage. My parents picked up me on the way to the orphanage when I was only 2 years old. At that time, I was lying in the snow wearing only autumn clothes and autumn pants. The high fever melted the snow under me. I was lying in the snow water, with a small body. There were many bruises and wounds, and there were also traces of binding on my hands and feet. When my mother saw me in such a miserable state, she started crying. She didn't go to the orphanage, but rushed me to the hospital, and then called the police. My grandmother said that I was very ill at the time and almost couldn't be saved. My parents and grandmother took turns to take care of me in the hospital. The police looked for my biological parents everywhere, but there was no result until half a month later, when I could be discharged from the hospital. I was a child who was abandoned and no one wanted me. I couldn't find my biological parents, so my parents went through the adoption procedures and took me home. It was also because of having a child that I had something to think about and something to rely on. My mother's health gradually improved, and the family was happily together. Before the age of 17, Qin Yanan felt that every day was happy, and he grew up without worries. After the age of 17, he lived in pain, self-blame, regret, and hatred every day. He was no longer himself, and he was thinking about revenge all the time. If a person is not afraid of death, then he has nothing to fear. Killing people and breaking the law cannot stop him. He only wants revenge and wants to watch his enemies die in the most painful way. Grandma probably saw him walking towards darkness and falling into the abyss, so she spared no effort to give him a sustenance and a responsibility, so that he would look at the light and not keep looking at the darkness. The sun is always there. It depends on whether he is willing to walk out of the shadows. Chapter 116. Jisoo's voice was hoarse. Did Xiaoliani do it? Qin Yanan's voice was cold. Almost. Although Xiaoliani did not do it herself. The Xia family dared to deal with him only after her instruction. Everything happened too suddenly that year. Qin Yanan, who was in high school, did not understand where those conspiracies came from. They were just ordinary people, living their lives peacefully. Why did they get involved in family struggles and power struggles abroad? So that they were affected without knowing anything. That night, the other party's target should have been him. His father came back from a business trip and wanted to give him a surprise. He drove to the school to pick him up without telling him in advance. When he arrived at school, he found out that he was dragged to a birthday party by his classmates. His father failed to pick him up and drove home alone, but was hit by a truck on the road and died. On the way home, with witnesses and surveillance, a car was hit by a truck repeatedly and violently until the front of the car completely disappeared. The body was shortened to half of its original size. Blood flowed all over the ground, and the driver's body could not even be collected. This was not an accident. It was a deliberate murder, in front of everyone. In this way, Qin's father was killed. The driver did not escape. Seeing that the matter was done, he took a shot of poison in the cab to end his life. After investigation, it was found that the person who hit the person was suffering from a terminal illness and had not much time left. He had long wanted to die. He had committed suicide several times, but was rescued by his family. After killing people, he committed suicide again. His wife and son disappeared and could not be found. After Qin Yanan spent a few years abroad, he gradually gained power. In addition to clearing up the foreign forces that hired murderers, he did not give up looking for the murderer's family. He had evidence that the murderer gave all the money he got from the murder to his wife and son, and asked the employer to send them abroad to settle down. and arranged a university for his son. He waited until everything was done before he killed people. For Qin Yanan, who was full of hatred, the murderer wanted to give his wife and children a good future in this way. How could he let the murderer do so? He must find them out. Qin's father passed away suddenly, and in this way, the whole family could not accept it. They thought that Qin's father had offended someone outside and was assassinated. After Qin Yanan encountered danger again and escaped by luck, he saw people from abroad who claimed to be his grandfather's subordinates. They wanted to take him abroad and told him that the target of the man behind the scenes was him, not his father. He was lucky that he did not get on the car that night. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape. The other party wanted to cut off the orthodox bloodline of the Bryson family. Once old Bryson died, everything in the entire Bryson family would fall into the hands of others. It was not until that moment that Qin Yanan knew what kind of disaster his hidden life experience had brought to the originally happy and stable family. The truth revealed with his father's life also made him fall into the abyss of regret and self-blame. Old Bryson was seriously ill and would not live for many years. The family was in serious internal strife, and all three of his biological children died. When the last son's family died in an explosion, and there was no legitimate bloodline, old Bryson finally remembered that there was another child who was stranded outside. At that time, Norton, the only surviving son of old Bryson, met a beautiful Oriental girl. The girl was young and beautiful, with a fascinating Oriental face and a beautiful Oriental name, Xiaoliani. Everything about her deeply attracted Norton. The girl didn't know Norton's family background, but only knew that he was handsome and rich. The girl was beautiful and naive. She wanted to settle abroad and wanted to find a foreign boyfriend to take a shortcut. Norton was her best choice. After getting pregnant, Xiaoliani thought she had the capital, and threatened Norton with a child to force Norton to marry. Norton never appeared again after learning that she was pregnant. Xiaoliani's social circle was not enough for Norton. As long as Norton didn't want to, no one could find him. Xiaoliani naively thought that Norton was deliberately avoiding her. She looked for people everywhere, trying to make a big deal out of it, and force Norton to marry her. While she was waiting and searching, she received a warning from the Bryson family. Xiaoliani then realized that Norton's real family background was not that of an ordinary rich young man. His family had both black and white businesses, and was very dangerous. Norton could not decide his own marriage, and it was impossible for him to marry her. Xiaoliani was just one of Norton's many girlfriends, and she was not the first person to get pregnant by playing tricks. In the end, either the child was gone, or both the adult and the child were gone. The Bryson family asked her to make her own choice. Xiaoliani was frightened by the bright real gun. She promised to get rid of the child, but fled back to the country overnight. After making sure she was safe, her ambition that had been scared away began to stir again. When she thought of Norton's family background, Xiaoliani was unwilling to give up. After much thought, she decided to keep the child secretly. The bigger the family, the more they valued bloodline. Just because she couldn't get it now didn't mean she would never get it. As long as she had the child, she would benefit from it sooner or later. Xiaoliani gave birth to the child and raised it in her mother home. While waiting for the opportunity, she was not idle. Eggs should not be put in one basket. She relied on her beauty to get to know many rich people. At a party, she met the third son of the Tao family. Tao Hengji's romanticism was well known in the circle. He changed girlfriends, like changing clothes. It was no secret that he dated multiple girlfriends at the same time. After learning about Tao Hengji's family background, Xiaoliani knew that her chance had come. She was very confident in her appearance, and made Tao Hengji pursue her actively. While keeping Tao Hengji in the dark, she waited for news from abroad. Her friends abroad told her that Norton was married, and the family marriage was a bubble. 3 years of waiting became a bubble. Xiaoliani vented all her resentment and unwillingness on a child who was less than 2 years old. In her and the Xia family's view, the child they regarded as a potential stock has no value. Norton wants a child, and his wife will give birth to one for him. The child that Xiaoliani secretly gave birth to is not only an illegitimate child, but may also bring disaster to Xiaoliani and the entire Xia family. The best way is to pretend that there has never been such a child. The dream of marrying into the Bryson family was completely shattered. Xiaoliani could only focus all her thoughts on Tao Hengji, which was her only way out. On the night of Tao Hengji's proposal, Xiaoliani secretly contacted the Xia family to get rid of the child as soon as possible. And she must not let the Tao family know that she had given birth to a child. Xiao Liani settled down in the Tao family, and the Xia family also relied on the relationship of the Tao family to develop better and better in Yunhai City. No one expected that after more than 10 years, the Bryson family would find Xiao Liani again and ask about the whereabouts of the child. Xiao Liani was very scared. On the one hand, she did not want to lose her status as the third wife of the Tao family. And on the other hand, she did not dare to offend such a large family as the Bryson family. She just said that she had no children and had the child removed that year. The people said by old Bryson produced evidence that Xiao Liani did not abort the child. Old Bryson saw all of Xiao Liani's little moves and thoughts. He knew that Xiao Liani did not abort the child and fled back to China with the child. Old Bryson did not intervene and let Xiao Liani give birth to the child, leaving a way out for his line. The Bryson family can disown the child, but they cannot do without the child. When necessary, the Orthodox bloodline is more important than anything else. Xiao Liani and the Xia family always thought that they had concealed it well, but they did not know that old Bryson even had a photo of the child. Xiao Liani was very scared. Even if the evidence was in front of her, she would not admit it until the other party offered a generous condition. As long as Xiao Liani handed over the child, both money and foreign markets would be fine. Xiao Liani was very tempted and immediately contacted the Xia family to inquire about the whereabouts of the child. The Xia family was very panicked. They had never treated the child well. When they took the child to Qijiang City and threw him away, they never thought of letting the child survive. Otherwise, they would not even give him a cotton coat and just threw him in the snow. Now the Bryson family is looking for someone. If they say that the child is dead, they will definitely anger the other party. In addition, they are reluctant to give up such generous conditions. The Xia family has to secretly go to the place where the child was thrown away to look for him, hoping that the child is lucky enough to be picked up by someone, and must not die. Otherwise no one can bear the anger from such a family. Hard work pays off. The Xia family spent a high price to secretly find someone, and they really found a clue. It is really that the child looks too much like Xiao Liani. As long as you compare Xiao Liani's photo, you can recognize her as soon as you see her. After finding the person, the Xia family did not alarm the Qin family, and sold the clues to the Bryson family and received a generous reward. There was a traitor around old Bryson when he sent someone to pick up Qin Yinan. Other people with interests also got the news and took action in advance. As long as this bloodline was cut off, the old Bryson lineage would be completely gone. Qin Yinan hated everything about the Bryson family. He believed that it was the disaster brought by this family that destroyed his originally happy family. He would rather die than go abroad with them. The people said by old Bryson did not persuade him, but just watched coldly, making the stubborn child realize the cruelty of reality. His identity has been exposed. He has no choice but to return to the Bryson family. When his grandmother was crossing the bridge, she was pushed into the river and almost drowned. His mother was hit by a car and suffered multiple fractures. Qin Yinan, a high school student, was forced into a dead end. He didn't know what to do. He could not care about his own life, but he couldn't care about the lives of his grandmother and mother. He walked in the abyss of despair, wanting to find out the mastermind behind the scenes and die with them with his own life. But he was just a high school student who was not yet an adult and could only be manipulated by others. He could do nothing except suffer alone. After his mother attending doctor talked to him, the already bleak future was hit again. Qin's mother was diagnosed with cancer in the late stage, and it was likely that she would not live for a few months. Qin Yinan sat in the hospital all night and made a decision. He wanted to go abroad. He wanted to take his mother with him. He wanted to grow up. He wanted to be in power. He wanted revenge. He wanted to give his mother the best treatment. And he would never be as powerless and desperate as he is now. What he wanted to do could only be done by him step by step. Old Bryson asked him to cut off all contact with the country. Not to return to the country. Not to contact Grandma Qin. As long as he went abroad, he would be the grandson of his old Bryson and the only legitimate heir of the Bryson family. Qin Yinan agreed. In exchange, old Bryson must guarantee the safety of Grandma Qin. If something happened to Grandma, he would drag the entire Bryson family to be buried with her. At that time, he didn't understand many things, and he didn't even know who his biological mother was, what happened that year, how he was thrown away, and how to find him. These were the truths he found out bit by bit after he went abroad. in the Bryson family, which faced assassinations every day. He tried to survive, grow rapidly, and gradually take power. At the same time, he was secretly deploying domestic affairs. He secretly sent Fan Yu back to Yuhai City to deal with the Xia family. At that time, old Bryson was still alive. So if you want to do something under his nose, you need to be extra careful. The more the Xia family values something, the more he wants to destroy it. He wants everyone in the Xia family to die in pain and unwillingness, and let them suffer and suffer. Qin Yanan never expected that there would be an end of the world. For him, this is the best time. But for the Xia family, this is the beginning of pain and suffering. Rong's base is always targeting and suppressing the Xia family. It's like a blunt knife cutting flesh. You can't beat it. You can't escape. And you can only watch the Xia family gradually go to extinction. Qin Yanan thought about settling accounts one by one. In an end of the world, too many people died. Originally, his focus fell on the Xia family in Yuhai City. Unexpectedly, Xia Lian is still alive and living so well. Does she deserve it? Chapter 117. She doesn't deserve it. She doesn't deserve to live well. Jisoo never knew that there were so many hidden stories behind Qin Yanan's going abroad. He only knew that when the elderly in the community accused Qin Yanan of being unfilial and taking his mother abroad, but leaving Grandma Qin alone in the country, Grandma Qin would always defend her grandson, saying that her grandson was very good and had to go abroad, and he would come back. Grandma Qin firmly believed that her grandson would come back. She waited year after year, and realized that she might not be able to wait for her grandson to come back. So she gave the important items to Jisoo for safekeeping. Besides Jisoo, there was no other relative around Grandma Qin who could be entrusted. Qin Yanan never mentioned his life abroad. It was not difficult to see from the chaos of the Bryson family that Qin Yanan must be in crisis everywhere there, surrounded by people who were calculating and wanted his life. It was incredible that he had lived in such an environment for so many years without completely turning evil. Jisoo suddenly thought of Lu Qingyuan's words. Qin Yanan became a fallen beast. It is very likely that he had been exposed to or ingested the origin of dark matter abroad. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to show signs of degeneration before the global invasion. Jisoo thought so and asked so. Qin Yanan, Seeing him silent, Jisoo nervously said, "Is someone trying to harm you with the origin of dark matter? Put that thing in your food or water, or maybe in your residence, so that the energy of the origin can slowly erode you." Qin Yanan reached out and pinched her boyfriend's earlobe. "Don't be nervous. Things are not that complicated. I just was hit by a meteor shower." Jisoo, Qin Yanan also thought about the reason why he became a fallen beast. The most likely reason was the meteor shower. He drove the car himself, and his subordinates were in other cars. The meteor shower hit him head-on, and he lost consciousness at the time. When his subordinates took him down from the overturned car, they only saw a big hole in the windshield, but did not find the meteorite that hit the car. At that time, they all thought that the meteorite and the windshield were both damaged, and the meteorite was broken into powder and dissipated. Because Qin Yanan was not injured, there was no sign of being hit on his body, and he did not even see a doctor. He continued on his way after waking up. Qin Yanan did not expect that his body would change after returning home. Jisoo was speechless for a long time. He was overthinking. The real dark matter source seemed to be unable to be put in food and water, let alone a place to live. Not to mention knowing the purpose of the dark matter source first. Where can he find someone who can move the dark matter source at will? Qin Yanan touched Jisoo's hair soothingly, telling him not to worry. Although he lived a dangerous and exciting life abroad, he was not really a poor little man who could be manipulated by others. He was the legitimate successor designated by old Bryson. As long as he did not die, he would be the one in power once old Bryson died. There were many people who wanted him dead, and there were also many people who flattered him. If he really died in that position, it would be because he was not as skilled as others and could not hold that position. Since he survived, it was someone else who died. There was no need to let Jisoo know about these things. It was difficult for ordinary people to imagine what kind of life that was. In those years, his spirit never relaxed for a moment, and he was secretly on guard even when he was sleeping. Jisoo sighed deeply, grabbed the man's hand and held it in his palm. "No matter what decision you make, I support you." After thinking for a while, he added, "Eating people is not allowed. This is the bottom line. The gloom in Qin Yanan's eyes was replaced by a smile. I only want to eat one person. And I am not interested in others. You can't eat even one person. The bottom line cannot be broken. Jisoo set the rules seriously. Qin Yanan smiled and said lazily, "What should I do? I am thinking about how to eat you all the time." Jisoo opened his mouth and realized that eating is not eating. Jisoo. If he wasn't driving. Jisoo wanted to pull the man's face and ask him when he got so thick-skinned. Didn't he run away shyly when his wings were touched before and didn't go home for several days? A familiar voice broadcast suddenly sounded. Citizens, please pay attention. There are unknown toxins in the air. After inhalation, people will have horrible hallucinations. Please don't go out and close the doors and windows. Jisoo's expression changed. No. It's too late. The medium truck following the military truck convoy immediately pulled over. Get off. I take you over. The two jumped off the medium truck. In order to prevent the medium truck from being destroyed in the chaos, Jisoo threw a protective wall to cover the medium truck. Jisoo's giant city wall has not been built yet, and he can't find the center point. If it is thrown here, if it can't fit with the outer city wall, it is likely to separate the outer city into two sides, wasting mental energy, and it will not be able to effectively stop the attacking monsters outside the wall. This place is too far from the outer city wall, and Jisoo is not sure if the launch will be successful. He can only try to get as close as possible to launch it, which will increase the success rate. Tao Yao and Lu Lingwang, who had been paying attention to the middle card behind them, saw the middle card stop and called for a stop. As soon as they got off the car, they saw a handsome man with huge bat wings on his back, holding Jisoo and flying high into the sky, and soon left the military truck convoy behind. Tao Yao and Lu Lingwang were stunned for a moment, and immediately got in the car and chased. The outer city was in chaos again. The survivors who were attacked fled in panic. The crazy corpses mixed in the crowd and killed the survivors nearby. Screams and cries for help were everywhere. The two people in the air had no time to take care of the survivors on the ground. The outer city wall collapsed, and the number of casualties was definitely more than what was in front of them. The outer city wall was full of garrisons, ready to fight the monsters that were coming. Hua Tong, the commander of the outer city garrison, stood on the wall, and the telescope was always staring at the distance. Not long ago, the outpost defending the abyss crack was rushed, and an abyss monster climbed up. It was huge and could not be defeated by the dark. After destroying the outpost, it went all the way to the direction of the giant city. After receiving the news, the garrison in the outer city immediately took action. The armored vehicles that went out to intercept drove out one after another. No matter what method was used, the abyss monster must be intercepted or led away, and it must not rush to the giant city. They knew how strong the outer city wall was. If there was another attack, it would definitely collapse, which was a result that no one wanted to see. There was an interception convoy outside the city, and the city was not idle either. All energy cannons were prepared. If the interception failed, they would save the giant city even if they risked their lives. However, the situation that Hua Tong least wanted to see still happened. None of the armored vehicles that went out to intercept returned, but a huge black shadow appeared in the distance, moving at an extremely fast speed. Behind the black shadow, there were tens of thousands of black shadows chasing, which was a crazy corpse tide. Hua Tong put down the telescope and screamed loudly, "Energy cannons ready!" When the huge black shadow entered the range, Hua Tong gave an order, and the energy cannons roared. The huge monster and the crazy corpse tide were attacked. The rushing black shadow army was in chaos for a moment, and countless black shadows were blown away and soon submerged by the black shadows behind them. The constant rumbling could only slow down the approach of the huge black shadow and the zombies, but could not stop them. Hua Tong looked solemn. He held up a telescope and saw with his own eyes that several energy bombs fell on the huge black shadow, but did not cause any damage. The huge black shadow quickly rushed through the line of fire and continued to rush towards the tall city wall. Seeing that the huge monster and the zombies were about to attack the city, a soldier ran over with his waist crouched. "Commander, we can't stay on the city wall any longer. Should we withdraw from the city wall?" The garrison continued to stay on the city wall, regardless of whether the huge monster could destroy the city wall. They might fall off the city wall due to the collision. As long as they fell, they would not be able to survive. It is better to withdraw the city wall, set up a blockade, and fight these monsters. Hua Tong's eyes were red. Fire! No one could retreat until the last moment. There were countless survivors behind them. If the city wall was lost, no one would survive. The huge monster left the zombies far behind and rushed to the city wall at a very fast speed. Hold on! Hua Tong roared, his eyes wide open, holding onto the wall with both hands to steady himself so as not to fall off the wall under the impact. At this moment, time seemed to slow down, and everyone saw a huge transparent wall suddenly appear in front of him. And the huge monster rushed through the transparent wall and hit the outer wall. Boom! The wall shook with the earth, and the garrison on the wall fell down, including Hua Tong. When he quickly got up, he saw a collapsed wall, and the huge monster rushed into the outer city through the gap. Hold on! Hua Tong shouted, his body glowing with metallic luster, and he jumped down on the wall, smashing a big hole in the ground, and bounced again, and pounced on the huge monster. The garrison in the outer city quickly retreated to keep a distance, blocking the huge monster's forward route, and the garrisons in other directions rushed to support at the fastest speed. Hua Tong, whose hair even shone with metallic luster, fell steadily in front of the huge monster, and the metallic luster on his body was very strong, and he slammed into the huge monster that was rushing over. When the two collided, the huge monster did not slow down, but Hua Tong had already flown out. Before he landed, the huge monster was in front of him again, and the sharp horns on his head were aimed at Hua Tong. If Hua Tong was stabbed, there would be no chance of survival. The nearby deformed garrison threw away the energy guns in their hands, and used the deformed ability to rush to rescue. But it was too slow. Their speed was no match for the huge monster. Commander! The garrison roared and rushed forward with all their strength. Hua Tong tried hard to condense the deformed energy that was scattered, at least to be able to block the huge monster's attack. He knew very well that he couldn't stop the huge monster even at his peak, and he was already seriously injured, so it was impossible for him to block it. Even if he knew, he had to delay the garrison as much as possible. Just when Hua Tong was ready to die, the huge monster that was close at hand suddenly flew in another direction. Hua Tong fell heavily to the ground, but his eyes followed the huge monster flying out. Brother Qin, this way. A clear and pleasant voice appeared behind him. Hua Tong looked back and saw a boy who looked like a high school student standing not far away, jumping and waving his arms, shouting, "Get out of the way! Everyone get out of the way!" A transparent rectangle appeared out of thin air, and it was the familiar transparent wall again. Hua Tong turned his head suddenly to look at the outer city wall, and saw that outside the tall outer city wall, there was another taller and smoother giant wall. He turned his head again and looked at the huge monster flying out, and saw a black shadow chasing the huge monster. With a muffled sound, the huge monster changed direction again and flew towards the transparent rectangular wall. Hua Tong immediately shouted, "Scatter!" The transparent rectangle became more and more solid. When it was about to become a real wall, the huge monster smashed into it with a bang. The transparent wall was completely solid, and the timing was just right. The scene was silent, and everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The huge monster was sealed? Soon, the roar of the huge monster came from the closed rectangle, and there were bangs and bangs. With each collision, the closed rectangle rushed forward for a distance. The garrison troops dodged one after another, and all looked at Commander Hua blankly. Hua Tong was helped up by the garrison troops, who rushed over. He looked at the handsome young man falling from the sky, picked up the boy on the ground and flew to the top of the rectangle. The boy pressed on the top of the rectangle with one hand, and the roar of the huge monster became clear. Another collision. The closed rectangle rushed out. The boy fell backwards, was hugged by the handsome young man, and put on the ground. The handsome young man flew to the top of the rectangle again, and the powerful pressure unique to the fallen beast poured into it through the hole. The huge monster that went crazy in the closed rectangle suddenly quieted down and stopped hitting desperately. Only the painful wailing came from the rectangle. No one knew what the huge monster experienced in the closed rectangle, just like no one knew what the handsome young man was doing. People outside only saw the handsome young man standing on the top of the rectangle. He seemed to be doing nothing, but he was not idle. The wailing of the huge monster was the best proof. Everyone looked at the handsome young man on the rectangle until the wailing of the huge monster completely disappeared. The handsome young man folded his wings, jumped down from the rectangle, and glanced at everyone. Everyone was immediately terrified. which was even more chilling than facing a huge monster. Hua Tong was helped to walk towards the two people. Thank you for your help. What's your name? Qin Yinan had just plundered all the original energy of the huge monster. It was time to sort out and digest it. He was surrounded by terrifying deterrents. Cold as ice. And didn't want to talk to anyone. This is my big brother. Boyfriend. The emotionally affected man was very dissatisfied with the title of big brother and corrected coldly. It's a boyfriend. Jisoo grabbed the man's fingers and squeezed them to comfort the upset person. I had to introduce them again. This is my boyfriend. Qin Yinan. And I'm Jisoo. Hua Tong's eyes wandered between the two of them. When he heard Jisoo's name, his eyes paused and he took the initiative to extend his hand. I've heard of you for a long time. I'm Hua Tong, the commander of the outer city garrison. The people below may not know who Jisoo is, but the people in higher positions know Jisoo. And there have been many disputes over whether Jisoo should stay or go. Just as Jisoo was about to extend his hand, his wrist was held by the man, and he looked coldly at the commander Hua, who took the initiative to extend his hand. The meaning was very clear. Don't you have a boyfriend? Why do you want to touch someone else's boyfriend? Jisoo, Hua Tong, sweating coldly, said, I really don't have one. Jisoo had no choice but to withdraw his hand. A boyfriend who is in a bad mood should not be provoked. And he had to be coaxed carefully. Chapter 118. Hua Tong heard that Jisoo was a very powerful builder. The passage to the Scarlet Land had been opened and built by Jisoo. Even the solution to the Bloody Moth King in the Scarlet Land was his work. Even without Pu Jisha's prophecy, Jisoo was a rare talent. What puzzled Hua Tong was that there was such a powerful deformed person around Jisoo. Why no one had ever mentioned it? Not everyone could easily kick the huge monster from the abyss crack as a ball. Even a perfect deformed person might not have such strength. Hua Tong's sight fell on the closed rectangle not far away. How is the monster? Jisoo squeezed the man's fingers calmly. I don't know. I didn't see it. Maybe it hit itself to death? Hua Tong, do you believe this? Jisoo and Hua Tong looked at each other for a few seconds, and walked towards the closed rectangle. Open it and you know. Hua Tong hurriedly stopped him. If it can be sealed, it's better to keep it locked in. It's a mess now. It's hard to trap a terrible monster, so it's better not to let it out to increase the difficulty. Jisoo didn't know what the sealed rectangle looked like now. The scene was too bloody and unbelievable, so it was better not to open it, so that people would stay in the guessing stage. The fear in the outer city was absorbed by Qin Yinan, and the fear that was still being released would not attract another fallen beast. Or, Qin Yinan was in the giant city, not in the closed middle card, so it was impossible for a second one to come. The fallen beasts had a strong sense of territory. If they dared to invade the territory of other fallen beasts, it would be a fight to the death. There was a fierce cry in the sky, and the familiar two-headed deformed eagle swooped down. Just as it was about to land, it suddenly screamed, flapped its wings hard, and tried to fly high and far. It flew ups and downs and swayed, and finally fell into the ruins of the collapsed giant wall. Do Shihan climbed up with a gray face. His face was dark. I don't know what stimulated this two-headed deformed eagle, and suddenly went crazy. Instead of landing properly, it had to make a fancy crash. The sound of the giant city collapsing was not small. Do Shihan had been looking for Jisoo, hoping that he could help reinforce or repair the giant wall and prevent the invasion of deformed monsters. He asked the garrison at the inner city gate and found out that Jisoo had come to the outer city. So he found here all the way. He saw the abnormality here in the air and hurried over. Under the outer city wall, which was originally the most dangerous and chaotic, it was now quiet and harmonious. There were no deformed monsters, and even the huge monster in the intelligence was not seen. Do Shihan turned around and saw the gap in the collapsed giant wall. He also saw a taller giant wall standing outside the giant wall, which just surrounded the gap in the collapsed giant wall. Do Shihan, He saw from a distance that the city wall here was not right. Other places were normal, but only here it suddenly became a lot higher. It turned out that there was another giant wall outside the city wall. No wonder there was a situation of uneven height, since Jisoo was here, and there was such a huge wall as high as 100 meters. It was obvious that it was Jisoo's work. Do Shihan walked over quickly. The first thing he saw was not Jisoo, but the man with a strong presence beside Jisoo. At a glance, Do Shihan's vigilance was raised to the highest level. seeing him and Jisoo holding hands so intimately. His eyes paused, and then he asked about the 100-meter giant wall. Because the giant wall is too high and too thick. The sound insulation effect is very good, and the roar of the zombies outside the giant wall can only be heard vaguely. Standing under such a 100-meter giant wall, there is a strong sense of oppression and a strong sense of security. Jisoo said, "This is the giant wall I built in my spare time. Only a part of it has not been completed. The situation is urgent, so I can only put it out like this to block the attack of the zombies. At present, the zombies have indeed been blocked. But whether they will bypass other places without a 100-meter giant wall, Jisoo does not know. This is obviously what Do Shihan and Hua Tong are worried about." The two of them called the higher-ups at the same time to report the situation here, focusing on the 100-meter giant wall and asking for the next instructions. Not long after the call ended, someone came from the central city in a small plane with a unique shape to see what Do Shihan and Hua Tong said about the 100-meter giant city, and whether it is worth the huge city to pay Jisoo a high price for it. At this sight, all the people who came from the central city were dumbfounded. First of all, the 100-meter giant wall is really safe. The second thing is the integrity of the giant wall. As far as the eye can see, there is no seam, as if such a huge 100-meter giant wall is a hole. The wall surface is very smooth, not to mention whether the advanced crazy zombies can climb up. Even flies have to use crutches to climb up. Finally, the thickness, construction speed, and safety of the 100-meter giant wall. No one asked Jisoo about these questions. They only believed in the results of their own verification. So they tested it on the spot. And all the energy weapons and distortion capabilities were used on the 100-meter giant wall. While they were busy inspecting the 100-meter giant wall, the supporting military truck convoy also arrived. Lu Lingwang and Tao Yao got off the car, and the first thing they saw was the collapsed outer wall. Tao Yao's face turned pale as soon as he saw the collapsed location. Jisoo had no time to think about who was responsible for the collapsed section of the wall before. But when he saw Tao Yao's face, he knew the answer. Unfortunately, the location where the huge monster attacked was exactly the section of the wall that the Tao family was responsible for. Tao Yao didn't expect that his luck would be so bad this time, and the monster actually chose the wall he was responsible for to attack. The only thing to be thankful for was that although the wall collapsed, it did not cause too many casualties. This was a blessing in disguise. When he was investigated, his guilt could be minimized. After calming down, Tao Yao finally had time to observe the 100-meter giant wall outside. The more he looked, the more shock he felt. He knew that this might be Jisoo's abnormal ability, but he still felt incredible in his heart. He didn't want to, and didn't dare to believe it. What kind of ability could build such a tall and wide giant wall in such a short time? Compared with Jisoo, they, the builders, worked hard for more than a year. But in the end, the result was not as good as others raising their hands. Why did they feel so comfortable? The family responsible for building the giant wall took so many benefits and preferential treatment from the giant city, and finally gave such a result. This is not as simple as slapping in the face. This is smashing pots and bowls, ruining people's future, and forcing people to death. Tao Yao looked at Jisoo with mixed feelings. He didn't seem to know how many people he had offended unintentionally. Or he didn't care. As long as he was strong and valuable enough, he didn't care who he offended. The test results were countless times better than expected. The people from the central city were very excited and took the initiative to reach out to shake hands with Jisoo and receive the same treatment as Commander Hua Tong. The handsome man was like a cold-faced evil spirit, not allowing his boyfriend to touch other men, not even women. The senior officials of the central city, Jisoo smiled slightly. No need to say polite words. In order to avoid you continuing to waste time slowly testing, I might as well tell you personally that my building is not only strong and difficult to destroy, but also has the ability to isolate emotions. As long as you are in my building, the space is closed. Even if the fallen creature stands outside the door, it will not sense the fear in the building. And it is not easy to destroy the building. This point has been verified by the fallen beast himself. No one is more confident than Jisoo, and no fallen creature is more sensitive to fear than the fallen beast. Everyone at the scene, shock. Hua Tong's first reaction was to look at the closed rectangle, and the others followed suit. The square, tall and big thing appeared here very abruptly, before everyone had time to ask what it was. Someone finally asked at this moment. Tong swallowed his saliva. The huge monster that crawled out of the crack in the abyss was enclosed in the rectangle. It had been roaring and hitting, and it was jumping around with the rectangle. Everyone at the scene rushed over and circled around the enclosed rectangle, looking for damage or cracks. But unfortunately there were none. Just like the 100-meter giant wall, it was a whole, without splicing or gaps. Everyone slowly turned around and looked at the outer city wall that was knocked down by the huge monster. Everyone was silent for a while. Isn't this comparison ironic enough? The senior executives from the central city said solemnly, I wonder how long it will take Mr. G to build a complete 100-meter giant wall. As long as Jisoo is given enough time. Just to build the giant wall. Without the detailed buildings inside the giant wall. A few days will be enough. Jisoo said, time is not a problem. The problem is whether the giant city can give me a satisfactory reward. A senior executive said, I think time is the most fundamental problem. Jisoo glanced at the senior executive. As long as we can reach an agreement, I can build a 100-meter giant wall within 10 days. As soon as this was said, the faces of everyone on the scene changed. Jisoo easily said the 10-day deadline, as if it was a joke, and someone immediately expressed doubts, suspecting that Jisoo was bragging. Jisoo sneered, whether it is a lie, won't you know if you try it? Jisoo reminded everyone present. Before you are entangled in whether to believe me, shouldn't you get through the crisis first? My semi-finished giant wall is just for emergency use. If the crazy zombie tide bypasses the 100-meter giant wall, I will have no way to deal with it. Jisoo didn't need to remind this at all. There were already garrisons rushing to both ends of the 100-meter giant wall. It must be the first priority to defend the giant city. The chaos in the city will naturally be handled by other garrisons. The senior officials from the central city were unable to finalize the construction of a 100-meter long wall. This matter seemed simple, but it actually involved a lot of things. There were 8 major forces and families involved in the construction of the outer city wall alone. It was even more difficult to grasp the complex network of relationships behind these forces and families. Jisoo was only responsible for building the giant wall, and other problems were left to Juching to solve. Whether to build or not had little impact on Jisoo. But for Juching, it was a matter of life and death. Jisoo knew that there must be disagreements among the top leaders of Juching. Otherwise the purchase of the purification tree would not have been delayed. Jisoo had done what he could do, and the rest depended on Juching itself. He could not take care of everything by himself. Jisoo gave them time to discuss and went back first. Qin Yenin was in an unstable mood, and Jisoo was really afraid that he would suddenly do something. So it would be better to go back as soon as possible. Qin Yenin released his bat wings, picked up Jisoo and left. Several high-level people who came from the central city did not stop, and immediately went back to discuss the matter. The defense and cleaning of the outer city continued. In an abandoned town not far from Jingling Juching, several figures stood, closing their eyes to sense the fear of humans in the giant city. It was originally a foolproof plan, but the expected fear could not be condensed. The key point of the plan is to let the people in the giant city release their fear. As long as the concentration of fear reaches a certain level, they don't need to do anything, and the monsters in the abyss will naturally follow the smell and find it. If they are lucky, they may be able to attract nearby fallen beasts to come, and then leave the crazy corpse tied to attack the giant city. It is not impossible to destroy the human giant city in one fell swoop. Then they will have done a great job. The plan is very good, but unfortunately the fear emotion has not been able to condense. Such a thin fear emotion can only attract hungry brainless fallen creatures to come. The fallen creatures with a little wisdom will not make this trip on purpose, which is not cost effective. They have been waiting for so long. The monsters in the abyss have passed, and the crazy corpse tide has also been attracted. The fear emotion in the human giant city is still thin, as if a monster is stealing food, suppressing the fear emotion below a safe level. When a few bloodthirsty people were confused, a chuckle came from behind. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, the man with a feminine appearance slowly opened his eyes, and black mist surged in his eyes. No need to wait. The crazy corpse tide was blocked outside by a huge wall of 100 meters. And the abyss crack monsters that rushed into the outer city were also controlled. And they might have been solved. Impossible. Human deformed people don't have such ability. Humans want to solve the degenerate creatures in the abyss cracks. What a joke. They dare not even dream about it. As soon as these words came out, several bloodthirsty people immediately turned around and looked at the man and woman standing not far away with their arms folded. Could it be that the news they brought was true? Are there really degenerate beasts mixed with humans? Except for this possibility, it is really difficult to explain the matter of degenerate creatures. The feminine man also looked at the two people standing not far away. Don't doubt it. I saw a person with bat wings of a fallen beast in the outer city. He was holding a person and flying through the air. I saw it clearly. It was the bat wings of the fallen beast. If no one knew the news about the fallen beast in advance, just looking at the bat wings, no one would dare to think of the fallen beast. Who would have thought that the body of a fallen beast would be a human? It stands to reason that the fallen beast and the fallen creatures have no body. They are all transformed by the origin of dark matter. The body is the origin of dark matter. It is really hard to understand that a human suddenly appeared. This also made all the bloodthirsty people present feel the crisis. Humans are not scary. What is scary is the fallen beasts that are close to humans. When the bloodthirsty outsiders Tan Yuqing and Yi Ling found them with this news, they just thought it was ridiculous and thought they were looking for excuses for their failure. Everyone knows that the fallen beasts are uncontrollable and humans are the food of the fallen beasts. How could there be a fallen beast close to humans? Facts have proved that the two bloodthirsty people coming from the west did not lie. And such fallen beasts really exist. Sexy and charming Yi Ling walked over slowly. But you only saw him in human form. But what we saw was his true form of a fallen beast. If he hadn't suddenly intervened, we wouldn't have lost Hope City, let alone a leader. Tan Yuqing, wrapped in black clothes and thin, walked over with a black umbrella. We have no chance of winning against a fallen beast. And we may even anger it, and bring disaster to the bloodthirsty giant city. Yi Ling smiled. It's impossible to kill a fallen beast. But it's possible to make it uncontrollable. The feminine man thought. Whatever you are obsessed with, you destroy it. Destroying the medium that allows the fallen beast to get close to humans can make the fallen beast return to an uncontrollable state. Chapter 119. Jisoo didn't know what the bloodthirsty man was planning. He and Qin Yinan returned to Zhongke and planned to fill their stomachs before returning to the inner city. The outer city was still in chaos. The protective wall had not weathered yet. There were multiple walls and multiple layers of protection. Jisoo prepared to fry steak to eat. It was convenient and quick. Qin Yinan was in human form now, and should be able to eat human food. Unfortunately, he didn't eat it. He was absorbing the constant fear from the outside world, and didn't feel hungry at all. Jisoo had long discovered that Qin Yinan's mood was not right. He could still restrain himself in front of outsiders. But he became a clingy boyfriend in the car. Wherever Jisoo went, he followed him. Even when frying steak, he would hug him from behind, holding Jisoo's hand, and the two of them would fry together, and kiss each other from time to time. Jisoo had only seen clingy little fallen beasts, but had never seen such a clingy boyfriend. He was a little overwhelmed. After exchanging another long kiss, Jisoo had to push him away. Stop making trouble. I'm starving. I need to eat. Jisoo pointed to a spot one step away and told him to stand there and not move. The man stood at the spot Jisoo designated, looking at him eagerly, his eyes innocent and aggrieved. His personality had switched to the beast mode. Jisoo brought the fried steak, washed a plate of fruit, and sat alone at the small dining table to eat. After filling his stomach, he saw the man still standing there, with a thoughtful look on his face. Jisoo laughed. What are you thinking about? So serious. The man said without blinking. I'm thinking about how to eat you. Jisoo, Jisoo. Jisoo's smile froze on his face, and he stretched out his hand to rub the man's head. Tell me first, how old are you mentally now? I'm not interested in Xiao Duo's boyfriend in beast mode. The man's face was tense, and his facial contours were clearer, showing his unhappy emotions clearly. I'm 26. Jisoo cleaned up the small dining table and said perfunctorily. Yeah. It's amazing. You're already 26. Jisoo just picked up the empty plate, and was suddenly picked up by the waist, his feet off the ground, and was carried all the way to the bedroom on the roof, and fell on the soft big bed. The tall figure covered the person and hugged him tightly, saying in a muffled voice, I'm 26 years old. I don't want to be a virgin anymore. Jisoo couldn't help but burst out laughing. Is this the result of being a virgin? Isn't it because of your ability that you have been single for so many years? The man was even more unhappy. Don't laugh. Jisoo tried hard to hold back his laughter. Brother. Big brother. You are not in the right state now. I dare not take your body. I am afraid that you will come to me to make trouble after you are normal. How about you keep it? Man, eh? The man had a dark face, held down the person rolling on the bed, and directly blocked the chattering mouth. It was originally just a kiss with a hidden warning, but it got a little out of control as the kiss went on. Jisoo was still rational, and sensing danger, he hurriedly pushed the man away. Wait. Are you serious? The man's breath was unstable, and his light eyes had turned into golden vertical pupils. Really? Eat you. Jisoo, What mode is this fallen beast in? Jisoo's legs moved, and were soon suppressed by force, but the size still made his scalp tingle, and he was scared without hesitation. Brother, we have nothing now. Our sizes are not matched. It will kill people. The man buried his head in his neck. No, I will be a little smaller. Jisoo, The body trembled. And what should I do if I want to laugh again? But I can't laugh. If I laugh again, someone with emotional confusion will definitely be angry. The man looked up alertly, and Jisoo immediately turned his face away, trying to hold back his laughter. The man was suspicious. Are you laughing? Jisoo said seriously. No, I'm not laughing. The man narrowed his eyes. You were laughing secretly. I saw it. Jisoo broke his composure and laughed again. Tell me how you can become smaller first. Is that thing able to be enlarged or shrunk and has a built-in shrinking function? Ha ha ha. After angering her overbearing, clingy and sensitive boyfriend, she was pressed on the bed and taught a lesson. Jisoo was in so much pain that she kept slapping the bed and asking him to be smaller. The man told him pitifully and innocently that this was already the smallest model, and it couldn't be any smaller. Jisoo, You really can't believe a word of a man's lies in bed. We agreed to return to the inner city in the afternoon, but we didn't go back until the next day. In addition to Jisoo's physical condition, the inner city gate was blocked. There were too many survivors gathered at the gate. They were in fear and extremely irritable. The inner city gate could not be opened. Otherwise it would definitely cause a riot. Before the chaos in the outer city is completely quelled, no one left in the outer city is allowed to enter the inner city unless they can fly over from the sky. Jisoo's middle card is left in the outer city, and he can't go back to the inner city alone. If the top leaders of the giant city want to find him, they must come to the outer city. Jisoo is not worried that they can't find him. The next afternoon, the modified small energy aircraft in the central city accurately found Jisoo's location and came to pick him up to go to the central city to discuss the remuneration. You can't mess with a man who has just started to eat. Jisoo was tossed around so hard that his waist and buttocks hurt, not to mention getting out of bed. Even sitting up was difficult. He lay on the bed in despair. Someone fed him when he ate, and someone carried him to the toilet. He just slept and built a 100-meter giant wall in his sea of consciousness. As long as Qin Yinan was there, he could think about nothing and be a hands-off shopkeeper. So when the people from the central city came to discuss the remuneration, Jisoo did not show up. Qin Yinan did it for him. Now no one in the upper echelons didn't know that Jisoo had a very powerful boyfriend, since they were a family. If Jisoo was inconvenient, his boyfriend would show up, and it would be the same. Qin Yinan could go to the central city, but he was worried about leaving Jisoo alone in the outer city. He picked him up from the bed and wanted to take him away with him. Jisoo clung to the bed and refused to let go. He wanted to sleep and didn't want to argue with those people. Qin Yinan had no choice but to tell him not to go out and stay in the car. He would be back soon. All those who could leave had left, but Tao Yao could not leave. He had to give an explanation to the higher-ups for the collapse of the outer city wall that he was responsible for. He was trying his best to restore the impact of the collapse of the city wall on the Tao family, when he received a call from the Tao family in the inner city. The call was from Tao Hengji, who scolded him without saying a word, and it was obvious that he had received the news of the collapse of the outer city wall since the death of his two elder brothers at the beginning of the apocalypse. Tao Hengji, who had always been idle and spent his days in debauchery, also became more active. In the past, when Mr. Tao retired, the head of the Tao family was the eldest son Tao Yunji, and the second son Tao Yuanji also had his own company. An apocalypse took away the eldest son and his wife, and the second son Tao Yuanji, now the only son of the Tao family, Tao Yin, is alive. It stands to reason that Tao Yuanji should be the one in charge of the entire Tao family if Tao Yuanji is not around. But Mr. Tao is still alive. After losing two sons in succession, he loves his only youngest son even more. So much so that Tao Hingji wants to compete with his eldest nephew. On the phone, Tao Hingji was still scolding him for being incompetent. Originally, he had a son who was a builder, which made him very prestigious in Jiqing. He insisted on taking him back to the Tao family regardless of his illegitimate status and his wife's obstruction. But now, Tao Yao has caused him such a big disaster. Tao Hingji's first reaction to the news was that he must not affect the Tao family or his position in the Tao family. Seeing that the entire Tao family was about to be in his pocket, he would not allow any mistakes. Tao Yao, you have to take responsibility for the trouble you caused. Don't drag the whole Tao family into it. When you asked your brother to be in charge of the outer city wall with you, you refused because Tao Lin was not a builder and didn't know how to build. Now that something has happened, don't expect your family to take responsibility for you. Either you take all the responsibility and losses, or leave the Tao family. It's your choice. The call was hung up. Tao Yao stood alone in the ruins with his mobile phone in his hand. After a long time, he laughed. It was indeed something that Tao Hingji could do. He only wanted benefits and didn't want to take any risks. Once something happened, he would be pushed out to take the blame. Tao Yao had actually thought of this a long time ago. He shouldn't have any expectations of the Tao family. But when it came to it, he still felt cold all over. Tao Yao looked at the 100-meter giant wall for a long time without moving. There were footsteps behind him. Tao Yao thought it was his assistant and said tiredly, "Let me be alone for a while." The footsteps were still approaching, and Tao Yao shouted angrily, "Get lost." The footsteps did not stop until they stopped behind Tao Yao. Tao Yao was so angry that he had nowhere to vent. He turned around and faced a pair of eyes filled with black mist. Tao Yao was stunned and subconsciously took another look. The black mist was like a whirlpool, enveloping his consciousness. He felt dizzy and his brain was dull. There was a voice talking to him in his head. "I understand your resentment and unwillingness. Now there is a chance. As long as you kill Jisoo, you will get everything you want. Don't hesitate. Don't struggle. And reach out your hand." The extremely thin Yuan Ju stretched out his hand. Tao Yao's eyes were dull. The black mist in Yuan Ju's eyes was being transmitted to Tao Yao. He slowly stretched out his hand. His consciousness was struggling and his instinct was resisting. The voice in my head was still talking. "Don't reject me. I am your dark side. I know everything about you. You had a miserable childhood. Your mother gave birth to you just to marry into the Tao family. Waiting day after day, she became suspicious and worried about gains and losses. And when she got the news that Tao Hingji was getting married, she went completely crazy. She wanted to take you to commit suicide together, so that Tao Hingji would regret it for the rest of his life. She stabbed you twice, thinking that you would die. So she committed suicide with peace of mind. You were saved. She died. All your misfortunes come from the Tao family. There is no doubt that Tao Hingji has no fatherly love for you. If you are not a deformed person, not a builder, he would not recognize you at all. Everything you want can only be taken back by yourself. I will help you." The struggling consciousness hesitated. A broken branch grew out of Yuan Ju's wrist and pierced into Tao Yao's wrist. He seemed to have no pain, letting the broken branch drill into his flesh and blood. The voice in his mind bewitched him. "Go. Find Jisoo. Do what you want to do." The black fog rolled, completely covering Tao Yao's lifeless eyes. He did not move. Standing quietly, Yuan Ju, who was only skin and bones, seemed to have completed his last mission. He turned around and left at a very fast speed, and did not stop until he entered a residential building, under the skin close to the bones. Countless tentacles were wriggling, and small blood-colored flowers emerged from the shriveled skin, quickly covering the whole person, leaving behind a human-shaped flower art. Chapter 120. The result of power dispersion is that meetings have to be held for everything. If no satisfactory result is reached, meetings will be held and discussions will continue. Even if Qin Yanan personally came forward, he could not solve the problem at once. The first time Qin Yanan went there, he only listened to the representatives of all parties arguing for half an hour. And then he got up and left. He only said one sentence during the whole process. "Wait until you have discussed the result and then come to me." As a result, the next day, people from the central city came to pick him up for negotiation. Qin Yanan showed his attitude. He and Jisoo had discussed what kind of compensation he needed. He stated his requirements. If Jiqing agreed, they would cooperate. If not, they would not cooperate. It was very simple. Their conditions were set. If Juqing wanted to argue, they could do it slowly in private. They only gave 2 days. If they were late, they would not wait. Qin Yanan would not continue to listen to their nonsense. It was not until the last minute of the deadline that Juqing responded. They agreed. As for how to appease and resettle the 8 major forces and families originally responsible for the outer city wall after agreeing to it, it is their own business. Jisoo and Qin Yanan will not participate in it. The matter of building a 100-meter giant wall has been agreed. And there is also the matter of the purification sapling. Qin Yanan is too lazy to delay and listen to their repeated inquiries and tests. After being cultivated in blood and mincemeat for this period of time, the purification sapling has grown to the height of a person's calf. In order to facilitate movement, the purification sapling has been kept in a large flower pot. Qin Yanan simply moved the entire large flower pot over and let them see it for themselves. Seeing the seedling growing together with the purification tree in Jisoo's hand, many people did not believe that this was also a purification tree. In words and deeds, they still wanted the one in Jisoo's hand. After all, the purification liquid produced by that tree has been tested for planting and confirmed to be effective. Qin Yanan understood what they were thinking. If it weren't for the fact that it takes too much blood from deformed animals to cultivate a purification tree, this one wouldn't be a seedling. If Juqing insists on buying the already grown purification tree, I can tell you that the price will only be higher than it is now. After all, we have cultivated it so far, and every time we go out hunting, the casualties and consumption are not small. It is impossible not to return. And Jingling Juqing is far away from our base. If you want it, you can only go and get it yourself. We don't provide delivery. Any problems on the way can only be borne by you. And it has nothing to do with us. Qin Yanan's words made all the representatives present look ugly. No matter what they thought, Qin Yanan had made it clear that these were very realistic problems. Now it is the end of the world. How dangerous it is outside. They know it even though they have never been out. If they really want to transport a tree back from such a far place, no one can predict what will happen on the way. If something really happens, the responsibility will definitely fall on them. Qin Yanan gave them time to think. As long as the 100-meter giant wall is built and the purification sapling is handed over to Juqing, they can go back. Jisoo's 100-meter giant wall had already been partially constructed. After 2 days of wrangling, his 100-meter giant wall had been completed. While waiting for Qin Yanan to come back and arrange the giant city, he began to further construct the buildings inside the giant wall. This was a delicate job, and the construction speed was slow. Jisoo just killed time. When Tao Yao came over, Jisoo was sitting barefoot on the carpet, eating grapes while building the buildings inside the wall. He heard someone outside the protective wall calling him, and the voice sounded familiar. Jisoo left the conscious world and listened carefully. He heard that it was Tao Yao outside. Jisoo's attitude towards Tao Yao has always been rejection and disregard. He never thought that he would have any connection with the Tao family. Thinking of Xiao Liani who married into the Tao family, Jisoo felt that he had a big connection with the Tao family. He always remembered the words Qin Yanan asked. Xiao Liani is still alive and living so well. Does she deserve it? Of course she doesn't deserve it. She is just a selfish and vain woman. Everything she has now is built on the pain of others. How can she live a stable and happy life? Death is a relief. The Xia family doesn't even deserve death. They only deserve to live in humiliation. Since Tao Yao came and Jisoo happened to have time, he planned to meet Tao Yao. Maybe he could know something about Xiao Liani. So he walked out of the protective wall in slippers. After not seeing each other for a few days, Tao Yao looked much thinner and haggard, but in good spirits. When he saw Jisoo coming out, he stared at him with a pair of eyes, which were full of persistence, madness and greed. Jisoo frowned slightly. The Tao Yao in front of him was different from the previous times. Even if he was hypocritical and pretended, he was humble and polite. Even if he had some little thoughts, he would not express them so directly. Jisoo stood a few steps away from Tao Yao. The crystal bracelet slipped into his palm, playing with each bead. What do you want from me? Tao Yao was still staring at Jisoo. Let me ask. What is the relationship between your boyfriend and Xiao Liani? Does this have anything to do with you? You, who came to ask this question in person, have a good relationship with her? Jisoo was full of defense against the person in front of him, and always felt that he was weird. Tao Yao grinned. His smile was hideous and twisted. Of course it's not good. They should have gone to hell long ago. One is a scumbag, and the other is a snake. It's a perfect match. Let me ask clearly. If he also has a grudge against Xiaoliani, we can join forces. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. How about we bring down the Tao family together? Not so good. We want to move the Tao family. We don't need to join forces with anyone. Besides, their target is only Xiaoliani. It has nothing to do with the Tao family. If the Tao family wants to protect Xiaoliani, they can only deal with the Tao family together. Tao Yao stared at Jisoo, his expression changing unpredictably. You may not understand yet. If you want to deal with the Tao family, you must first ask Commander Chang if he agrees. With such a backer, do you really think the Tao family is easy to deal with? Jisoo, don't worry about that. Jisoo and Qin Yan'an have considered this issue. Whether it is building a 100-meter giant wall or selling purification saplings, there are variable conditions. Just in case, Qin Yan'an's strength is indeed strong. And Jisoo does not want Qin Yan'an to solve the problem by force if it can be solved peacefully. Jisoo thinks it is not worthwhile to offend the human giant city or expose the identity of the fallen beast for a Xiaoliani. The Tao family is rooted in the giant city and knows the importance of power. Sometimes it is more effective than solving problems with force. Tao Yao said sinisterly, I think cooperation is the safest. Since you don't want to cooperate, I can only do this myself. Tao Yao finished speaking and stood still. Jisoo had been on guard against him, waiting for him to leave first. Tao Yao had a strange expression, staring at Jisoo motionlessly. Jisoo didn't know why he was acting so strangely today. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in the sole of his right foot, as if pierced by something sharp. He quickly raised his foot and pulled out a bloody dead branch, one end of which grew underground, and the other end was still stuck in his sole. Jisoo's expression changed. He could clearly feel that there were many tentacles wriggling in the flesh and blood of his right foot, climbing and spreading rapidly along his right foot to his right leg. His flesh and blood were being absorbed quickly, nourishing these strange tentacles that occupied his body. Jisoo looked down and saw blood-colored flowers coming out from under the skin of his right foot and right leg, quickly covering his right foot and right calf. As the tentacles climbed upward, the blood-colored flowers also spread upward. Jisoo smelled the sweet fragrance of flowers, and his head was dizzy. The scene of his parents' death appeared in front of him. Mom's twisted arms and broken neck were right in front of him. Dad was hanging in the driver's seat with a blurry face. Blood was pouring down the hole on his head. His eyes were fixed on Jisoo, as if silently condemning him. If there hadn't been this trip, this wouldn't have happened. If Jisoo had been more sensible, and had been more considerate of his parents' hard work, and hadn't asked his parents to take him on a trip out of their busy schedule, the car accident wouldn't have happened. It's all his fault. He was the one who caused all this. He killed his parents. Tao Yao's eyes were filled with black mist, and the corners of his mouth were pulled up high, revealing a hideous smile. I heard that you want to build a wall for the human giant city. That won't do. With you and that person, it has increased the difficulty for us to take over the human giant city. It's too troublesome. We can only get rid of you first. I also hope that that person can return to the right path as soon as possible. Go to where the fallen beast should go. Do what the fallen beast should do. And don't mix with humans. Roar! A roar came from the central city, and a huge black shadow soared into the sky, flying towards the outer city like a sharp arrow. All the horrible illusions were shattered by this roar. Jisoo looked up and saw the black shadow in the air coming quickly, because he was too anxious. The huge bat wings had already shaken out the afterimage. Jisoo looked helpless, and time went back. Jisoo returned to the time when he was sitting on the carpet eating grapes and building the building inside the wall. His right foot and the whole right leg were still in severe pain, and the feeling of foreign objects climbing and swallowing in the flesh and blood still remained in his body memory. Jisoo hugged his right foot at the first time, bending over in pain. All his defenses were placed on Tao Yao. Who would have thought that the danger would be underground? Under his feet? Tao Yao was still calling him outside the protective wall. Jisoo sat on the carpet for a while before walking down in slippers, standing at the door of the protective wall, looking at Tao Yao waiting outside. He threw a crystal bead without saying a word. Tao Yao was blown away by the sudden attack. The closed rectangle that had been waiting behind him was half solidified. Tao Yao fell in, and the closed rectangle just completely solidified. Tao Yao never dreamed that Jisoo would attack him without saying a word. He loudly questioned Jisoo in the closed rectangle what he meant, why he attacked him. and why he locked him up. Jisoo dealt with Tao Yao neatly and limped back to the roof. He needed to slow down and adapt to the pain left in his memory as soon as possible, so that Qin Yanan would not see the clues when he came back. Qin Yanan, who was in the central city, suddenly stood up angrily and frightened all the high-level executives who were still arguing into silence. Qin Yanan's aura was already very scary. He suddenly stood up angrily, and his aura was overwhelming. Most of the people present were ordinary people, and they could not stand his aura. They were pale and stiff in their seats, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Qin Yanan's expression changed several times. When he really stood up, he realized that his anger was inexplicable. He had been listening to them arguing before, and although he was annoyed, he was not so angry. Qin Yanan thought about it for a while, and knew the reason. No one except Jisoo could make him so angry. The reason for his anger must have happened before. Now he is calm, which can only mean that Jisoo used the ability to recall. For Jisoo to use the ability to recall, he must have encountered a danger that is difficult to solve. He sensed Jisoo's fear. Otherwise, he would not bring his anger to this time period. Thinking of this, Qin Yanan's face became even uglier. He picked up the purification sapling and left the meeting room quickly without looking back. The high-level executives, who were suppressed to the point of suffocation, were able to breathe normally only after Qin Yanan left. They were all flushed and looked at each other in fear, wondering what kind of abnormal ability Qin Yanan had. It was too scary. Jisoo devoted himself to building the city's buildings, trying to divert his attention and forget the pain in his right foot before Qin Yanan came back. However, before a roof was built, he heard the sound of the protective door being opened. Qin Yanan came back early. Chapter 121. Jisoo immediately came out of his conscious world and jumped off the bed. He didn't dare to use his right foot subconsciously. He put on his slippers and was about to get out of the car to take a look. He saw Qin Yanan had come up with a sullen face. Jisoo felt guilty for no reason. When Qin Yanan left, he repeatedly told him not to go out and wait for him to come back. As a result, he not only went out, but was also plotted against. The guilty feeling lasted only a moment. Jisoo quickly remembered that Qin Yanan had no memory of what happened before the time went back, which meant that he couldn't have known that he had gone out. Thinking of this, his confidence returned instantly. Jisoo took the initiative. You came back just in time. Tao Yao came to see me just now. His behavior was weird, so I sealed him up. There was such an obvious sealed box standing outside. You had to be blind to see it. Besides, the person sealed inside kept shouting, asking Jisoo to let him out. Qin Yanan was not distracted by him and asked him with a serious face, Did you go out? Jisoo blinked innocently. No. Qin Yanan, you used the ability to recall. Jisoo, What with such a confident tone? Is he playing a psychological game with him? Qin Yanan took a step forward. What are you doing out? Jisoo stepped back subconsciously and immediately raised his right foot as soon as it touched the ground, and then put it down again as if he remembered something. Qin Yanan's eyes fell on his right foot. What's wrong with your foot? Nothing. As soon as Jisoo spoke, he was hugged by the waist by the man, carried all the way into the bedroom, put on his legs and let him sit down, lifted his right foot and looked at it. The white and clean foot. No injury. Qin Yanan knew what was going on as soon as he thought about it. There was no wound now, which could only mean that he was injured before the recall. Jisoo had the memory before the recall, and the pain before the recall would also be brought along. Qin Yanan's face darkened. How did you get hurt? Don't lie. Answer honestly. Jisoo thought he could hide it smoothly. He had to tell him the truth about what happened before the flashback, including what Tao Yao said. The strange behavior, the dead branch that came out of the ground and pierced the sole of his right foot, and the blood-colored flowers that grew out of his flesh and blood, and the sweet flower fragrance that could create a terrifying hallucination. He didn't dare to hide anything anymore, and told everything in detail, which made Qin Yanan's face completely black. Jisoo quickly hugged him, admitted his mistake, and promised to be more careful next time, and would take care of everything in the world, just hoping that Qin Yanan would not be angry. Qin Yanan's face darkened. You know I'd be angry, but you still don't obey and run away? Jisoo, I just want to see if I can find out the news about the Tao family and that woman. Qin Yanan's eyes were gloomy. He originally planned to take Xiao Liani with him when he left, and throw her to the Xia family in Yunhai City, so that they could fight among themselves. bite each other, and torture each other. Since the Xia family can give their niece to an old man like Jiang hanging for the sake of profit, they have completely lost their bottom line and humanity. Xia Liani fell into the hands of the Xia family, and then let the Xia family know that all their misfortunes came from Xia Liani. You can imagine how Xia Liani will be treated in the Xia family. Qin Yanan didn't think of letting Xia Liani die immediately. That would be too easy for her. She must be tortured and die in endless reluctance and despair. Qin Yanan put Jisoo on the bed. Stay in the car and don't go out. Don't make me angry. Jisoo dared not to respond. So she had to nod obediently and wait for him to come back in the car. After waiting for a while until the evening, Qin Yanan came back with a bloody smell on his body. He didn't approach Jisoo, but went into the bathroom alone and washed himself before coming out. Jisoo sat on the bed and looked at him. The man with a wet body came over and leaned over to kiss him. Have you eaten? Yes. Qin Yanan didn't have to eat recently. Every time he watched him eat, Jisoo didn't wait for him. What did you do? Jisoo could probably guess, but wanted to hear Qin Yanan's details. Qin Yanan got on the bed, hugged the man and lay down, and told Jisoo in detail what he did when he went out. The source of the chaos in the outer city has been caught by Jisoo. It is easy to solve the chaos in the outer city. First, clean up the fragrance that creates hallucinations, and then focus on dealing with people who have become crazy corpses because of fear. Such poisonous flower fragrance is effective for humans, but not for Qin Yanan. He went to find Do Shenhan and asked him to lead people to deal with the crazy corpses. Just give him the things that emit fragrance. Several places with strong fragrance have been found by the garrison, and the humanoid flower art has been burned by the deformed people with fire ability. But the fragrance still lingers, and the source cannot be found at all. The garrison is looking for the source of the fragrance all over the outer city. Qin Yanan knows where the source of the fragrance is. The bloody flowers on the surface have been destroyed, but the roots spreading everywhere underground are still there. If you want to completely clean up the illusion seeds, you must clean up all the roots and branches. This is very difficult for the garrison. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground to find the illusion seeds, if you fall down and touch the flesh, it will soon spread everywhere. This is a troublesome and dangerous degenerate thing. It is no exaggeration to say that it is not impossible to easily destroy the human giant city, once the garrison digs the ground to find it. It may also alert the enemy. The branches of the illusion species can be separated from the main body and disguised as a dead branch. It is difficult for human instruments to detect it because the dead branch state is a dead object and will not have any energy reaction. Once it encounters flesh and blood, it will come alive. This is also the main reason why the dead branches of the illusion species can sneak into the giant city. This information seems to be engraved in the genes of the fallen beasts. As long as you encounter it, you will know it. Before Qin Yanan saw the human-shaped flower art and the blood-colored flower, he had no idea what it was. After listening to Jisoo's description, the information about this thing in his mind gradually became complete. And he also had enough understanding of the illusion species. It was because of this understanding that Qin Yanan knew how to deal with this kind of fallen thing. He did not let the garrison continue to search, and he did not want to alarm the roots of the illusion species hidden underground, and tried not to give it the opportunity to become a dead branch and destroy it in one fell swoop. Qin Yanan went to the slaughterhouse with the most human-shaped flower art. When he lifted the floor, he could see the tangled white roots, like entangled earthworms, slowly wriggling. It is better to say that it is a fallen living thing than a fallen plant. Qin Yanan's method was simple and crude. He grabbed a piece of the phantom seed root and directly extracted all the energy of the root. This was also the main reason why Qin Yanan was worried about alerting the enemy. No matter how far the phantom seed roots spread or how deep they took root, they were a whole. As long as they were eliminated before the roots broke off, the problem could be solved completely. The source energy in the roots was pitifully small. Qin Yanan knew that this was just a disaster caused by a dead branch of the phantom seed, not the main body of the phantom seed. So the source energy was so thin. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough and did not give the dead branch a chance to break off. The energy had been completely extracted, and it was completely dead. If there was no second piece of phantom seed dead branch, the crisis of the giant city would be considered to have passed. If there was another piece, it would be a new disaster. The existence of the phantom seed itself was a disaster. As a fallen creature, the phantom seed would not work for the bloodthirsty people. Being able to mix with the bloodthirsty people must have reached some kind of agreement. The bloodthirsty people are still determined to destroy humanity. After this crisis, there will definitely be another crisis waiting. If they want to solve the problem once and for all, they can only take the initiative to attack and destroy the bloodthirsty giant city. Otherwise, passive defense is not a long-term solution. After solving the phantom species in the outer city, Qin Yinan followed the garrison to kill the crazy corpses. The number of crazy corpses he killed alone can be compared with the entire outer city garrison. He wanted to solve the chaos in the outer city as soon as possible. Take Tao Yao to the inner city and solve the matter of the Tao family hurting Jisoo. No matter what the reason, this account will only be counted on the Tao family. In the next 2 days, Qin Yinan continued to follow the garrison to clean up the crazy corpses. People from the central city came to pick him up to discuss the purification tree. But he refused. People in the central city were a little uneasy. Every time they came to pick up Qin Yinan, he was under great pressure. It was really that this man's aura was too strong. He could pick people up smoothly before, but this time he was rejected, which inevitably made people feel uneasy. People in the central city, yes. Did something happen? Qin Yinan's face was gloomy. He went to the central city to discuss the construction of the giant wall and the purification tree. His lover was attacked in the back. This person was Tao Yao, who was responsible for building the outer city wall of the Tao family. And standing behind the Tao family was General Chang, one of the 5 army commanders. It was still at the critical stage of the negotiation. This move was really intriguing. If the giant city did not give them an explanation, then the giant wall would not be built, and the purification tree would not be sold to the giant city. After hearing the reason, the people in the central city turned pale. He was just a clerk below. He didn't know what to do when he encountered such a big thing. He could only rush back to report the matter. The high-level officials in the central city were also caught off guard by the news. They belonged to different military commanders, and they all had conspiracy theories. Was it because Commander Chang was dissatisfied with the cooperation and secretly took action to destroy the cooperation? The high-level officials under Commander Chang's faction all had dark faces. This is slander. Both the 100-meter giant wall and the purification tree are indispensable to the development of the human giant city. We are actively promoting them and have no intention of hindering them. I think they can't build the giant wall. And the sapling is also fake. They are afraid of being discovered. So they directed and performed a farce by themselves. The reputation of the commander. How can we allow them to slander us? The clerk said tremblingly, Mr. Chi has already caught the person who attacked him. And he sealed it up. The indignant General Chang and his group, Someone asked uncertainly, Did you see with your own eyes that it was Tao Yao from the Tao family? The clerk shook his head. He didn't know Tao Yao at all. So how could he know if it was him in the sealed box? The senior officials of General Chang's group all looked grim. Jisoo and Qin Yinan were not stupid, since they said that the attacker had been caught. It should be true. Otherwise, it would not stand up to verification. Anyone who knew him would know it at a glance. Everyone present had received the general's approval, and they were all thinking about how to gain greater benefits for Jiqing. They never thought that such a thing would suddenly happen. How could the negotiation continue? Originally, I invited Qin Yinan to come here today. In addition to discussing the purification tree, I also wanted to ask how Jisoo's 100-meter giant wall was prepared and when it could be deployed. The tide of crazy corpses blocked outside the giant wall has begun to spread to both sides of the 100-meter giant wall. The garrison is trying its best to stop it. It won't be long before it will hit the outer city wall built by others. If it is lost, the outer city will be in crisis again. There is no other way. They can only report this matter and let several army commanders make a decision. The 5 army commanders who received the news did not expect things to turn out like this. Army Commander Chang was also involved, which made him furious. After a brief discussion, the 5 army commanders unanimously agreed to meet Jisoo and Qin Yinan in person. The fragrance of flowers in the outer city has been purified, and the crazy corpses have been basically cleared. The citizens gathered at the inner city gate have been evacuated home. As soon as the inner city gate was open normally, the confidants of the 5 army commanders came to find them. Among the few people, Jisoo and Qin Yinan only knew Do Shenhan. They asked the two about the whole process of Tao Yao's attack and asked to see Tao Yao with their own eyes. In order to prevent Tao Yao from suffocating to death, Jisoo deliberately left some finger-thick ventilation holes on the sealed box. On the day of being sealed, Tao Yao still had the strength to shout. Since Qin Yinan came back, He has been quiet. In order to see Tao Yao, Jisoo wore away the front wall until it was transparent, so that they could see through the transparent window. The person locked in the sealed box, leaning against the wall, was so thin that his bones were just skin and bones, and his appearance was very scary. When several confidants saw it, they couldn't help but frown, and looked at Jisoo with fear. Jisoo knew what they were thinking. Don't get me wrong. I didn't cause him to be like this. You may not know that the source of the disaster in the outer city is him. It is a strange fallen plant that can grow in the human body, and then grow blood-colored flowers from the skin. The sweet fragrance that can create a fearful illusion comes from these blood-colored flowers, which are the human-shaped flower art that appeared in the outer city. He became like this because he has a phantom seed growing in his body. He came to me on the pretext of discussing something, but secretly controlled the roots of the phantom seed to enter the ground and attack me. So far, there has been no case of survival after the phantom seed roots enter the body. So his purpose is very clear. He wants to kill me. After Jisoo finished speaking, he knocked on the transparent window. Tao Yao, who was motionless, slowly opened his eyes. The black fog that controlled him had dissipated from the vent. The person in front of him was the real Tao Yao. Jisoo, let them see your arms. No one can help you now. You can only save yourself. Tao Yao's shrunken face showed a twisted smile. With his skinny fingers, he slowly pulled up his long sleeves, revealing a layer of blood-colored flowers covering his skin. The confidants were all secretly shocked. Song Jun, the confidant of General Chang, said, "Why did you kill Mr. G?" The roots and blood-colored flowers had not blocked Tao Yao's throat yet. He could still speak, but his voice was particularly hoarse. The outer wall I was responsible for collapsed. The Tao family asked me to take all the responsibility. I couldn't affect the Tao family or the relationship between the Tao family and General Chang. This responsibility was too heavy. I couldn't bear it. So I was bewitched by the bloodthirsty people to kill Jisoo. The bloodthirsty people wanted to stop Jisoo from building a giant wall for the human giant city. They were afraid of Jisoo's ability. Hearing Tao Yao say this in person, several confidants all looked saw him. As the confidants of the army commander, they naturally knew Pu Jixia's prediction. This was also the reason why Juchen kept delaying the matter of Jisoo. Pu Kun's attitude to keep Jisoo was very firm. There were both supporters and opponents. Many meetings were held, but there was no conclusion until now. Juchen wanted to keep Jisoo, but the bloodthirsty people wanted to get rid of Jisoo. It seemed that Jisoo did pose a threat to the bloodthirsty people, which led to this attack. Several confidants had no more questions and took Jisoo and Qin Yinan to the central city to discuss the solution of this matter with the army commanders in person. Qin Yinan drove a medium truck and took Jisoo and Tao Yao to the central city. Since arriving in Jicheng, this is the first time that the highest authority has taken the initiative to ask to see them. Some things are better to be determined in person, and it is necessary to meet in person. Chapter 122. Qin Yinan met Tao Yao when Jisoo opened the air hole for the sealed box. Tao Yao knew that he would die, but before he died, he wanted to drag the entire Tao family to hell, which led to the previous conversation. If he wanted the Tao family to never stand up, he had to involve General Chang. For his reputation in Jicheng, General Chang would definitely not protect the Tao family. Not only would he not protect it, he would trample the Tao family into the mud even more cruelly. This coincided with Qin Yinan's purpose, which gave Tao Yao the opportunity to live until now. It was Qin Yinan who suppressed the roots of the illusion in his body for him, preventing the illusion from swallowing him immediately. He wanted to see the destruction of the Tao family with his own eyes, and he could endure all the inhuman pain for this. The bloodthirsty man's control over Tao Yao was cut off as early as when he was sealed, and the roots of the illusion began to grow wildly. If Qin Yinan had not suppressed it, he would have been a human flower art by now. Tao Yao cannot die now. In addition to being a witness, Qin Yinan also needs to use him to deal with the Tao family and the unpredictable military commanders in Jicheng. It is a simple matter. Jicheng can drag it out until now, obviously not wanting to let them go, since they are unwilling to release them voluntarily. Qin Yinan can only force them to release them. When they arrived at the central city, someone wanted to take Tao Yao away, but was rejected by Qin Yinan. Such an important witness cannot be handed over to anyone casually. They can leave Tao Yao's sealed box in the carriage. Jisoo and Qin Yinan were led into the meeting room, where the 5 military commanders were. There were only 5 military commanders and Ji and Qin in the meeting room, and no one else. The adjutants and guards of the military commanders were all waiting outside the office. The meeting took a long time. It was quiet in the first hour, and the emotions of several people were relatively calm. Then the noise inside gradually became louder, as if there was a dispute, until General Pu Kun shouted angrily. The sound of tables and chairs moving and collapsing came from inside. The adjutants and guards standing outside the door immediately opened the door and rushed in, but stopped as soon as the door opened a crack. There were 7 people sitting around the conference table, and only the old General Pu Kun stood up, his face livid, and he slammed the table and roared at Jisoo and Qin Yin opposite. Since you are from Xinjiang City, why didn't you say it earlier? In order to go to Xinjiang City to find human vitality. Juqing has been fighting with the Scarlet Land for so long, and has made such great sacrifices. Finally, you are here, and you want to go back? For the sake of humanity and the future, you must stay in Juqing, even if I have to use force to keep you. I, Pu Kun, will not hesitate. The adjutants and guards standing outside the door all heard General Pu Kun's roar and changed their faces. Shortly after the end of the world, Pu Jixia predicted that human vitality was in the west, and then the degree of distortion deepened, and it could be accurately predicted that human vitality was in Xinjiang City. At that time, everything was in chaos. They had to search and rescue, build a city, and maintain and establish a new order. Even so, the rulers did not give up going to Xinjiang City to find human life. Unfortunately, they were blocked by the abyss cracks and the connected invasion areas. After working so hard for so long and sacrificing many people, they waited for people from the west of the abyss cracks. Their arrival did bring a lot of good news to Juqing, but it did not dispel their idea of going to Xinjiang City to find human life. After the Scarlet Land was opened, a convoy had already set off. No one knows where they are now. Their mobile phones can't be used when they leave the signal range. They have completely lost contact with Juqing. No one knows whether they are dead or alive, or have already arrived in Xinjiang City. Until this time, they really understood the meaning of Pu Jixia's prophecy. She said, "Here, outsiders, stay. Bloodthirsty people. Danger." Pu Jixia said, "Here, not outsiders are coming, but human life. Coming." When they saw the pure seeds and purification liquid, they all thought, human vitality in Pu Jixia's prophecy. Is it pure seeds and purification liquid? Are they from Xinjiang City? This question was asked by General Pu Kun, and Qin Yin did not hide it, saying that they were from Xinjiang City. In addition, Qin Yin refused to give in and insisted on leaving Jingling Giant City, which angered General Pu Kun. Compared with General Pu Kun's anger, Qin Yin was very calm. No matter what you want to do, as long as we don't want to, no one can force us. In other words, we are still willing to sit here and talk with you, instead of just leaving. Because this is the human giant city. You have protected too many survivors. You deserve respect. And we hope you deserve our respect. Jisoo continued, I have heard about the human vitality. So I am willing to sell the pure seeds and purification liquid. Even the purification tree to the giant city. I have already left the vitality you mentioned. And there is no point in forcing us to stay. Commander Chang Xianchun said with interest, how do you know that vitality must be things, not people? A new round of meetings began again, and the door of the conference room was quietly closed. It was fine if there was no fighting. The meeting lasted for several hours, and from time to time someone angrily slammed the table. The adjutants and guards waiting outside were already very calm, and they didn't rush in with worry. When Jisoo and Qin Yin left the conference room, a crime was also passed to the Tao family, colluding with bloodthirsty people, attempting to murder Mr. Jisoo, a human hero, and trying to prevent Mr. G from building a real 100-meter giant wall for the Jingling Giant City, a human fortress. In addition to being passed to the Tao family, this crime was also spread to the entire Jingling Giant City. Now the Tao family is famous throughout the Jingling Giant City. The Tao family members who have official positions were suspended at the first time, and they were all confused and had no idea what was going on. After hearing what kind of crime was announced by Juqing, all the people in the Tao family were stunned and hurried back to the main house, wondering what was going on and how the bloodthirsty man was involved. The bloodthirsty man is the enemy of all mankind. As long as you are related to the bloodthirsty man, you will be despised by everyone. Once the crime is confirmed, there will be no place for the Tao family in Jingling Juqing. When Tao Hengji got the news, he was still having dinner with the head of a family outside. They had a cooperation to discuss. The Tao family had the support of General Cheng, so they had confidence and connections. Tao Hingji was very high profile, and the head had to flatter and coax him. He tried his best to agree to the conditions proposed by Tao Hingji, just to facilitate this cooperation. After finally negotiating the cooperation, the head received a call. When he came back, all the respect and flattery were gone. He sat on the chair and looked at Tao Hingji, who was once romantic but became energetic after the end of the world, with an extremely complicated expression. When Tao Hingji drank the wine in the glass again and signaled the head to fill it up, the person in charge sneered. "I thought you, Tao Hingji, were lucky enough to let the Tao family fall into your hands. Now it seems that trash is always trash. It can only be glorious for a while, but not for a long time." The person in charge sneered and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, took the remaining half bottle of good wine, and stood up and left the box. Tao Hingji looked unbelievable. He was trying to please him in every way and begging the Tao family to give him a chance to cooperate. The next moment, he turned his face and showed this face. "Is he crazy?" Tao Hingji reacted and stood up to chase him out. If someone scolds you in the face, you have to fight back. That's when the phone rang. Hearing the bad news suddenly, he couldn't believe it at all, thinking it was a mistake. The Tao family didn't collude with bloodthirsty people. Although the suddenly appearing Jisoo was very hateful, the higher-ups only asked them to win him over, not to kill people. How could there be murder? Tao Hingji rushed back home as fast as he could. All the people in the Tao family were waiting in the main house. Tao Yin and the second wife Chiu Yuexin had already arrived in advance, since Tao Yuanji died in the end of the world. All the properties of the second branch of the Tao family were occupied by Tao Hingji. Grandpa Tao only had the eldest grandson and the youngest son in his eyes, and completely ignored their second branch. The Chiu family was not a small family. Chiu Yuexin and Tao Yuanji were also a business marriage, although there was no love before marriage. After so many years of marriage, Tao Yuanji put all his thoughts on his wife and children except for work. He didn't have any bad habits like Tao Hingji, and Chiu Yuexin was very satisfied. Tao Yuanji died in the early days of the end of the world. Chiu Yuexin had never been angry with her husband for so many years of marriage. But after her husband died, she suffered too much anger from her father-in-law and brother-in-law. Chiu Yuexin left the Tao family with her 2 children in a rage. But this incident also affected Chiu Yuexin's children, so she had to bring her 2 children to the Tao family. Chiu Yuexin didn't care what happened in the Tao family, but she couldn't affect her 2 children. Old Master Tao had been so angry that he smashed the teacup several times. When he saw Tao Hingji hurried in, a teacup had already flown to his head. Tao Hingji was unprepared and was hit directly, with a big bump on his forehead. Xia Liani was shocked. If it was before, she would have run over to help her husband check the wound and ask about his well-being. Now that the Tao family has become like this, she has no intention of maintaining the image of a gentle and virtuous wife, and sat on the sofa without moving. Old Master Tao pointed at Tao Hingji and cursed him. From his curses, Tao Hingji finally knew what happened. His face turned pale, and then he was furious. Where is that beast? How did he get such courage? Xia Liani fiddled with her nails that she had just done this morning, and said sarcastically, "Didn't you give him the courage? You were not allowed to recognize him, but you insisted on recognizing him. How much sincerity can a bastard who grew up outside have for the Tao family?" "Shut up," Tao Hingji shouted angrily. "Isn't it for the Tao family that I recognize him? If the son you gave birth to could have a little bit of prospects, would I recognize a bastard?" Tao Lin, who was sitting on the other side, exploded when he heard it. "Don't compare me with your illegitimate son. Is it great that he is a deformed person? There are so many deformed people out there. Don't they still rely on big families and big forces to be employed to survive? What's the use of their strength? In the end, they are all monsters. I am a normal human. Don't compare me with monsters." Tao Hingji was angry, and when he heard Tao Lin talking back to him at this time, he was so angry that he raised his hand and hit him. Xia Liani jumped up from the sofa to protect her son. "Tao Hingji, are you crazy? The bastard is the one who caused the trouble. Why are you hitting my son? If you have the guts, go and beat Tao Yao to death. Don't take your anger out on my son." "Enough," Grandpa Tao shouted. Tao Hingji paced back and forth in the living room, thinking of a solution. This matter was all done by that beast alone, and has nothing to do with our Tao family. Right. He is not a member of our Tao family. And nothing he does outside can be implicated by the Tao family. The more Tao Hengji thought about it, the more it made sense. Dad, let's contact Commander Chang and tell him clearly that what Tao Yao did has nothing to do with us. That beast has been expelled from the Tao family by us. He held a grudge and did such a dehumanizing thing, which has nothing to do with our Tao family. It's just a matter of Commander Chang's words. As long as enough benefits are given, I don't believe that this matter will be settled. Tao Yin, who had not spoken, said lightly, since the charge of colluding with a bloodthirsty person can be brought down, it means that Commander Chang has agreed. There is no point in entanglement at all. Tao Hengji glared at him. Then what do you say we should do? He had secretly attacked this nephew many times. As long as he died, the person in power of the entire Tao family could truly be him. But Tao Yin was lucky and had a long life. He was able to escape from danger several times and came back every day to annoy him. Tao Yin said succinctly, you should confess what you should confess. And you should hand over what you should hand over. As long as you can save your life. The family property is nothing. Bullshit! Tao Hengji cursed. The family property is nothing. Why have you been fighting with me for so long? Tao Yin raised his eyelids and said calmly, does third uncle think this is a fight? I'm just taking back what belongs to our eldest house. Tao Hengji felt a pain in his chest because of Tao Yin's words. I don't agree. Whoever caused the trouble should pay with his life. What's the matter with involving the entire Tao family? And that Jisoo? Doesn't he know who wants to kill him? Isn't it obvious why the Tao family is involved? It's nothing more than wanting compensation. So give it to him. After all, the person is not dead. How much compensation can you ask for? As the daughter-in-law of the Tao family, Xiao Liani directly rejected Tao Yan's proposal. She married such a man for his family background. If he has no one and no family background, what will she do in the future? Tao Yan glanced at this strange couple and almost laughed out of anger. They didn't understand anything at all. Nor did they understand the importance of Jisoo to humans and Jucheng. The matter affected the entire Tao family. And it was not Jisoo who had the final say. This was the ruler of Jucheng showing his attitude to Jisoo. Several military commanders took action. What else could the Tao family do except to spend their wealth and hand over their family property to save their lives? In fact, Tao Yin didn't understand why this matter suddenly became so big. From his observation of Jisoo, he didn't seem to be a troublemaker. Deformed people pay attention to revenge on the spot. With Jisoo's ability to use crystals, it would be easy to kill Tao Yao. As a result, the matter got to this point. It must be Jisoo who was investigating this matter. The military commanders showed their attitude. But why? The only person in the Tao family who had a grudge against him was Tao Yao. Why did he drag the entire Tao family to be buried with Tao Yao? When the military pushed Tao Yao to the Tao family to take him away, Tao Yin understood. Chapter 123. Tao Yao was pushed in with a sealed box. One side of the sealed box was completely transparent, and the person locked inside could be clearly seen. Tao Yao was brought into the Tao family in this way. Seeing Tao Yao's current appearance, the whole Tao family was shocked and retreated in fear. He no longer looked like a human. The suppressed phantom roots were still growing slowly. Some of the blood-colored flowers had pierced through the clothes and were exposed, which was very scary. Seeing the reaction of the Tao family, Tao Yao smiled, grinning with a weird and twisted smile. The outer wall collapsed. And you let me take all the responsibility alone. Don't drag down the Tao family. Don't affect General Chang. I can't do anything. I can't bear it all by myself. The collapse of the wall is not something I can control. How can you let me bear all this alone? Tao Hengji's face changed drastically. Before he could stop him, Tao Yao laughed. Tao Hengji, are you satisfied with the current result? You forced me to take this path. Are you satisfied now? Tao Hengji didn't care that the military was still there, and shouted angrily, I didn't let you collude with the bloodthirsty people. Don't slander me. All this is your personal behavior, and it has nothing to do with me and our Tao family. General Chang will definitely give our Tao family justice. Tao Yao made a hoarse sound in his throat, as if he was laughing, but he couldn't laugh out loud. He said hoarsely, is it really okay? The black phosphorus hunting team in the outer city is the source of all this. It was this hunting team that brought a dead branch of a fallen creature into the outer city, which led to countless people being devoured and turned into human-shaped flower art. The blood-colored flower toxins nourished by flesh and blood give people horrible hallucinations. causing countless people in the outer city to be corroded by dark matter and turned into crazy corpses. And I have become what I am now. Is it really unrelated to the Tao family? Tao Hengji is still trying to distance himself from the relationship. I don't know what you are talking about. Tao Yao's eyes bulged slightly, and he turned to Tao Lin, who was pale and slumped on the sofa. My good brother, don't you know what's going on? All the people in the Tao family looked at Tao Lin in an instant. There was no need to speak. Just looking at Tao Lin's face, you know that this matter may really have something to do with him. Tao Lin shook his head repeatedly, his eyes dodging. I don't know. I don't know what you are talking about. Xiao Liani saw Tao Yao attacking Tao Lin. Although she was afraid of the monster like Tao Yao, she still spoke to protect him. Tao Yao, you did it all by yourself. Don't attack the Tao family or other people. As an illegitimate child, you hate the Tao family. And you are resentful that I became the third wife of the Tao family instead of your mother. And you also hate Tao Lin, your half-brother. We all understand all this. And in any case, these are not reasons for you to drag the Tao family into the water. You are slandering. Do you know? You are using personal grudges to retaliate against the Tao family. Do you think the above people are all fools? Let you deceive and play? Xiao Liani said this in a self-righteous way, wanting to let the military know that Tao Yao hated the Tao family and Tao Lin. And he was deliberately taking revenge and attacking the Tao family. The Tao family was innocent, and hoped that the above military commanders would not be deceived by him. The military didn't respond. But Tao Yao laughed again. Xiao Liani, the military is investigating the backer of the Black Phosphorus hunting team. But they found your good son Tao Lin. I didn't say that. I just found out about it. Xiao Liani, like the rest of the Tao family, looked at Tao Lin in disbelief. Tao Lin's face was pale. His legs were so weak that he couldn't stand up. No. I didn't. You didn't have anything? Speak clearly. Old Master Tao was so angry that he banged his cane on the ground, making a thumping sound. The military stepped forward, grabbed Tao Lin's hands, and was dragged out by two people. He was so scared that he couldn't walk. Tao Lin was shocked and frightened, shaking violently with fear. It's not me. I didn't. I just funded the team. I just wanted to make some pocket money in the outer city. I don't know why I got involved with the bloodthirsty people. It has nothing to do with me. Mom. Save me. Save me. It's Tao Yao who heard me. It must be him who heard me. Xiao Liani chased after him, but was blocked by the military. Hearing her son's cry for help, she tore at the people who blocked her way like crazy. Why did you arrest my son? Even if he funded the team, it doesn't mean he colluded with the bloodthirsty people. This is obviously a conspiracy. Are you blind? Can you see that Tao Yao is slandering my son? Xiao Liani. Tao Yao called her sinisterly. Xiao Liani looked at the monster in the sealed box with resentment. Tao Yao grinned. Someone asked me to ask you. Do you remember the other son you abused, abandoned, and sold abroad? He came back alive. Xiao Liani. Xiao Liani, shock. Xiao Liani was more shocked and terrified than anyone else present. That was the secret of her life. A secret that could never be known to the Tao family. She knew very well what kind of family the Brysons were. If that child could survive in the Bryson family and come back alive, they would never let go of all those who caused all this. Xiao Liani staggered back, shaking her head. She didn't believe that a child who was not yet an adult could survive if he was thrown into such a murderous family. Not to mention the apocalypse afterwards. How many lives would he have to come back alive from abroad and live to this day? What son? Tao Hengji was keenly aware of something. Xiao Liani stared at Tao Yao, not hearing Tao Hengji's questioning. She didn't believe it. Didn't believe that the child was still alive. Tao Yao knew very well what Xiao Liani was thinking. In fact, it wasn't Qin Yanan who asked her to ask this question, but Jisoo. Before he was brought here, when Jisoo gave him the transparent sealed box, he asked him to help ask a question. In order to break Xiao Liani's current life, he wanted her to be in panic and fear every moment. To let her know that the knife hanging over her head has appeared and can fall at any time. Jisoo wanted to make her unable to sleep or eat, and to be in this anxious and nervous waiting all the time. Before leaving, Tao Yao said again, he asked me to tell you that first it was your mother family in Yunhai City, and now it is the Tao family. Everything you value and cherish will be crushed one by one. Everything you have done to him will be returned to you 100 times and 1,000 times. You must live well, and don't die so easily. After the military pushed Tao Yao and dragged Tao Lin away, Xiao Liani collapsed on the ground, muttering, "No. Impossible. Impossible to still be alive." The Tao family members, who reacted quickly, already understood what was going on, such as Tao Yin, and Tao Li, and Tao Du from the second room. They all understood that the current situation of the Tao family was not only caused by collusion with bloodthirsty people and murder of human heroes, but also by someone in the Tao family who did something unforgivable. Now that the victim is back alive, his power is so great that he can influence several military commanders in Jingling Giant City. Although the Tao family is not really innocent, it is not unforgivable. The biggest problem is that they have made enemies. Judging from Tao Yao's retelling and Xiao Liani's reaction, this must be a deadly feud that will never end. And it will also implicate other people. Anyone involved will not have a good ending. Unfortunately, the Tao family seems to have been involved. Although Tao Hengji's reaction was not as fast as Tao Yin and the other two, he quickly understood where the Tao family's troubles today came from. It was Xiao Liani. And it was all because of her. Tao Hengji rushed over in a few steps, grabbed Xiao Liani's hair, and slapped her in the face. "Bitch! How dare you lie to me? You acted noble and pure in front of me. I really thought you were a good woman. I didn't expect you to have an illegitimate child and bring such trouble to the Tao family." Xiao Liani kept struggling and screaming. Second Madame Qiu Yuexin frowned uncomfortably. Tao Li, who had always stood beside Qiu Yuexin, walked over with a gloomy face and kicked Tao Hengji in the waist. Tao Hengji fell on the carpet with an ouch sound. Seeing who kicked him, he was furious. "Tao Li, you even hit your elders. You are a beast." Tao Li stood straight and looked at him expressionlessly. "I didn't hit my elders. I hit scum." "You?" Tao Hengji looked at his nephews who were taller and stronger than him, and looked at Grandpa Tao weakly. "Dad, look at these little beasts. They are really rebellious." Tao Yin said, "Uncle, no matter what Ansan did, she has never let you down. You can't hit her like this." Tao Hengji climbed up with his hands on his waist. "I can't hit her. I want to beat her to death. Didn't you hear what she did? Because of her, our Tao family is finished." Xiao Liani sat on the ground in embarrassment. Her shoes fell off. Her hair was messy. Her face was so swollen that she couldn't even open her eyes. And her nosebleed stained her beautiful skirt. She suddenly laughed. And the louder she laughed, the louder she laughed. She picked up her high-heeled shoes from the ground, put them on carefully, stood up staggeringly, looked at the man in front of her, and laughed sarcastically. "Tao Hengji, do you think that you can be alright if you beat my Tao family to death? Think about the most profitable markets of the Tao family abroad. You don't really think that my friends abroad have such a great influence? Those markets were obtained by selling that child. The Tao family made a lot of money for this. Right? Will he retaliate against me? Will he retaliate against the Xiao family? Will he let the Tao family go? Don't dream." Old Master Tao suddenly covered his chest and fell on the coffee table. The Tao family's old house was dead silent for a moment, and no one came forward to check. Second Madame Qiu Yuexin pierced her palm with her nails and grabbed her son, who was going to check. It's not that she is cruel. It's really that the old man's actions chilled her heart and forced their second house to almost die. Fortunately, Tao Li and Tao Du are very hard-working. They can earn a living and have a stable home. If it weren't for the Tao family's affairs that affected Tao Li and Tao Du's work, she would not have taken the children back to the Tao family's main house. Tao Hengji, the most beloved youngest son, saw his old father fall and stood there motionless, his face changing unpredictably, and no one knew what he was thinking. Tao Yin walked over and stretched out his hand to test his breath, but he was no longer breathing. "Tao Yin, the person is gone." Tao Hengji's face flashed a trace of joy, but he immediately restrained it, and started crying with a loud cry, acting like a filial son. Qiu Yuexin stood up and took Tao Li and Tao Du away from the Tao family. The old man Tao was gone, and there was no need to return to the Tao family in the future. Mr. Tao was once a man of character, but he became more and more confused as he got older. The second house was disappointed, and the eldest grandson was also heartbroken. He sided with the third son, Tao Hengji, and was finally angered to death by the third son's family. I wonder if the old man had expected this result? The earth shook, and countless people rushed out of the building and ran to the open space for refuge. They didn't know what happened. The citizens far away in the outer city, close to the city wall, saw with their own eyes the whole process of the 100-meter giant wall from scratch. First they were shocked, and then they cheered. They all got the news from the radio that the Tao family in the inner city colluded with bloodthirsty people and attempted to murder Mr. Jisoo, a human hero, in an attempt to stop Mr. G from building a real 100-meter giant wall for the Jingling giant city, a human fortress. Hearing this news, they were more angry than anyone else. They wanted to have a real 100-meter giant wall, safe and strong, to intercept all monsters and dangers outside the giant wall. Even if they were in the outer city, they would have safety guarantees. I originally thought that Mr. G would not build a 100-meter giant wall for the giant city again, but I didn't expect that at this time. A 100-meter giant wall would be built so quickly. A real 100-meter giant wall. The garrison stationed in all directions of the outer city sent news to the central city, and photos of the 100-meter giant wall were also passed to the top leaders of the central city. The 100-meter giant wall of Jingling Giant City has been built. Chapter 124. Except for the 7 people who participated in the meeting. No one knew what the content of that meeting was. After building the 100-meter giant wall, Jisoo built the inner city wall and the central city wall in succession. In addition, he built shelters in the outer city, the inner city, and the central city. Just like the base he once built, he built enough safe fortresses for the survivors in the giant city, at least to resist the attacks of the fallen creatures and the fallen beasts. The safe fortresses are located on the ground and underground. Jisoo and the military of the giant city cooperated to build several underground fortresses with a large area. They are the last retreat for human survivors. The confidentiality standard is also the highest, and there must be no mistakes. Jisoo used practical actions to tell the rulers of the giant city that there is no point in forcing them to stay. Only cooperation between the two sides can maximize the benefits. If the giant city insists on not letting them leave, the result will only be a fallout. Jisoo will not build safe fortresses for them, let alone let them know the specialness of their construction ability. It is precisely because of the cooperation that Jisoo is willing to work so hard for the giant city. While Jisoo was busy building the safe fortress, the purification tree seedlings were also cultivated. The place where the purification tree was stored was built by Jisoo himself. Currently, Jisoo is the strongest known builder. Jisoo will not stay in the giant city in the future, and he has a purification tree in his hands. It is safest to leave the construction work to Jisoo, considering the power of the giant city and the amount of purification liquid required. When Jisoo built the sealed space, it was several times larger than the one in Baiwan town, and even the rotating tank for taking the purification liquid was built together. During this period, the military has been watering the purification tree seedlings with the blood of deformed animals according to the requirements of Jisoo and Qin Yenin. With enough blood and grow space, the purification tree seedlings grew very fast. When Jisoo finished the work of the safe fortress, he looked at the purification tree again and was frightened by the super huge purification tree. The researchers responsible for taking care of the purification tree were so happy that they were overwhelmed by the buckets of purification liquid. With purification liquid and pure seeds, humans at least have hope for food, so they don't have to take in too much dark matter from food. Jisoo believed that the technology to extract and remove dark matter would be developed sooner or later. After confirming that the purification tree was fine, Jisoo and Qin Yenin were going to go back. They had been away from Baiwan town for too long and needed to go back. This trip back was mainly to deliver supplies. The matter of the giant city was not over yet, and the human crisis had not passed. It would be difficult to have peace if the bloodthirsty people who were eyeing it were not eliminated. This problem was not only thought of by Jisoo and Qin Yenin, but also by the rulers of the giant city. However, they were troubled by the bloodthirsty giant city that could not be found. The teams that went out to search could only clean up and solve the scattered bloodthirsty people, and the location of the bloodthirsty giant city had not been locked yet. Qin Yenin promised to help find the bloodthirsty giant city and solve the troubles brought by the bloodthirsty people to the human giant city as soon as possible. However, the search for the bloodthirsty giant city would be put off later, and they had to go back first. This time, Juche did not stop them. Even the most stubborn General Pukuin could not keep Jisoo and his party, because the other 4 generals had already agreed to the conditions of Jisoo and Qin Yenin. In a 1-on-4 situation, General Pukuin had no chance of winning. He forced Jisoo and his party to stay for Juching and for humanity. Even if General Pu Kun did not agree to let Jisoo and his party leave, he could not refuse Jisoo's construction of Jiqing. So he was now in a wait-and-see attitude and no longer forced to keep people. General Chang Xianchun still did not give up on winning over Jisoo. This time, there was one more person. He admired Qin Yinen's ability to eliminate crazy corpses in the outer city and wanted to recruit him. So he did not block the cooperation. Jisoo and Qin Yinen returned to the agreed parking lot and saw 3 people standing outside 2 medium-sized trucks. Qiu Junwen was talking to them, and the other 3 were sitting on folding stools not far away, watching from a distance. Qin Yinen parked the car, and the 2 got out of the car. Their eyes fell on the 3 people. Cheng Yimou and the other 2 came forward first. Even Qiu Junwen, who was talking to someone, looked over. The 3 people who were talking turned around and looked over. When they saw Qin Yinen's face, they were all stunned. This face looks too much like Xiao Liani. It is undeniable that Xiao Liani is very beautiful. The tall man in front of him can also be seen to be a little mixed race, which makes his already handsome features more three-dimensional. Such a superior appearance is hard to forget at first sight. Not to mention that it is an extremely familiar face. The whole Jingling giant city knows about the assassination of Jisoo by the Tao family. Qiu Junwen cannot be unaware of it. It is precisely because of knowing that he is hesitant and does not know how to deal with the situation in front of him. Jisoo came over, glanced at the 3 people, and asked Qiu Junwen, "Who are they?" Qiu Junwen hesitated slightly, and did not hide it. "This is Qiu Yuexin. Who should be my aunt?" Jisoo raised an eyebrow. "Should? Is she a real aunt? Would she still be unsure?" Qiu Junwen said helplessly, "I heard my father mention it before. I have an aunt in Yujing. The specific situation is not clear. It may be that my father ran away from home or had a falling out with the family. Anyway, I have never seen her before. Our family has always lived in Xinjiang City and has never been to Yujing. This time they were about to leave. They wanted to do some shopping before leaving and spend all the money in their hands. Only then did they meet the 3 of them. The scene at that time was not good. Qiu Yuexin wanted to buy rice, but the boss recognized her as a member of the Tao family. Not only did he not sell it to her, but he also shouted that she was the second wife of the Tao family, which immediately attracted onlookers. There was no shortage of accusations and abuses against them. The Tao family assassinated Mr. Jisoo, and almost caused them to lose the 100-meter giant wall and safety fortress. This was really related to their own safety. How could they not be angry and hateful? Qiu Junwen and his 4 people who passed by here heard that the Tao family was in front, and the 4 of them also wanted to take a look. It was not impossible to have a chance to teach the enemy a lesson, so they were noticed by Qiu Yuexin. Qiu Junwen and his 3 companions saw that it was a middle-aged woman with 2 young people, not Tao Yao's conscienceless father and brother. So they left because they felt bored. Unexpectedly, Qiu Yuexin followed them with Tao Li and Tao Du. Stopped Qiu Junwen outside a shop with few people, asked him if his surname was Qiu, and then said the name of Qiu Junwen's father. Qiu Junwen also learned a bloody story from Qiu Yuexin, which was probably that Mr. Qiu wanted his son to have a business marriage. But his son already had someone he liked and had been dating for several years and was unwilling to break up. Mr. Qiu threatened to sever the father-son relationship, and Qiu Junwen's father was also very tough. He really left the Qiu family and never returned to Yujing. The son failed to marry and consolidate the family business, and the daughter finally married the Tao family. After the end of the world, Qiu Junwen was the only one who survived in the family. He never thought that there would be an aunt alive. In addition to the aunt, there were also cousins. After he was in a trance, he felt fortunate that at least he still had relatives alive. But after being thankful, he felt at a loss, because his aunt and cousins were from the Tao family. Now the Tao family was being hated by everyone in Jingling Jiqing. If they continued to stay in Jiqing, they would only live a miserable life. He wanted to take his aunt back to Baiwan town, but the Tao family was hostile to Jisoo and Qin Yinen. He couldn't say such a request. He couldn't let Jisoo help his aunt's family, who were from the Tao family. With peace of mind, Qiu Junwen pondered for a long time before saying, they moved out of the Tao family shortly after the end of the world, and relied on Tao Li and Tao Du to work and make money. They didn't know what Tao Yao and Tao Lin did. Can we take them with us when we leave? Use my supplies as a reward. There is no need to take them to Baiwan town. Just put them in the seaside base or a base in Xinjiang City. Okay? Jisoo looked at the silent three people. They did not avoid his gaze, and their eyes were very calm. Kiwi Wexen thought, although I left the Tao family with my child. My husband is a member of the Tao family. I apologize to you for what the Tao family did. Jisoo looked at Chio Junwon again. Are you sure you don't want to take them to Baiwan Town? Chio Junwon was stunned and said uncertainly, yes. Can you take them there? Jisoo, the Baiwan Town base accommodates the survivors. And they are not bad. But my planting base is not so easy to enter. Chio Junwon was overjoyed when he heard this. Kiwi Wexen and the other two were still confused. Confused by the Baiwan Town base and the planting base. And didn't know how many bases there were. Jisoo, pack up and get ready to leave the city. Jisoo did not intend to kill all the people in the Tao family. They mainly targeted the third branch of the Tao family. Mr. Tao was dead. And Tao Yin, the eldest grandson of the Tao family, had been transferred out and left the giant city. Mr. Tao and the third branch of the Tao family are firm supporters of Commander Chong. But Tao Yin is not. He seems to be working for Commander Chong with the Tao family. But he is actually a member of Commander Xing's faction. It was only when Do Shinhan mentioned that Tao Yin was transferred to another place that he realized it. For the second branch of the Tao family, which has no sense of existence, if they do not leave Jucheng, they will soon be arranged and will not be excluded. If they want to leave Jucheng, Jisoo can help them for Chio Junwon's sake. Tao Hengji and Xiao Liani are left to torture each other and enjoy the grinding after losing everything. Xiao Liani's every move will be watched by someone. And when Jisoo and Qin Yinan come back, they will report to him in detail. Jisoo and Qin Yinan will not let her die easily, and will not let her suffer all kinds of torture and despair. It would be too easy for her to die like this. After several months out, 3 medium trucks with long trailers can finally go back. Compared with the difficulty of the trip, the return trip was much smoother. Qin Yinan didn't need to transform into a small fallen beast and fly out from time to time. This time, he only needed to lower the car window and release his breath, and no monster would dare to pounce on him again. Qin Yinan drove all the way back, and Jisoo chatted and ate with him easily, and even built a giant city when he had time. Originally, he just thought about it casually. If he really fell out with Jingling Giant City, he would rebuild a giant city west of the Abyss Crack after leaving, and never set foot in Jingling Giant City again. Later, the cooperation went smoothly, and he no longer had this idea. It was still under the matchmaking of Do Shinhan that Jisoo and Qin Yinan met with General Xing Gonghe in private again. He asked Jisoo if it was possible to rebuild a human giant city west of the Abyss Crack? If so, how long would it take to build it? Xing Gonghe also thought about the distance and the degree of danger. It would be too difficult for Jingling Giant City, which is the easternmost, to rescue survivors across the country. If a giant city can be rebuilt in an important area to rescue the survivors, it will definitely be less dangerous than sending them back to Jingling Giant City over a long distance. And it will also save more manpower and material resources. Moreover, there are abundant resources to the west of the Abyss Crack, and a few high-quality crystal belts alone are enough for Jingling Giant City to build a second giant city for this purpose. This plan was only proposed privately, and it will take time to be truly passed and implemented. Therefore, Jisoo built a part of it when he was free. This is a big project that cannot be completed overnight. He will build a real fortress giant city with his own hands. Chapter 125. The convoy left before the winter wheat had grown, and it was already hot summer when they returned. The summer crops had grown to the height of their calves. On the way back, they saw too many unattended wastelands, and the crops in the fields were severely invaded. Large areas were deformed and grew wildly, and the density was comparable to that of low forests. At first glance, it was all black and dark green, with occasional dark red, like endless mountains. There were as many areas of deformed plants occupied as there were wastelands. These places have become restricted areas for survivors, and danger is everywhere. The road they came from was covered with deformed plants. Jisoo and his party could clearly see the traces of being cleaned up. The deformed plants covering the road had traces of burning and knife cutting, and the traces of the convoy passing were very obvious. Jisoo and Qin Yinan had some guesses about such traces. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the team sent to Qijiang City to find human vitality. It seems that they successfully went to Qijiang City. Jisoo's convoy passed by the Haiban base and passed the news that Do Shinhan was still alive to Do Shinrong. By the way, He brought back some crystals and rations for the fallen beasts from Mutant City. After Yunhai City, they went to the Roan's base. Qin Yinan left them some supplies that only Jingling Giant City had, and armed the Roan's base well. Fan Sheng reported to Qin Yinan a piece of news that was not in the plan. The Xia family base was destroyed. As for the cause of the destruction, Fan Sheng repeatedly assured that it was not done by him. He enjoyed the cat and mouse game, watching them go crazy but unable to do anything. He had the most fun of revenge. Qin Yinan always let Fan Sheng do what he wanted. I guess he also agreed with Fan Sheng's doing so. But now the Xia family base is gone. Fan Sheng explained, not long ago, a group of second-level advanced mad corpses came from somewhere else. They were so powerful that no base was spared. The Xia family base was destroyed, and the Pei family base was also severely damaged. When I got the news, the second-level advanced mad corpses had already left for the next one. Qin Yinan was silent for a moment. Are there any survivors? Fan Sheng knew who Qin Yinan was asking about. No. They were all torn and eaten beyond recognition. I have brought people to confirm their identities. The Xia family left no survivors. Before, the Xia family had never known who the real boss of the Roan family was. They hated the Roan family's tit-for-tat and deliberate suppression. The Xia family also had a hard time with the Roan family. But the backing was not strong enough and gradually fell behind. After Qin Yinan's identity as a fallen beast was exposed and he returned to Yunhai City, Fan Sheng deliberately revealed that the real boss of Roan's family was named Bryson during a competition with the Xia family for supplies. The current head of the Xia family seemed to have finally found the reason why Roan's family targeted the Xia family. There was panic and fear. But at that time, the Xia family base still thought that it had the strength to compete with Roan's base. In the subsequent suppression and targeting, the situation of the Xia family base became more and more difficult. The number of survivors in the base became fewer and fewer, and the deformed people began to go elsewhere. The Xia family base was struggling to survive, and could no longer be maintained. The head of the Xia family begged Roan's base to apologize and repent for what he had done, hoping that someone would show mercy and let the Xia family go. After all, they are relatives connected by blood. So don't kill each other anymore. Don't even think about how Qin Yinan would react to what the Xia family said. Fan Sheng was disgusted. He had done all kinds of evil things to a child. And now he dared to say that he was related by blood. And dared to mention relatives. Don't insult these words. Fan Sheng directly ordered people to drive the Xia family away. And then he hit them harder, which led to the fact that they had no power to resist the attack of the second-level advanced mad corpses. And they were all wiped out. It's gone. So it's gone. Qin Yinan was tired of torturing the Xia family. Now he had a more hateful target. And it was time to let her taste the pain of losing all the struggles. Compared to caring about the life and death of the Xia family, Qin Yinan wanted to know where the second-level advanced mad corpses went. Fan Sheng, I was just about to tell you about this. The second-level advanced mad corpses went in the direction of Qinjiang City. I don't know where they are going. Jisoo had a bad feeling when he heard that they were going to Qinjiang City. Qin Yinan also frowned slightly. And without staying for long, he immediately led the convoy back to Baiwan town. They rushed all the way to Qinjiang City. The whole city was very unusually quiet. The convoy passed through Qinjiang City. But they didn't see a single crazy corpse. This was simply impossible. The bad premonition became stronger and stronger when they saw the corpses of crazy corpses lying all over the road back to Baiwan town. Their guess was verified. The 3 medium trucks sped up to the fastest speed and rushed back to Baiwan town. Before arriving at Baiwan town, they saw a black mass of crazy corpses under the high wall from a distance. The advanced crazy corpses and hybrid forms kept jumping up and rushing onto the wall, but were knocked down again and again. The wall was full of people who were blocking the advanced monsters from jumping and killing. Qin Yinan braked suddenly, and Cheng Molai drove instead. Jisoo quickly packed his backpack, which was filled with crystal balls. He and Qin Yinan would fly over first and drop the crystal balls from the air. Only after the passage was cleared could the 3 medium trucks enter the base smoothly. They brought a lot of weapons from the giant city back this time. And it was just when they needed them. Jisoo put on his backpack, and Qin Yinan was about to pick up Jisoo and fly over, when he saw countless crazy corpses roaring towards the high wall like a rising tide. The crazy corpses near the wall were like flying waves, pushed high up, flying into the air, and covered in black. There were too many of them, and it was impossible to defeat them one by one. At this moment, red light suddenly spread above the wall, and the red light quickly intertwined into a red net in the air, rising into the air. No matter how high the crazy corpses were thrown, they were stopped by the red net and fell back into the crazy corpse tide outside the city. Jisoo was stunned, looking at the rising light net, and looked at Qin Yinan uncertainly. Is that a deformed weapon? Qin Yinan nodded, picked up Jisoo, and flew into the air. He did not fly directly to the wall, but threw a crystal ball into the zombie tide. Jisoo chose the size of the crystal ball so that it would not affect them in the air, nor would it shock the people on the wall. It would only clear the zombies on the ground. Everyone who was holding onto the wall first saw the zombies explode continuously, and then looked up at the sky after realizing it. When they saw the two people in the air clearly, some people suspected that they were dazzled. Then, that is, Mr. G and Mr. Qin are back? It seems. Is it? Qin Yinan took Jisoo and threw a row of crystal balls into the zombie tide to reduce the density of the zombie tide, and then flew towards the wall. When they got closer, the people on the wall finally confirmed that Jisoo and Qin Yinan, who were out, were really back. Everyone who had been fighting to exhaustion cheered excitedly. It seemed that as long as they were there, no matter how big the danger was, they could be turned into a safe place. They were so happy and excited. This made some outsiders stunned. They wanted to remind them to look at the crazy zombies under the wall. With so many zombies, could two deformed people really solve the problem? What were they excited about? The small group of camouflage uniforms on the wall saw the people who were still gritting their teeth and holding on the moment before, but now cheered and wanted to jump up and parkour on the wall. They were helpless and funny. They saw the influence of Jisoo and Qin Yinan on the Baiwan town base. This was no longer the treatment of the leader. They had completely become the spiritual pillars of the survivors in Xinjiang City. As long as they were there, the survivors were fearless, as if no matter how many crazy zombies came, they could not do anything to them. Qin Yinan took Jisoo to find the location accurately and landed steadily on the wall. Jisoo looked at the familiar faces. He really didn't expect to see them in the Baiwan town base in this way. Captain Zhong. Long time no see. Zhong Weizong laughed. You came back just in time. Let's not waste time talking nonsense. It's important to solve the crisis at hand. Jisoo was so annoyed with these crazy zombies. It wasn't enough to have done it once, but they came a second time. They were targeting their Baiwan town base to bully them. Jisoo quietly pulled the corner of Qin Yinan's clothes to stop him from taking action. Since he was a fallen beast and had kept it a secret from Jingling Giant City, he couldn't reveal it in front of Zhong Weizong and others. Qin Yinan understood Jisoo's hint. The situation was not so bad that he needed to reveal his identity to solve it. Zhong Weizong saw their little moves. Do you have a solution? Jisoo nodded. Almost. Zhong Weizong had limited manpower and weapons, and it was very difficult to stop such a large-scale wave of crazy zombies. They were also gritting their teeth and holding on. The energy crystals they brought from the giant city were running out. Jisoo demonstrated the solution to Zhong Weizong with practical actions. He had never used this method before. This time he wanted to try it on these crazy corpses. He had enough spiritual energy, and was not afraid of consuming it in this way. So everyone on the wall saw a transparent shadow appear in the range of the crazy corpse tide. The transparent shadow gradually solidified until it was completely solidified. Everyone on the wall, Zhong Weizong looked at Jisoo in astonishment. Jisoo coughed lightly. Well, the problem has been solved. There should be no advanced crazy corpses that can jump up again. Everyone, looking at the crazy corpses outside the wall. Those crazy corpses that were solidified to their waists. Indeed, could not jump up. Not only could they not jump, they could not move. They could only wave their arms like crazy to attack each other. And it was difficult to move at all. Qin Yinan didn't expect Jisoo to use this trick. When did this strange brain circuit open up? Jisoo touched his nose. To be precise, this trick was learned in the Scarlet Land, when he was chased by the blood-colored moth swarm and had to flee everywhere. Zhong Weizong asked him whether the blood-colored moth swarm would be embedded in the wall, and whether the embedded blood-colored moths were still alive. Jisoo didn't know whether they were alive or not, but he knew that as long as they were embedded, they would not be able to move, so it would be easy to harvest them. This is the tide of crazy corpses gathered in the entire Xinjiang city. Not a single one can be allowed to escape. As long as these crazy corpses are cleaned up, Xinjiang city will be safe in the future. And it is not impossible to rebuild Xinjiang city. Jisoo looked at them one by one with red eyes and tired faces, knowing that the Baiwan town base had been besieged for a long time. Jisoo said, "Everyone take a rest first, and then go out to harvest heads after a good rest." Chapter 126. All the crazy corpses were trapped. The people who were originally exhausted were like chicken blood at this moment. They didn't need to rest at all. They could directly clean up all the crazy corpses outside the wall. Not only did the people on the wall shout to kill all the crazy corpses, but there were also cheers and shouts in the base. Jisoo didn't realize the situation in the base until then. The whole Baiwan town base was crowded with people. Even the streets were filled with survivors sitting or lying. The weather was hot, and a shed set up on the roadside could squeeze a lot of people. Jisoo's eyes wandered on the wall. Bai Tingyan and Liang Lu, who were in charge of the other two inns, had already rushed over. Both of them were offensive deformed people, rushing to the front line of the battle. And Meng Zhong stayed in the base to coordinate and manage. Due to the large scale of this crazy corpse tide, the whole Xinjiang city was in a turmoil. The survivors had to evacuate to the Baiwan town base under the organization of the two major bases, hoping to get the protection of Jisoo and Qin Yinan. When they were evacuating urgently, the tide of crazy corpses followed behind. Zhong Weizong and his group rushed to Xinjiang city at this time to help the retreating team to cover the rear, so that the survivors could smoothly retreat to the Baiwan town base. They used the Baiwan town base as a base and launched a defensive battle. They had been fighting for 2 days and 3 nights. Many people were holding on and dared not relax for a moment. This was their last retreat, and they had to defend it no matter what. The longer they were besieged, the more desperate they were. They were worried that they would not be able to wait for Jisoo and Qin Yinan to come back, and the Baiwan town base would be lost. Fortunately, they caught up and came back. Victory was in sight, and no one wanted to rest. They just wanted to clean up all the crazy corpses in one go and completely solve the future troubles. Jisoo did not stop it. He opened the gate of the base and went out in batches to kill the crazy corpses. When the crazy corpses near the wall were killed, the countless crazy corpses behind used fire attacks. The people standing on the wall gathered all the items that could be touched by gasoline and diesel, set them on fire, and threw them out. The weather was hot and dry, and objects with fuel could easily ignite nearby crazy corpses. The fire burned fiercely, sweeping the entire tide of crazy corpses. As long as the crazy corpses were embedded, no one could escape. The fire burned all night, dyeing half the sky red. When the fire was extinguished, Jisoo weathered the wall and set it on fire again, igniting the remaining trunks again, and completely eliminated all the crazy corpses in Xinjiang city. Jisoo and Qin Yinan organized a meeting. The meeting was attended by the leaders and important backbones of the Baiwan town base, Zhong Weizong and his party from Jinglingjucheng, and the leaders of the bases from Xinjiang city. The main content of the meeting was that Zhong Weizong and his party explained the situation of Jinglingjucheng to the leaders of the bases in Xinjiang city, asking them whether they were willing to go to Jucheng. If they went, the journey was long, and how to minimize casualties and losses on the way. If they were unwilling to go, how to develop in the future. They also had to come up with a charter, so that Zhong Weizong and his party could report the matter after returning. Obviously, the Baiwan town base cannot accommodate so many survivors, and it is impossible for all of them to stay. Xinjiang city is now almost an empty city. As long as there are no monsters coming from outside, Xinjiang city is still safe. Zhong Weizong and his party did not hide the situation near Jingling Giant City. The invasion area and the abyss cracks were told truthfully. They explained the problems of Jingling Giant City to everyone from the most objective perspective. Whether to go there depends entirely on personal will. All the leaders of the bases are leaders of large and small bases. They can survive until now in the end of the world. Everyone knows the cruelty and danger of the end of the world. Jingling Giant City is safe, but the migration is full of dangers. No one can say whether they can reach the giant city alive. Even if they really survive to the giant city, the competition inside will not be small, since they have established their own base. They have ambitions. Instead of being lost in the crowd, they prefer to stay in Xinjiang City, which has become an empty city, to develop. After thinking and a brief exchange, the leaders of the bases were unwilling to take the risk of going to the giant city. They wanted to stay in Xinjiang City. Xiao Shiqi, the leader of shelter number 17, looked at Jisoo with a smile. Since Jingling can build a giant city, why can't we? We have Mr. G and Mr. Qin here. And there is a ready-made Xinjiang city. We can definitely build a safe city to receive nearby survivors. When we develop, we will be able to compete with monsters. Xiao Shiqi expressed the thoughts of most people. The current Xinjiang city is simply a place with favorable conditions. They don't want to go all the way to Jingling Giant City to grab the cake. It is unknown whether they can grab it. There are 5 mountains above them, and they are restricted everywhere. How can they stay in Xinjiang City? Besides, Jingling Giant City has to rely on Jisoo to build a 100-meter giant wall. Wouldn't it be better to let Jisoo build a 100-meter giant wall in Xinjiang City? Not to mention that all the leaders of the Baiwan town base are convinced by Jisoo and Qin Yinan. Even Xiao Shiqi and Liao Wu, the leaders of the 2 major bases in Xinjiang City, are also very convinced. As for those small and medium-sized forces, they can only follow the big base. Even Xiao Shiqi and Liao Wu have accepted it, so they have nothing to be dissatisfied with. Liao Wu took the lead in expressing his opinion. If Mr. Ji can build Xinjiang City into a fortress city, I, Liao Wu, support Mr. Ji to be the city lord, and follow Mr. Ji's lead from now on. Xiao Shiqi chuckled, his eyes wandering between Jisoo and Qin Yinan. Mr. Ji or Mr. Qin, whoever is the city lord can be. As long as there is a fortress city, I have no objection. The leaders of small and medium-sized forces echoed one after another. They had no objection. And the leaders of the Baiwan town base, as Jisoo's own people, they had even less objection. Everyone's eyes were cast on Jisoo and Qin Yinan, waiting for their answers. Jisoo frowned. He hated trouble, and hated dealing with various forces even more. He just wanted to guard his planting base and live a stable life. If he really built a fortress city, even if he didn't want to be in power, he would have to choose someone he trusted enough to be the city lord. Otherwise, there would definitely be problems over time. No one doesn't like power, and ambition is fed bit by bit. It is difficult for Jisoo to trust anyone other than those he recognizes. Xiao Shiqi was observing Jisoo, and when he saw his expression, he said, if Mr. Ji is not interested in being the city lord, you can let Mr. Qin come. We are all convinced by Mr. Qin's military strength. Before they came to Baiwan town base, they didn't understand the situation in Baiwan town. Only when they really came here did they know that Jisoo was not a power-hungry person. If he wanted to control Baiwan town base, he would not share the power. He didn't even want to manage Baiwan town base, so it was impossible for him to manage an entire fortified city. If you want Jisoo to help build a fortified city, but don't let him take power, it must cost a very high price. Jingling Giant City can afford such a reward, but they, the base leaders, can't. So they can only ask Jisoo to be the city lord. Even if Jisoo doesn't want to be, they have to recommend someone around Jisoo to be the city lord. The base leaders, who reacted quickly, immediately echoed. Liao Wu glanced at Xiao Shiqi and let him take over everything, except for Zhong Weizong and his party. Everyone present recommended Qin Yinan as the city lord of the fortified city. Jisoo and Qin Yinan both understood their thoughts. They needed Jisoo's ability and Qin Yinan's strength. No matter who was promoted to the position of city lord, it would not be a loss. The meeting that day did not give an answer. Jisoo and Qin Yinan needed to discuss privately. Jisoo did not want to force Qin Yinan. He just wanted Qin Yinan to do what he wanted to do. Qin Yinan only asked Jisoo one sentence. Do you want to build a fortified city in Xinjiang City? Jisoo did want to build it. If Xinjiang City was still full of crazy corpses and monsters, Jisoo would not have such an idea. It was precisely because Xinjiang City was empty, and the opportunity was in front of him, that he had the idea of building it. Enclosing Xinjiang City and Baiwan town together within the 100-meter giant wall will only increase the safety index. His consciousness world has a ready-made giant wall model that can be deployed at any time. For him, it is just a matter of consuming some mental energy. But for Xinjiang City and nearby survivors, it is a matter of life and death. Qin Yinan, then build it. I will be the city lord. You just need to do what you want to do. Jisoo still hesitated. Will you be very busy in this way? Qin Yinan smiled. Look at Rong's base and B city. Do you need me to be busy? Jisoo, really? Then you is in charge of Rong's base. As for the B city formed by deformed animals, Jisoo has not been there yet, and Qin Yinan has not taken special care of it. It is completely left to grow wildly. Jisoo understood what Qin Yinan meant. Even if he was the city lord, he would not be so busy. He just needed to control the general direction. and other things would naturally be done by others. In the end times, strength is everything. As long as Qin Yanan is strong enough, no one dares to have second thoughts. Jisoo and Qin Yanan had the answer, and soon held the second meeting. The meeting was mainly chaired by Qin Yanan. He will serve as the city lord of the fortified city, Xinjiang City. There are 3 deputy city lords: Liao Wu, Xiao Shiqi and Bai Tingyan. Liao Wu and Xiao Shiqi are both leaders of the largest base in Xinjiang City, so it is understandable that they serve as deputy city lords. Bai Tingyan is the leader of the South District base. He is related to Jisoo and is quite trusted by Jisoo. He has strong personal strength and workability. He researched and made a high-pressure air gun. No one has any objection to him being the deputy city lord. Bai Tingyan did not expect that he would be promoted to the deputy city lord of the fortified city. He hesitated. South District base. The leader of the South District base will be Bai Jiajiao. Jisoo looked at Bai Jiajiao. Is it okay? Jisoo saw Bai Jiajiao's personal strength and way of dealing with things. She has the ability to be the leader of a party. Bai Jiajiao has been Bai Tingyan's deputy in the South District base. It is perfect for her to take over the position of the leader of the South District base. Bai Jiajiao is also generous. I have no problem. Bai Jiajiao has no problem here. So Bai Tingyan can rest assured to be his deputy city lord. The leaders of other forces in Xinjiang City also have their own positions, which are arranged according to the size of their forces, which is fair and just. When Xinjiang City develops, their power will only be greater than it is now, and they have no objection. After confirming the management of the fortress city, Jisoo, in the presence of everyone, deployed a reduced version of the 100-meter giant wall. This reduced version is for the Jingling Giant City. When it is actually deployed in Xinjiang City and Baiwan Town, the coverage area is only as large as the central city of the Jingling Giant City, which is enough for the initial fortress city. Having a 100-meter giant wall is only the first step, and further construction is needed afterwards. Whether there are still crazy corpses or other monsters within the 100-meter giant wall also needs to be fully cleaned up to ensure the real safety of Xinjiang City. Jisoo does not need to worry about these, as the city lord and deputy city lords will worry about them. Chapter 127. Xinjiang City built a 100-meter giant wall in a short time. This is the first 100-meter giant wall outside the Jingling Giant City. The coverage of the giant wall is not small. All the land near Baiwan Town is enclosed, and the land near Xinjiang City has also become the territory of Xinjiang City. These abandoned lands still need time to be cleaned up, and they will become grain-producing fields for Xinjiang City to survive in the future. In addition to Baiwan Town, Xinjiang City has no large or small forces. They will all be citizens of Xinjiang City in the future, with a safe living environment, stable work income, and a piece of purified land. It is a paradise-like life for the survivors who have experienced the cruel end of the world. Xinjiang City has no worries about the lack of survivors to go to. Xinjiang City was built under the witness of Zhong Weizong and his party. They watched the crowded Baiwan Town resume their normal life. The survivors who left did not make a fuss. Although they could not stay in Baiwan Town, they could move to the urban area. Xinjiang City was just built and needed manpower. Now was the time to make achievements. If they wanted to climb up, they had to let people see their value. Many survivors who came to seek refuge from outside wanted to stay in Baiwan Town. But Baiwan Town had its own rules and would not accept everyone. Some survivors in Baiwan Town also wanted to leave. Those who wanted to leave were survivors in the comprehensive area. There were all kinds of people here. Most of them were outsiders. For example, no one in the planting area, the southern area and the central area was willing to leave, and they would not easily accept survivors from outside Baiwan Town. Zhong Weizong and his party saw the daily life of the Baiwan Town base. The survivors here had smiles on their faces and light in their eyes. They still had expectations for life and yearning for the future, which was completely different from the survivors outside. The people who gave them a stable life were the 2 young people. They were the backbone of the Baiwan Town base. As long as they were there, the survivors here were full of hope. Before coming here, Zhong Weizong had already guessed that the vitality of mankind might be related to Jisoo. Guess is guess after all, and only personal verification can be true. Zhong Weizong will not stay in Baiwan Town for long. Qin Yanan took people to clean up the safety hazards of Xinjiang City. Jisoo took Zhong Weizong and his party to visit the planting base. Looking at the endless pure farmland, Zhong Weizong and his party were a little dazed. They had not seen such pure green for too long. The Baiwan town base was like a paradise in the end of the world. Peaceful, and without fighting with the world. This is probably the reason why Jingling Jucheng couldn't keep Jisoo. He didn't want to stay in Jingling Jucheng. He would rather offend the top leaders of Jucheng and leave. Even if he cut off contact with Jucheng, he would not give up the Baiwan town base. Zhong Weizong saw vitality and the future here. He felt that the future of mankind in the end of the world would probably be like the Baiwan town base. As long as humans are given time to solve the problems of dark matter and monsters, it will be realized sooner or later. Jisoo expressed his gratitude for the support of Zhong Weizong and his party. Jisoo also replenished the energy crystals consumed in the battle. After destroying so many crazy corpses, there would naturally be a lot of energy crystals. After replenishing the daily necessities, Zhong Weizong and his party had to return to the giant city. They could not stay outside for too long. They still had a lot of things to do, and had to go back as soon as possible. The daily necessities they replenished in Baiwan town were all pure food and vegetables, and even several large baskets of fresh fruits. The vegetables and fruits were donated by Jisoo. Zhong Weizong refused to accept them. The weather was so hot that if they could not finish eating, they would soon go bad. It was too wasteful. So they did not want them. Jisoo built a small warehouse for them on the car specially used for storing supplies. Zhong Weizong and his party, ? They had no idea what Jisoo was doing. Jisoo, you can put vegetables, fruits and meat that can't be kept for a long time in there. Zhong Weizong and his party didn't understand what Jisoo meant. But just put the vegetables, fruits and meat in the small warehouse as Jisoo said. It was not until 2 days later, when they were preparing lunch, that they were surprised to find that the vegetables, fruits and vegetables were still as fresh as they had just been picked. Zhong Weizong's heart skipped a beat, and he had a vague guess. But he didn't dare to believe it. Thinking of Jisoo's words that meat could also be put in, Zhong Weizong unexpectedly hunted a deformed poultry, slaughtered it, and put the meat in the small warehouse to see if it would become smelly. Fresh meat can't be kept in the hot weather, let alone for 2 days. If it is put outside in the morning, it will become smelly in the evening. Zhong Weizong and his party were paying attention to the changes in the fresh meat, and they had to observe it several times a day for several meals. Until the 3rd day, the fresh meat was still fresh, as if it had just been put in, and even the blood on the fresh meat hadn't dried, as if time had stopped. This discovery made Zhong Weizong and his party nervous and uneasy. They had no idea how Jisoo did it. Could it be that Jisoo's construction ability also had the effect of stopping time? Unheard of. Never seen. Jisoo helped them build a small warehouse, obviously wanting them to live more comfortably on the road. If his ability was exposed, they would be repaying kindness with enmity. If the giant city of Jingling didn't know about Jisoo's ability, they wouldn't have mentioned it on their own initiative, causing unnecessary trouble. Qin Yinan personally led people to clean up Qinjiang City. It was no problem to hand this matter over to the 3 deputy city lords. The reason why Qin Yinan came out in person was to find a group of second-level advanced mad corpses mentioned by Fan Sheng. The strength of the advanced mad corpses is obvious to all. The strength of the second-level advanced mad corpses is even stronger. And there is a group of them. Their strength and appearance are completely different from the first-level advanced mad corpses. Even the first-level advanced mad corpses may escape the embedding. And the second-level advanced mad corpses are even more impossible to be embedded. Qin Yinan was observing the tide of mad corpses at the time, and did not find the second-level advanced mad corpses. Instead, he saw several first-level advanced mad corpses with faster reactions trying to step on the mad corpses to escape the embedding. But they were all suppressed by him. He was very concerned about the group of second-level advanced mad corpses. After searching for 2 days inside the giant wall, he still couldn't find any traces of the second-level advanced mad corpses. He didn't know whether they had left Qinjiang City or hid. There must be a reason for the sudden outbreak of such a large-scale zombie tide in Qinjiang City, and this reason has not been found yet. Qin Yinan has already asked Xiao Shiqi and Liao Wu that the zombie riot in Qinjiang City appeared suddenly. Although there are many survivors who escaped to the Baiwan town base, at least half of them died in the zombie riot, and did not have time to escape. They are very sure that they have not seen a group of second-level advanced zombies. If there is really a group of second-level advanced zombies, not to mention that they can't escape to the Baiwan town base. They can't even defend the Baiwan town base. They can't deal with a group of second-level advanced zombies at all. This made Qin Yinan doubt again whether the group of second-level advanced zombies did not come to Qinjiang City. Facts have proved that the group of second-level advanced zombies not only came, but also had a clear goal. When Qin Yinan led people to clean up a huge wall, several figures suddenly flew out of the abandoned building. The speed was so fast that after images appeared, and the skin was so white that it glowed. They arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Qin Yinan was well prepared. The speed of the second-level crazy corpses was extremely fast. His speed would only be faster than theirs, and he did not give them any chance to hunt others. With just a collision, 2 of them had their heads removed, and several others were knocked away. Qin Yinan had been looking for them for a long time, and none of them could escape. The deformed people who followed Qin Yinan to clean up had not yet reacted to what was going on. They heard the sound of breaking wind, and something flew over, and flew away in the blink of an eye. Qin Yinan's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. A group of deformed people, looking down at the head rolling to their feet. They all retreated in disbelief. The second-level crazy corpses that were regarded as death gods by everyone were killed in 2 encounters. And the person with this strength is their city lord. The deformed people were no longer afraid, and they were all excitedly waiting for the good news from the city lord. At the same time, in the inner city of the planting base, Jisoo and Xiaoyu each carried a small basket and just came out of the glass greenhouse. They hadn't been back for too long, and Xiaoyu was very clingy, just like Jisoo's little tail, following him wherever he went. Xiaoyu was very sensible. When Jisoo and Qin Yinan were not at the base, his deformed ability secretly saved several people, which allowed them to wait until Jisoo came back with medicine. 1 big and 1 small picked 2 big tomatoes. Xiaoyu wanted to eat beef tomato noodles, and Jisoo prepared to make it for him. Before the 2 entered the yard, Jisoo suddenly felt a palpitation, and suddenly looked up at the inner wall, and saw 3 black shadows crossing the inner wall and rushing over. Jisoo's first reaction was to throw away the basket and hug Xiaoyu behind him, as if hit by a meteor. One side of Jisoo's shoulder was hit, and the whole person flew out with Xiaoyu. The sound of broken bones was clearly audible, and numbness followed the severe pain. When another second-level advanced crazy corpse smashed towards Jisoo on the ground, several shrill cat cries were heard, and several black shadows rushed over at a very fast speed. The leading one just caught up and knocked the second-level advanced crazy corpse off the ground. The deformed cat fell to the ground and never got up again. The sharp claws of the third second-level advanced crazy corpse were already in front of him. Jisoo and Xiaoyu were suddenly wrapped by a group of black shadows and dragged backwards. The sharp claws swung over and only took away a group of small black flies. The small flies wanted to drag Jisoo and Xiaoyu away, but the speed of dragging was too slow, which was completely inferior to the speed of the second-level advanced crazy corpse. The small flies gave up saving people and covered the second-level advanced crazy corpse with overwhelming packages to delay time. The shrill alarm sounded throughout the planting base in an instant. Mo Linxiu, who successfully became a perfect deformity, had already discovered that Jisoo was in danger. His small flies came first, but he himself was not so fast, so he could only press the alarm, and everyone rushed to the inner base. Jisoo knew that they couldn't make it in time, and even if they did, they wouldn't be a match for the second-level crazy corpse. Half of Jisoo's body was completely unable to move, and the only hand that could move was still holding Xiaoyu tightly. The deformed cats that were entangled with the second-level crazy corpse fell one by one, and were torn into a bloody mess. A black shadow flew over from a distance, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of him, and one of the heads was crushed with 1 claw. Only the last one was left, and he stepped on the ground and crushed it directly with 1 foot. Qin Yinan appeared beside Jisoo, watching him lying on the ground protecting Xiaoyu. One arm was limp and unable to move. His face was pale. His lower lip was stained with blood, and the golden vertical pupil instantly turned into a thin slit. He knew that Jisoo was seriously injured, and he stretched out his hand carefully, but he didn't dare to touch him, and could only suppress his words. Time goes back. This time he will definitely remember it. Even if time goes back, don't think he will forget that Jisoo is in danger. He will definitely come back early. Chapter 128. Jisoo was seriously injured, and several deformed cats died. Even though the 3 second-level advanced mad corpses had been killed, time had to be reversed. Time went back to when Jisoo and Xiaoyu had finished picking tomatoes and were about to leave the glass greenhouse. Jisoo stopped and asked Xiaoyu to pick a few more big tomatoes. They had to eat tomato beef brisket noodles for lunch. They made more and ate with Daddy. Xiao Yu hadn't eaten with Daddy for a long time. She ran back happily with a small basket to pick tomatoes. Jisoo put down the basket, grabbed a handful of crystals from his waist bag, and walked out. The time point when time was reversed was when Qin Yinan chased the 2 second-level advanced mad corpses out of the 100-meter giant wall. Qin Yinan was extremely fast, and took the energy crystal in the head of the second-level advanced mad corpse. After killing the last 2 second-level advanced mad corpses, Qin Yinan did not stop and returned immediately. The anxiety and urgency in his heart made him dare not delay at all. Even if he knew there was a special existence ahead, he could not stay. He had a strong premonition that Jisoo was in danger, and he had to rush back immediately. Qin Yinan noticed that the existence was moving with him, and he looked back and met a pair of blood-red eyes as beautiful as gems. Its skin was white and transparent, and it sparkled with diamond light in the sun, dazzling and eye-catching. It was wearing a pure white dress, with a beautiful face that touched people's hearts, and its long black hair was flying in the wind. Judging from its clothes and appearance alone, it should be a woman, but it had no female characteristics. It stood barefoot on an abandoned vehicle and watched Qin Yinan leave. Qin Yinan did not stop. No matter what appeared, it could not stop him from returning to Jisoo. Jisoo stood in the inner base, waiting for the arrival of the 3 second-level advanced crazy corpses. At the same time, 3 black shadows appeared on the wall of the inner base again, rushing towards the inner base at a high speed. And Jisoo was ready. Jisoo knew very well how fast the second-level crazy corpses were. He did not throw the crystal immediately to prevent Qin Yinan from being hurt by mistake. He was waiting for the man to come. He believed every word the man said. 3 second-level crazy corpses arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Their sharp claws grabbed Jisoo's throat, but they suddenly fell to the ground and were stepped into the ground with a bang. 2 muffled sounds. Jisoo smelled a strong fishy smell. The 3 second-level crazy corpses were all killed as soon as they met. Qin Yinan stood up, holding 2 energy crystals stained with dirty blood in his black claws. Qin Yinan looked at Jisoo. "Are you injured?" Jisoo shook his head. "No." Qin Yinan threw away the energy crystal in his hand. "Follow me." He put his arm around Jisoo's waist, took him to the sky, and chased in the direction where the existence was found. Qin Yinan left so quickly that Jisoo didn't even have time to say a word to Xiao Yu before he was taken outside the giant wall. Qin Yinan didn't stop, and chased in one direction. The speed was too fast, not to mention seeing the surrounding environment clearly. Even breathing was difficult. Jisoo buried himself tightly in the man's arms, letting the man take him away from Qijiang City, to an unknown distance. Qin Yinan flew and stopped, as if he was identifying the direction. After several times, when he stopped again, Jisoo asked him, "What are you chasing?" Qin Yinan took off again, and the direction deviated. A very special crazy corpse. Jisoo hadn't reacted to what kind of special crazy corpse it was. This time he stopped not long after taking off and landed on an abandoned building. There was no sound around except the sound of the wind. In the rolling heat wave, Jisoo smelled a strong stench. He left the man's slightly cool arms, and saw the crazy corpses and deformed monsters all over the city, all watching them silently. Jisoo? Jisoo looked at Qin Yinan, and saw that the man was looking in one direction. Jisoo looked over, and saw a completely different existence from the second-level advanced crazy corpse. His pupils suddenly shrank. It was the third-level advanced crazy corpse. The legendary perfect form. To have such a perfect human form. It can be seen how many people this third-level advanced crazy corpse has eaten. And it only eats humans. Otherwise, it would not have such a perfect human form, whether in the past or now. It is the first time that Jisoo has seen a crazy corpse in a perfect form. He had only heard rumors before that the perfect form is the strongest among all the advanced crazy corpses, and is at the top of the pyramid among the crazy corpses. It has no exact gender, neither male nor female, with extremely beautiful appearance and extremely strong strength. All crazy corpses and advanced crazy corpses must obey its orders. The existence of the perfect crazy corpse is even more dangerous to humans than the bloodthirsty people. The bloodthirsty people have human appearance and smart minds, but their number is far less than that of the crazy corpses. If there were no bloodthirsty people, the man-eating crazy corpses would definitely be the first target for humans to deal with. Compared with dealing with bloodthirsty people, dealing with crazy corpses is even more troublesome. Not to mention other things. The number of crazy corpses alone is dangerous enough. There are too many crazy corpses. In addition to the existing ones, there are many survivors who are being eroded and turned into crazy corpses. The number of advanced crazy corpses is also increasing with the growth of time. They rely on eating people to continuously advance. Whether now or in the future, crazy corpses will be the biggest trouble for humans. The higher the level of advancement, the higher the IQ. The perfect crazy corpse in front of him is no different from humans, and even better than most humans. Whether in appearance, strength, or wisdom, it is far superior to ordinary people. Because of this, it is more dangerous. Jisoo didn't understand why the perfect crazy corpse suddenly appeared, and Qin Yinan found it and chased it all the way here. The gem-like blood-red eyes stared at the two people hugging each other, and the emotionless eyes wandered on Qin Yinan, and a roar came from the throat. There was no expression on the extremely beautiful face, or it didn't know how to show an expression at all. The emotions of the perfect crazy corpse could only be distinguished from the speed of the sound. It seemed to be questioning something, but Jisoo didn't understand. He could only look at Qin Yinan. He didn't know whether the fallen beast could understand the crazy corpse language. Of course, it didn't matter whether it could understand or not. They were not of the same kind, and fighting didn't require a language system. Qin Yinan's eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, full of deterrence. Where is the bloodthirsty giant city? The bloodthirsty man was still looking for trouble. He wanted to attack Jisoo in the jingling giant city. When he returned to Baiwan town, he sent a second-level advanced crazy corpse to attack without the help of the fallen beast. More second-level advanced crazy corpses delayed Qin Yinan, but only 3 were needed to deal with Jisoo. If it weren't for Jisoo's ability to go back in time, with his auxiliary deformed ability, 1 second-level advanced crazy corpse could solve it. Sending 3 was already a sure kill. Unfortunately, no matter how unpredictable the bloodthirsty man was, he would never have thought that Jisoo would have a second deformed ability. And it was related to time. The perfect mad corpse seemed to be irritated, and let out a long roar. The silent mad corpses in the city followed suit, and the momentum was so great that the anxious mad corpses could not wait to pounce on him, and were instantly crushed by the terrifying pressure. The perfect mad corpse was completely angry and roared to attack. Qin Yinan let Jisoo go. Protect yourself. After saying that, he rushed into the sky, and a huge fallen beast appeared in the sky, roaring with its head held high. The terrifying deterrence crushed down without reservation, and the densely packed mad corpses that pounced on him instantly exploded into meat paste, and the blood mist spread outward, and countless mad corpses disappeared in an instant. The perfect mad corpse standing in the distance flashed several times and appeared in a farther place, and the blood mist could not reach it. It was still pure and beautiful, and even its long hair was not a bit messy. The golden vertical pupils of the fallen beast looked down, and Jisoo's cylindrical small fortress to protect himself had been deployed. The fallen beast did not hesitate anymore, and swooped down and attacked the perfect mad corpse in a white dress. Boom! The whole city was shaking. The nearby crazy corpses were cleared, and under the rolling smoke and dust, the perfect crazy corpse was pressed into a big pit by the huge claws, and the sharp and huge claws were embedded in the crystal clear skin and flesh of the perfect crazy corpse. The perfect crazy corpse was attacked, and all the crazy corpses went crazy, roaring and rushing up, one by one bursting into blood mist, still coming one after another. The golden vertical pupil stared at the slender and tough perfect crazy corpse under the claws. It didn't expect that it didn't explode under its attack, but was only injured and bleeding, which was the lightest injury. The golden vertical pupil moved slightly, grabbed the perfect crazy corpse, and threw it into the air, and the huge black claws flashed like a gust of wind, tearing the perfect crazy corpse in the air, but it was just the afterimage of the perfect crazy corpse. The perfect crazy corpse disappeared out of thin air. The fallen beast seemed to have expected it. The 3-time advanced crazy corpse couldn't be so weak, but it was impossible to have a joyful fight with a fallen beast. The level and level were not equal. The fallen beast raised its claws and sniffed at the tip of its nose, remembering the smell of the perfect crazy corpse's flesh and blood. It ran towards the abandoned building with 4 claws on the ground, and slapped the crumbling building with 1 claw. The cylindrical small fortress built on it lost its support and fell down. The big claws accurately grabbed the cylindrical small fortress in the ruins, threw it on its back, and rushed into the sky. Jisoo, who had just weathered the small fortress and was almost blown away by the wind, he already knew the intention of Qin Yinan in chasing this perfect crazy corpse. Maybe he can really follow the perfect crazy corpse to find the location of the bloodthirsty giant city. Jisoo didn't know when the crazy corpses were mixed with the bloodthirsty people. The sudden outbreak of the crazy corpse tide in Xinjiang City and the sneak attack of the second advanced crazy corpses were inseparable from the bloodthirsty people. Obviously, Qin Yan'an thought so too. Jisoo didn't know how Qin Yan'an would find the bloodthirsty giant city, so he could only follow him all the way. This time, the speed of the fallen beast was obviously faster. It would stop and wait after flying for a while, as if waiting for the guide to move further away so that it could catch up in one breath. Jisoo, he didn't need to do anything at all, as long as he stayed on the back of the fallen beast and accompanied it. The fallen beast would feel at ease. All the way north, Jisoo clearly found that the crazy corpses along the way had changed from black hair to blonde hair, and the surrounding architectural style had also changed. The fallen beast actually took him out of the border. Not only did they fly out of the border, but the man and the beast also passed through two invaded areas. The speed was too fast. Jisoo didn't know the characteristics of these two invaded areas at all. By the time he reacted, the fallen beast had already passed through. Jisoo, in the end times, strength is indeed the king. After the fallen beast slowed down, Jisoo could sit up and observe the nearby terrain. They have completely run to other countries. The fallen beast is rising. Jisoo grabs the thorns on his back and looks far away. First, there is a vague outline, and soon a huge city with a unique shape appears in front of him. It is the vague huge city that Lu Chengyuan connected when the energy dissipated. The bloodthirsty huge city. Found. Chapter 129. After discovering the location of the bloodthirsty giant city, the fallen beast and Jisoo did not approach rashly, but stopped at a hidden location to observe the surrounding environment of the bloodthirsty giant city. At the beginning, what I saw at Lu Chengyuan's place was only the internal scene of the giant city, and I didn't see the situation outside the bloodthirsty giant city. Now that I saw it with my own eyes, I realized how special the construction of the bloodthirsty giant city was. In addition to the main city of the bloodthirsty giant city, there is a circle of small cities on the outermost edge. From a distance, it looks like a sheep pen placed outside the main city. There are many human survivors in it. The fallen beast sensed a strong sense of fear. Outside the main city and the small cities is the territory of the crazy corpses. There are a large number of them. The bloodthirsty giant city seems to be built in the middle of the crazy corpse tide. Even if the survivors who are raised escape from the small city, they cannot leave alive. Either die in the hands of bloodthirsty people, or escape with great difficulty and be torn to pieces by the crazy corpse group in the end. Either way is death. The captured survivors simply live in the small city. Jisoo and the fallen beast carefully noted the terrain here and quietly left. When the bloodthirsty giant city could no longer be seen, the fallen beast flew high into the sky and identified the direction in the air. Instead of returning the same way, it flew in another direction. That was where the jingling giant city was. Not only Jisoo and Qin Yan'an were looking for the bloodthirsty giant city, but jingling giant city had already started looking for it when it learned of the existence of the bloodthirsty giant city. Many search teams were sent out, but no one found the location of the bloodthirsty giant city. If Qin Yan'an had not followed the perfect form of the crazy corpse, he would not have found the location of the bloodthirsty giant city. What Jisoo was concerned about was that the crazy corpse and the bloodthirsty man were obviously two species, but they seemed to have joined forces, which made the human beings, who were not at an advantage, even more dangerous. This discovery must be reported to the jingling giant city immediately to let them prepare. If the bloodthirsty giant city cannot be caught off guard, then the human giant city will only be in danger. I originally thought that I could return to jingling giant city accurately by following the direction set by the fallen beast, but I was blocked by the pure black light curtain on the way. A man and a beast encountered an invasion area. The fallen beast had to stop. If it was an ordinary invasion area, the fallen beast could take Jisoo directly through it. The pure black light curtain in front of him looked very strange. The fallen beast was not afraid of these invasion areas at all. It was only worried that Jisoo on its back would be affected. The fallen beast changed direction and tried to bypass the pure black invasion area, so that even if the human giant city used troops, there would be a place to pass. However, when the fallen beast flew to the end of the pure black invasion area, it was the abyss crack. It must not be passed easily. There were too many unknown monsters in the abyss crack. If those monsters were attracted up, it would be the biggest disaster. The fallen beast had to fly to the other end with Jisoo. After the pure black invasion area ended, It was followed by the pink invasion area, which spread all the way to the sea. The fallen beast rushed to the sea along the pink invasion area. The calm sea surface suddenly bulged upwards, and the sea level was lifted high. Several thick and ferocious tentacles pierced the sea surface and attacked the fallen beast in the air. Jisoo, shock. The fallen beast suddenly rose up, and its thick and powerful long tail, covered with sharp thorns, chopped down in the air, and the huge tentacles that were wrapped around were cut off. It crashed into the sea with a bang, raising huge waves. Jisoo, Since the end of the world, Jisoo has never been to the seaside. The land is so dangerous. Not to mention the mysterious sea. No one knows what kind of danger is hidden in it. The fallen beast flew here not to conquer the sea. It just wanted to see if the nearby sea surface is safe and whether it can bypass the invasion area by boat. Obviously, it can't. The fallen beast did not retreat, but rushed forward. While testing the sea, it also wanted to take Jisoo to bypass the pink invasion area smoothly. The fallen beast flew up and down. Jisoo tightly grasped the thorns on the back of the fallen beast. After dodging several waves of huge tentacles, a spider-like white thread sprayed out from the sea. I don't know what it is. The fallen beast roared angrily. The huge black shadow under the sea surface froze for a moment, and soon sank, and the white thread fell back into the sea. This is not over yet. Another wave of black water columns rushed up to the sky and attacked the fallen beast in the air. Among them were things like sea urchins covered with thorns, rushing into the sky like cannonballs. The fallen beast dodged quickly. Jisoo threw a handful of crystal beads on the sea surface, which activated instantly. The sea surface was impacted by energy, and pits were formed. With the protection of sea water, the monsters hidden in the seabed would not be easily killed, no matter whether it can be killed in one blow, as long as it can affect the monster's attack. It was under such a group attack that the fallen beast took Jisoo to bypass the invasion area from the sea surface and successfully reached the other side. Jisoo was still in shock, and even the fallen beast turned its huge head to look back. There was no clear emotion in its cold vertical pupils, and no one knew what it was thinking. Bypassing the barrier of the invasion area, the speed to Jingling Giant City was fast. When they were about to meet the first sentry post, the man and the beast stopped in an abandoned city. Jisoo found a set of clothes for Qin Yinan in the mall, and flew over with Jisoo in human form, all the way to the giant city. The two did not stay at the sentry post. They passed by in the air. The soldiers at the sentry post found them, and notified the giant city. Qin Yinan just arrived outside the 100-meter giant wall with Jisoo in his arms, and the heavy city gate opened. The confidants of the 5 army commanders personally led people to meet them, picked up the two, and flew directly to the central city. Soon, Jingling Giant City held an emergency meeting to study and discuss the news brought by Jisoo and Qin Yinan. The meeting lasted for more than 10 hours. After the meeting, all departments of the entire Jingling Giant City took action. Another convoy took Jisoo and Qin Yinan out of the giant city and headed north to the 2 invasion areas. If they want to go to the bloodthirsty giant city, they must open up the invasion land. Whether Jisoo's construction ability can be used in these 2 invasion lands will have to be tried before it can be known. Blocking between the human giant city and the bloodthirsty giant city is the spreading abyss crack. Even the real fallen beasts don't want to easily provoke this crack, and no human survivors dare to take the risk. The abyss crack cannot be solved. The closest to the crack is the pure black invasion land, which also covers a large area. If you want to go around the pink invasion land, the journey is longer, and it will take a lot of time. The best way is to open up the pure black invasion land. These 2 invasion lands are already outside the border. The giant city did not send people to explore. They never thought of passing through here. Now they suddenly have to solve the invasion land here. How to explore is also a big problem. The dangers of each invasion land are different. As long as you explore, there will be sacrifices. The Scarlet Land at the beginning lost too many lives, and the pure black light curtain is a completely unknown area. The soldiers who came together are ready to sacrifice for the future of mankind. Time is running out. They must find out the situation in the pure black invasion area as soon as possible, even if it costs human lives. Since the bloodthirsty giant city is in the north, the bloodthirsty people can come from the north smoothly, and the invasion area obviously cannot stop them. Jingling Giant City must know how they come. Jisoo also knows that time is urgent. Because of this, he doesn't want anyone to go in and die. Jisoo said, "You don't have to go in. Give me an armored vehicle, and Brother Qin and I can go in. Hua Tong, who came with him, immediately stopped him. No. It's too dangerous. Dou Shanhan also said, Mr. Ji, your ability is extremely important. Even if all of us die here, you can't be in trouble. You must protect yourself. Qin Yinan looked at Jisoo. You stay. I go in alone. Dou Shanhan and Hua Tong said at the same time. We go in with you. Qin Yinan glanced at them. No. Protect Jisoo. I be back soon. Qin Yinan spread his bat wings and disappeared in the pure black with a flap of his wings. All the soldiers who came together, after being shocked, they all looked at Jisoo, who was silent. Jisoo glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist and timed Qin Yinan. He would definitely not let him exceed the time he could go back. Dou Shanhan asked Jisoo uncertainly, Can Mr. Qin really do it alone? Wait and see. Jisoo leaned on the armored vehicle with his arms crossed, staring at the pure black light curtain. If even Qin Yinan couldn't solve this invasion, then no one should be able to solve it. Right? Jisoo has been paying attention to the time. Half an hour later, everyone in the invasion felt the vibration. The vibration came from the pure black invasion. People outside were very alert, knowing that there must be action inside. The movement was so loud that it was enough to see how fierce the fight was. The vibration lasted only more than 10 minutes before it was completely quiet. Before an hour, Qin Yinan came back, but he changed his clothes again. Jisoo knew that he must have ended the battle in the form of a fallen beast again. Jisoo knew that others didn't know why Qin Yinan changed his clothes. They just thought that he changed because his clothes were damaged or dirty in the battle. Seeing him come out, everyone rushed to greet him. What's the situation inside? Qin Yinan, this is a dreamland, and the monster with dream-weaving ability has been eliminated. He didn't say what kind of monster it was. The deformed monster and the fallen monster are completely two levels. And the monster with dream-weaving ability in this invasion place is a fallen creature. Qin Yinan was glad that he didn't take Jisoo in rashly. Otherwise, as long as he stepped into the pure black land, he would fall into a dream that was so real that it was indistinguishable from the real thing. The dream-weaving ability of the fallen creature is not comparable to that of the deformed human. If he fell into a dream, even Qin Yinan would feel difficult. The fallen creature would not let a fallen beast enter its dream. Jisoo stared at him closely, wondering if he had swallowed the original energy of the invasion land again. If there was original energy here like in the Scarlet Land, then the original energy in Qin Yinan's body would definitely be unstable again. Qin Yinan walked in front of Jisoo and held his hand. Drive in to explore the road conditions. I take a break. Jisoo felt the force on his fingers and knew that Qin Yinan's original energy was unstable again and he was about to lose his human form. Jisoo immediately asked for an armored vehicle, took Qin Yinan, and rushed into the pure black land, not giving Dou Shanhan and Hua Tong any chance to stop him. When they got in the car and chased in, they could no longer see Jisoo's armored vehicle. The tall man on Jisoo's armored vehicle had disappeared, and a small fallen beast crawled out of his clothes, stumbled towards Jisoo, and skillfully drilled into his clothes. It wanted to sleep. Fortunately, Jisoo always carried a chest bag, just like carrying a crystal at all times. The little beast got into the chest bag as if it was familiar with the place, zipped itself up, curled up and didn't move, and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 130. Although the fallen in the pure black land was destroyed, the invasion land did not disappear. The Dreamweaver Fallen was not the only monster in the pure black land, but those were nothing in front of the fallen. Qin Yinan asked Jisoo to go in and explore the way. There was no other way. If his original energy was stable, he would definitely stay with Jisoo. Now that he couldn't protect him in human form, he could only protect him in the form of a small fallen beast. Jisoo went in first. In addition to really exploring the way and measuring the length of the passage, it was also to cover up the problem of Qin Yinan's sudden disappearance. He couldn't let people see Qin Yinan's appearance as a small fallen beast. Jisoo drove the car and rushed away, knocking away all the humanoid monsters that pounced on him. They held weapons in their hands and chased the armored vehicles and chopped them. They looked like crazy corpses, but there were no black spots left by erosion on their appearance. They were skinny, and their deeply sunken eyes were completely black. Qin Yinan didn't have time to explain the situation inside in detail. These monsters should have been affected by the invasion of the land and the Dreamweaver monsters, which is why they look like this now. These monsters are more aggressive and flexible than ordinary crazy corpses. Jisoo is not sure what they can do. For his own safety, Jisoo dared not open the window easily, let alone get off the car to explore. Jisoo's armored car was blocked by humanoid monsters, and was soon caught up by Do Shahan, Hua Tong and others behind. Someone opened the window to throw energy bombs out to clear the monsters. The open windows were quickly closed again in a hurry. A report came from the armored car. It turned out that a soldier in the car suddenly lost consciousness because he just looked at the pure black eyes of the monster. They knew very little about these monsters. This time, Qin Yinan took action to solve the biggest monster that controlled the Dark Land, greatly reducing the sacrifices in the exploration. But they still didn't know the abilities of these small monsters, so they could only explore slowly. The people who rushed in were very nervous. They didn't dare to open the window again, let alone look at the monsters outside. They could only use the reinforced armored car to rush and clear the passage. And the energy gun kept shooting out. Jisoo put on the protective clothing in the armored vehicle, put on a fully enclosed breathing mask, opened the shooting port specially reserved on the armored vehicle, and other armored vehicles fired outwards, while Jisoo stuffed crystals outwards, and each activation could clear out a piece. It was under such circumstances that the armored convoy slowly and arduously broke through the pure black land and successfully crossed it. It was already very difficult to kill over. And if you want to kill back, you have to rest. The armored convoy stopped to rest and checked the unconscious soldiers. They were not injured, and their breathing and heartbeat were normal, just like they were asleep. They just couldn't be woken up, and they might have fallen into a dream designed by the monster. The main reason for this speculation is that the biggest monster in the pure black land has the ability to weave dreams. The strongest monster in the pure black land has died, and the soldiers were hit. It is very likely that the small monsters inside also have the ability to weave dreams. In order to verify this, Do Shahan and Hua Tong could only ask Qin Yinan. They knocked on Jisoo's armored vehicle, but didn't see the person they were looking for in the car. They were both very surprised. "Where is Mr. Qin?" Jisoo remained calm. "He went to deal with other things. I can handle the construction of the channel." Do Shahan, Hua Tong, I couldn't help but look at the pure black invasion area again. It was pitch black inside, and I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. Did Qin Yinan leave here to deal with other things? Do Shahan and Hua Tong looked at Jisoo again, and saw that his waist and chest were bulging in the shape of bags, because it was a hot summer. His clothes were thin, and couldn't cover the bag he was carrying close to his body. It was because they saw the bulge in his clothes before that they didn't expect Qin Yinan to hide in his chest bag. They really thought that Qin Yinan suddenly had something wrong and disappeared in the pure black land. Do Shahan and Hua Tong thought of other ways to wake up the soldiers and not disturb Jisoo from building the channel. Jisoo breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the small rectangle throne on the footrest, which contained Qin Yinan's clothes. As long as there is no evidence, they would not think of the fallen beast even if they suspected it. Jisoo built a crossover passage at the fastest speed. When he finished building it, Do Shahan and Hua Tong were checking the surrounding situation. The unconscious soldiers still had not been awakened, so they could only be sent back to the giant city and handed over to a special person for research and treatment. Without further ado, Jisoo put the passage on the spot. This time the passage was closed at both ends, because Jisoo was not sure whether these monsters would run out of the passage. He could only build gates at both ends of the passage. Even if there were monsters trapped in the passage, they would not be able to get out. With a safe passage, the armored convoy returned from the passage. As Jisoo expected, some black-eyed monsters were indeed sealed in the passage. They could not leave the invasion site by themselves, but they could move in the passage. In other words, if there is external help, they can leave the invasion site and cause trouble to the outside world. This is a result that no one wants to see. The armored convoy killed its way through, and even burned the monsters' corpses just in case. The news was sent back to Jucheng, and the top leaders were shocked. They never thought that they could break through a completely unfamiliar invasion area so quickly. When they got the accurate news and knew the reason for the speed, they all admired and feared Qin Yinan. How powerful must he be to easily get rid of the leader of a monster occupying an invasion area? No one dared to think, and no one could imagine it. The top leaders didn't expect that the passage problem would be solved so quickly. Jucheng was not ready in all aspects. Manpower, weapons, and supplies were still being raised and dispatched. Since the passage was opened, they had to prepare everything as quickly as possible. Otherwise it would not be humans who raided the bloodthirsty people, but the bloodthirsty people who took the initiative to kill them. The various departments of Jucheng were busy. And Jisoo was also busy. He was busy building defense lines and building safe fortresses. He couldn't let the soldiers and deformed people who participated in the war have no safety defense. There must be enough fortresses that can resist strong enemies. Jisoo had to arrive at the battlefield earlier than anyone else. Under the protection of Do Shinhan and Hua Tong, he ran around to survey the terrain and find the most suitable place to build fortifications. They all knew that the movement of the giant city was so loud that it would not be concealed for long for the elusive bloodthirsty people. They had to be fast. Everyone was busy and wanted to rush before the bloodthirsty people noticed. However, the first to discover Jisoo and his party was not the bloodthirsty people, but the advanced crazy corpses. Jisoo was being escorted by Do Shinhan and Hua Tong to the next target, but was attacked by advanced crazy corpses on the way to transfer. If it was a single advanced crazy corpse or only a few, it would not be a problem. But a group of secondary advanced crazy corpses came over. Each of them had white skin and extremely fast speed. If it were not for the speed that exposed their identity, they really looked like humans from a distance. Do Shinhan and Hua Tong immediately gave orders to prepare for the battle. But Jisoo knew very well that facing such a group of secondary advanced crazy corpses, they had no chance of winning. This is an extremely dangerous second-level advanced mad corpse. The armored vehicle was still speeding, and Jisoo quickly observed the nearby terrain and quickly selected a relatively flat high ground. Jisoo's calm voice rang out from the loudspeaker on the armored vehicle. That's a second-level advanced mad corpse. Don't fight head-on. Follow me. Jisoo had already driven the armored vehicle towards the flat high ground, where a dome fortress had appeared. It was the defensive fortress that Jisoo had been busy with. Do Shinhan and Hua Tong saw it and immediately accelerated to follow. They also knew that the chances of winning against a second-level advanced mad corpse were really low. But they were soldiers. Even if the chances of winning were low, they could not be afraid of fighting and had to fight. If there was a better way to fight, they would not be so stupid as to die in vain. Jisoo's armored vehicle rushed into the defensive fortress first. When the armored vehicles behind it rushed over, the defensive fortress had been completely solidified, and the gate was closed. It was impossible to get in from the outside unless someone inside took the initiative to open the gate. Jisoo braked suddenly, jumped out of the car quickly, rushed to the door, turned the lock, and pulled the door open with force. The armored convoy rushed past in front of him. The group of second-level advanced zombies followed closely behind the convoy and were about to hit the last armored vehicle. Jisoo seized the opportunity and threw a larger crystal to activate it. The armored vehicle and the second-level advanced zombies were forced to rush in the opposite direction. The armored vehicle almost rolled into the fortress. Jisoo quickly pulled up the fortress gate, and the person who came in first immediately turned the lock and locked the gate. Bang, bang, bang. The second-level advanced zombies rushed in and hit the fortress gate hard, causing a tremor. Others had quickly set up mobile energy cannons at the shooting port and bombarded the second-level advanced zombies that were chasing them. They made some gains, and more second-level advanced zombies jumped away quickly to avoid the attack. The defensive fortress was attacked fiercely, and there was a constant rumbling sound, as if huge rocks were constantly hitting the defensive fortress from all directions. The firing ports of the circular defense fortress were quickly occupied by the soldiers. They were looking for an opportunity to counterattack and would not allow the second-level advanced mad corpses to destroy the defense fortress. Even if they knew that the fortress was very strong, they would not allow it to be destroyed. This siege lasted all night, and they still did not escape until the next day. But it was even more troublesome. The reaction and evasion speed of the second-level advanced mad corpses was very fast, and it was difficult for the energy cannon to hit them. Of course, in the whole night of confrontation, they also eliminated nearly half of the second-level advanced mad corpses. In the early morning, the people in the fortress heard the howling of the mad corpses. They all knew that things were going to be bad, but there was no way to escape from the fortress. After dawn, they saw a dense group of mad corpses. The defense fortress was completely surrounded by the mad corpse group. It was almost impossible to find the advanced mad corpses among so many mad corpses. If they rushed out, they would definitely be killed instantly by the advanced mad corpses hidden in the mad corpse group. Jisoo, this is forcing him to use his special skills. Since that's the case, he won't be polite. So the scene outside the Baiwan town base was staged again, and all the crazy corpses were embedded. Before taking action, Jisoo had already said hello, and the energy cannon was aimed at the crazy corpse that jumped the highest, which must be an advanced crazy corpse. Sure enough, when the horizontal solidification was released, the advanced crazy corpses that sensed the danger all jumped up to avoid being embedded. What greeted them was a direct bombardment, which was more efficient than bombarding the crazy corpse group. Jisoo originally thought that as long as the advanced crazy corpses were cleared, the embedded crazy corpse group would not be a problem at all. But Jisoo miscalculated. The advanced crazy corpses seemed to have seen through his tricks. The crazy corpse group besieging the fortress was indeed embedded, and many of the advanced crazy corpses that jumped up were also killed. But not all. Soon, more crazy corpses gathered and let Jisoo embed them. Jisoo frowned deeply, just as he was thinking about what to do. Among a group of dark and dirty crazy corpses, Jisoo noticed a pure white and gem-like blood-red eyes. Jisoo was shocked and retreated quickly. The white shadow flashed several times and approached quickly. Jisoo's heart was pounding, and he retreated again and again. He had a very bad premonition. He had never doubted the safety of his fortress. At this moment, he had a strong premonition that his defensive fortress might not be able to defend against the ability of the perfect crazy corpse. When the perfect crazy corpse disappeared almost against the wall of the fortress, Jisoo had only 2 words in his mind. It was over. It was really over. When no one reacted, the perfect crazy corpse suddenly appeared in front of Jisoo, almost face to face with him. The next moment, Jisoo and the perfect crazy corpse disappeared in the fortress at the same time. Do Shunhan, shock. Huatong, shock. The speed was too fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, the white shadow disappeared with Jisoo. Chapter 131. Jisoo lost his vision in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already in the group of crazy corpses. The soldier who had been staring at the group of crazy corpses found Jisoo's figure. Commander, I found Mr. G. Disappeared again. Before Do Shunhan and Huatong rushed to the observation port, Jisoo disappeared again, and this time no one knew where he was taken. The people hiding in the fortress could not continue to defend. They knew very well how important Jisoo was, even if all of them added together were not as important to mankind as Jisoo alone. But it was not an easy task for them to break out. When Jisoo regained his vision again, he was already far away from the group of crazy corpses. The perfect crazy corpse's hand, like a steel clamp, was grabbing one of his shoulders. The snow-white and transparent 5 fingers deeply dug into his flesh and blood, digging into his shoulder bone, making him lose all resistance. The perfect crazy corpse easily lifted Jisoo, as if grabbing a piece of rag. Just as he was about to disappear again, the monstrous anger had already suppressed it, and the perfect crazy corpse was bounced away, and a black shadow rushed out of Jisoo's arms. The perfect mad corpse staggered and looked down at the chest with a big hole. The light was transparent from front to back. The granulation tissue at the wound was squirming wildly, repairing the wound quickly, but no blood was flowing out. The perfect mad corpse seemed to have a premonition of something, and disappeared instantly without stopping. A huge black shadow appeared in the sky, and the angry roar of the fallen beast resounded throughout the land, shaking the space to distort. The disappeared perfect mad corpse was forced to appear, and had already escaped far away. The fallen beast was completely enraged and pressed towards the location where the perfect mad corpse appeared. The perfect mad corpse disappeared for a moment, and was forced out again, falling into the collapsed ruins. Advanced mad corpses came from all directions, and pounced on the huge fallen beast like fleas, to prevent the fallen beast from killing the perfect mad corpse. The violent fallen beast had terrifying lethality. Before the advanced mad corpses got close, the long tail covered with thorns swept over, and blew up a group of advanced mad corpses. The air was full of the stench of decay. The perfect mad corpse seized this opportunity, and did not crawl out of the ruins, but disappeared again under the cover of the burial. Found that the scent of the perfect mad corpse was far away. The fallen beast could not let it escape again, and rolled up Jisoo on the ground with its smooth tail tip, took him on its back, and chased the perfect mad corpse. The various defensive fortresses built by Jisoo have troops stationed. They observe the movements of the bloodthirsty giant city from a distance, looking for opportunities for surprise attacks. There are mountains and seas of mad corpses gathered outside the bloodthirsty giant city. It is too difficult to attack from the ground. They have to wait for an opportunity. But they didn't expect that this opportunity would come so soon. The 3 defensive fortresses closest to the bloodthirsty giant city all discovered the restlessness of the mad corpses, as if something great had happened. The mad corpses all gathered in one direction, which exposed the bloodthirsty giant city. The station troops didn't know what happened, but they only knew that the opportunity was rare, and they must seize it. Messages were transmitted from the frontline defense fortress, and the troops stationed in the rear immediately took action. All kinds of energy weapons and deformed weapons were transported to the front line and headed towards the bloodthirsty giant city. The movement of the crazy zombie group was too loud, and the bloodthirsty giant city could not fail to discover it. Before the bloodthirsty giant city sent bloodthirsty people to check. When the human army entered the range of the crazy zombie group, it was sensed by the master brain in the bloodthirsty giant city. The human army killed the bloodthirsty giant city. This message was transmitted to bloodthirsty people with common brain capabilities all over the world through the master brain, and then transmitted to every bloodthirsty person under its jurisdiction by the common brain. Being found by humans in the bloodthirsty giant city was undoubtedly something that every bloodthirsty person had never expected. The geographical location of the bloodthirsty giant city is absolutely better than humans can imagine. It is a completely isolated fairyland. The surrounding area is either abyss cracks or invasion lands connected end to end. The direction without invasion land is also a very dangerous sea. No one can find the bloodthirsty giant city unless they can pass through the abyss cracks or the invasion land, which is too difficult for humans and almost impossible to accomplish. If it weren't for the accident caused by Liu Chengyuan, humans probably wouldn't even think of the existence of the bloodthirsty giant city. It is precisely because the existence of the bloodthirsty giant city was exposed that Jisoo and his party were bitten by the bloodthirsty people. The jingling giant city, which is separated from the bloodthirsty giant city by the abyss cracks and the invasion land, has also become a thorn in the eyes of the bloodthirsty giant city. The reason is simple. The distance is too close. The population is large, and the geographical location is not good for humans. But it is an excellent treasure land for bloodthirsty people. If it cannot be destroyed, it can also turn jingling giant city into a grain storage warehouse for the bloodthirsty giant city. Humans can't get help from any party except the deformed people. But bloodthirsty people are different. They can trade with perfect crazy corpses, negotiate with deformed monsters, and worship fallen things. Bloodthirsty people are the masters of the end of the world. They will replace the status of humans and become the real masters of the end of the world. Everything was going smoothly, but Jisoo and Qin Yenin were unexpected. The bloodthirsty people had to kill Jisoo no matter what, forcing the fallen beasts to return to their nature and not to continue to mix with humans. Otherwise it would not be humans who were in danger, but the bloodthirsty people. It was not easy to kill Jisoo. With a fallen beast guarding him, any tricks could not match the powerful force. They tried again and again, but failed again and again, until the bloodthirsty giant city was discovered by humans. Mastermind. There was no doubt that the human army would attack, and it was definitely related to Jisoo and Qin Yenin. At this point, there was no other way but to fight. When the human army attacked the bloodthirsty giant city, Jisoo followed the fallen beasts and chased the perfect crazy corpse into the pink light curtain, followed by countless advanced crazy corpses, and even countless ordinary crazy corpses were led in together. Neither Jisoo nor the fallen beast had ever been to this pink invasion land. In order to bypass this invasion land, they even risked going around it from the sea, but they still couldn't avoid it in the end and rushed in. The moment the fallen beast broke in, Jisoo smelled the rich sweet floral fragrance. With just one breath, Jisoo's fear collapsed uncontrollably. His parents who died tragically were staring at him in a twisted posture. The broken cervical vertebrae pierced the flesh, and blood gushed out wildly, covering Jisoo's head and face. His mother head drooped, hanging on her neck with only a layer of skin. His mother eyes rolled back. A lot of blood gushed out of her mouth, and she squeezed out a voice from her throat. Did you know about this car accident a long time ago? So you pestered us to go on a trip? You want to murder Mom and Dad? You want to kill us? Jisoo's pupil shrank. His heart seemed to be crushed, and he was suffocated by the pain. Dad was looking at him upside down with his head hanging down. The head with a big hole in it was pouring blood, and a long blood waterfall was formed. Xiaosu, you killed Mom and Dad. Don't you want to be with Mom and Dad? You are all alone. Come and accompany Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad miss you very much. Come and accompany us. The two heads hanging down suddenly raised up and bit Jisoo's head, which was pressed at the bottom. It hurts. It hurts so much. Roar! Jisoo felt that his head was about to be bitten off. He was so painful that he went crazy. and was suddenly pulled back to his senses by the roar of the beast. Jisoo vaguely saw a huge monster, and his vision focused on a huge and ferocious head and a pair of golden vertical pupils. The fallen beast was looking at him with its head down. When it saw Jisoo wake up, it made a low snoring sound in its throat, as if it was explaining something. After the snoring, the fallen beast rushed back to the pink invasion area again. Jisoo realized that he had left the invasion area and was lying on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of crazy corpses. His head hurt so much that it was about to explode. Jisoo ignored the pain and first placed a small cone fortress on himself, waiting for the fallen beast to come back. Jisoo's second invasion was more distorted, which showed how terrible the pink invasion area was. He still remembered the sweet and greasy fragrance of flowers. However, the sweet fragrance in the pink invasion area was stronger and more toxic than the fragrance of the humanoid flower art in the jingling giant city. He just took a sip and fell into a terrifying hallucination. He didn't even notice when the fallen beast took him out. Jisoo knew that the overlord of this invasion area was a fallen creature called Illusion Seed. Even Qin Yanan said that the illusion species was dangerous and difficult to deal with. It was not easy to kill. As long as a piece of roots was left, it could be resurrected at any time. It was extremely difficult to completely eliminate it. This time, the main target of the fallen beast was not the illusion species, but the perfect crazy corpse. Even if it hid in the pink invasion land, the fallen beast had no intention of letting it go, and would not stop until it died. Jisoo hid in this small cone fortress, waiting in agony. The ground continued to shake. The source of the earthquake was not from the invasion land, but from the rear, from the direction of the bloodthirsty giant city. Jisoo knew that with so many crazy corpses chasing them, the bloodthirsty giant city must have been exposed, and the garrison would definitely seize the opportunity to launch an attack. He was very anxious about the battle situation, and at the same time, he was also very worried about the situation of the fallen beast. He could do nothing now, so he could only stay in this small fortress and wait for the fallen beast to come back. The roar of the beast came from the invasion land, and the swarming swarm of crazy corpses were still rushing to the invasion land. The number was so terrifying that it was not an exaggeration to describe it as a tide of crazy corpses. I wonder if the illusion species eats crazy corpses. If it eats crazy corpses, wouldn't all the crazy corpses that entered become nutrients for the illusion species? Can the fallen beast defeat the illusion species? Jisoo suddenly felt a little anxious. The illusion species didn't seem to feed on fear, but on flesh and blood. There was no specific requirement for fresh flesh and blood. If the illusion species wasn't picky, then crazy corpses might really be nutrients for the illusion species. If that was the case, then the perfect crazy corpse didn't break in accidentally, but was calculated. It wanted to use the illusion species to deal with the fallen beast, and it also brought so many nutrients. Thinking of this, Jisoo couldn't wait any longer. He got up from the ground, lay on the small window and looked out, waiting for the fallen beast to come back. He waited for a long time, but the fallen beast did not come back. Instead, the mad corpses continued to come to his door as food. On the other side of the battlefield, the fighting was the most brutal. Humans have advanced energy weapons and crystals. Bloodthirsty people cannot study weapons or use crystals, but their kind are all monsters, and each of them is strong. At this point in the fight, both sides suffered huge casualties. The human army is still marching towards the bloodthirsty giant city. The mastermind of the bloodthirsty giant city has issued a call to summon all nearby bloodthirsty people to come to support. Bloodthirsty people will not just defend blindly. Their nature is brutality and plunder. When they are beaten to their doorstep by humans who treat them as food, they will not give in at all. Deformed monsters of various shapes rushed out of the bloodthirsty giant city. They are all strange and have various abilities. Among the deformed monsters are mixed bloodthirsty people. They command the deformed monsters that have no brains and fight only by instinct to fight. In addition to being naturally formed, these deformed monsters are also formed by deformed people who have lost their original hearts after entering a fully deformed state. They have completely lost their human side and have become outright monsters, eating humans and enjoying fighting. Do Shihan and Hua Tong's group finally escaped from the siege. They completely lost the trace of Jisoo and did not blindly search for him, but chased to the front line. In this attack on the bloodthirsty giant city, Jingling Giant City has emptied all its inventory. This battle can only be won and not lost. For this reason, 2 army commanders were sent to command. Shi Huaquan and Peng Hu, both of whom are strong in their own strength and have rich combat experience. Both army commanders are determined to die. No matter what. They must destroy the bloodthirsty giant city and eliminate the great trouble for mankind. Dou Shenhan and Hua Tong first found Army Commander Shi Huaquan. His army rushed to the front line and had long been far away from the front line's defense fortress. Once there is an unsolvable danger ahead, they will not have time to retreat. And there is no place to hide. While Shi Huaquan was calmly commanding the battle, he was anxious. They had been out of touch with Jisoo for more than 20 hours. And he didn't know what went wrong. If Jisoo was there, their casualties could be greatly reduced. Even if Jisoo was not there, the battle had to go on. Only one of the bloodthirsty giant city and the jingling giant city could exist. Jingling giant city knew it was not enough. So it would definitely not wait for the bloodthirsty giant city to attack the city gate. It could only strike first. Not to mention that the bloodthirsty people had attacked jingling giant city more than once. Dou Shenhan and Hua Tong were brought to General Shi Huaquan by Zhong Weizong. When Shi Huaquan saw them, he immediately asked where Jisoo was. They rushed to the front line to report the matter. Dou Shenhan said, Mr. Ji was captured by something that looked like a perfect mad corpse. It had a white skirt and red eyes. And it was the same as the characteristics reported by Mr. Ji and Mr. Qin. It was so fast that we didn't see the true face of the perfect mad corpse. This was undoubtedly the news that Shi Huaquan didn't want to hear the most. Where's Qin Yinan? Hasn't he come back yet? With Qin Yinan's strength in the invasion area alone, he would never let Jisoo be captured by the perfect mad corpse. They only knew that Qin Yinan had left for something. And he left from the pure black invasion area. He never heard of his return after leaving. Suddenly there was a noise in front. And countless people shouted to retreat and disperse. The extremely ferocious deformed warriors, who rushed to the front line, all ran back. However, the next moment, the retreating warriors suddenly disappeared, and were replaced by deformed monsters. The deformed monsters that suddenly appeared did not give others time to react at all, and had already pounced on the stunned warriors. Shi Huaquan made a prompt decision. Retreat! Retreat without waiting for the frontline warriors to retreat. Shi Huaquan and everyone around him disappeared instantly. Replacing them were another group of deformed monsters. Chapter 132. The battle on the front line was not going well. A bloodthirsty man with special abilities appeared, completely disrupting the advancement process. The situation in the Pink Invasion land was not optimistic either. The fallen beasts had been in there for quite some time. The fighting inside was very fierce. And the crazy zombies continued to enter the invasion land. With a constant supply of nutrients, it was not easy for the fallen beasts to deal with the illusion species. At first, Jisoo did not notice it, until he found that the scope of the Pink Invasion land was getting closer and closer to his small cone fortress. He was shocked to find that this invasion land could actually expand outward. Just as Jisoo was hesitating whether to risk being attacked by the crazy zombies and move the small cone fortress farther away, he saw the crazy zombies that rushed and rushed out again. Each crazy corpse has dirty roots growing on its body. Dark little flowers grow in the dry and rotten flesh of the crazy corpses. The crazy corpses that rushed out were taken away from the invasion area and rushed to the battlefield behind. Jisoo, shock. This move is too cruel. Only a short piece of dead branches was brought into the jingling giant city, which brought such a great disaster to the outer city. Now there are so many crazy corpses with phantom roots, leaving the invasion area and rushing to the outside world. What kind of consequences will there be? Jisoo simply dare not think. Jisoo quickly glanced at the time. It is almost impossible to stop the crazy corpses from leaving with phantom roots. The only way is to go back in time. Let time go back to before everything started. And solve the phantom seeds before the perfect crazy corpse leaves the endless crazy corpses into the pink invasion area. And do not give the perfect crazy corpse the opportunity to provide nutrients. It has been a long time since he was taken away by the perfect mad corpse. And then he was chased and killed all the way. And then he had a stalemate and fighting in the invasion land. If he wants to go back to the time before he was taken away by the perfect mad corpse, his time for retracing is obviously not enough. If he wants to stop the perfect mad corpse from leading the mad corpse group to the pink invasion land, he can only give up chasing the perfect mad corpse and rush to the invasion land as soon as possible. Fight quickly. And deal with the illusion species first before considering other things. Jisoo calculated the time well. And just as he was about to go back, he saw a white shadow flash outside the small fortress. As long as it flashed again, Jisoo could be captured again. Jisoo had been psychologically traumatized by the perfect mad corpse. While retreating rapidly, he had already grabbed a handful of crystals in his hand. Even if it affected himself, he would seriously injure the perfect mad corpse. However, before the perfect mad corpse flashed again, a thick long tail swept past like a gust of wind, blowing the white shadow away. There was a loud rumbling sound from the invasion land, and the entire pink invasion land seemed to explode. Countless thick and terrifying roots rolled outward, like a surging wave, pushing the invasion land outward. Jisoo saw that the huge fallen beast was tightly entangled by the extremely huge roots, and the dark and hard scales were torn. Several thick roots penetrated the body of the fallen beast and fixed it tightly in the dense root gaps. Blood fell like a pillar, smashing deep pits on the ground, and was soon absorbed by the thick roots and became the nutrients of the illusion. Jisoo's pupils shrank suddenly, and his already precarious self-consciousness suddenly collapsed. In front of him was the bleeding fallen beast and the scene of his parents' death, which was full of scarlet. The exploding pain disappeared, and the consciousness completely broke free from the constraints of the body. The whole person was relaxed and freer than ever before. The view outside the window gradually disappeared. Jisoo felt that he was falling, and could not see his fallen beast. Jisoo struggled to float up randomly, and jumped up like swimming. In fact, it was the minute hand of the retrospective clock that was desperately swinging backwards. Time slowly went back, allowing him to see the fallen beast outside the small fortress again. The fallen beast he saw this time was not pierced like a sieve, nor was it bleeding wildly. The golden vertical pupils of the fallen beast were full of panic and anxiety. Wherever it passed, the thick roots withered. The huge fallen beast broke the withered roots and rushed to the small cone fortress that was already covered with pink. With a loud bang, the small cone fortress was directly cut off by a tail, and the falling Jisoo was caught by a huge claw and taken to the sky. Jisoo wanted to squint his eyes to prevent being blinded by the wind, but he found that he seemed to have no eyes. His vision had no blind spots in 360 degrees, and everything that happened nearby was in his eyes. Or, it was all in his perception. Jisoo realized it belatedly and focused his perception on himself. What he saw was not a human body, but a small and exquisite round, retrospective clock. Jisoo, shock. His second invasion entered the full state of distortion. How did it suddenly become a full state of distortion? He was not prepared at all. Or it entered the full state of distortion at this critical time. After the panic, Jisoo quickly calmed down. Having experienced a full state of distortion, he knew very well that the longer the full state of distortion lasted, the weaker the self-awareness would be. He had to take advantage of the clear human consciousness to solve the perfect crazy corpse and the bloodthirsty giant city. Jisoo is a mental distortion. Even if the mental energy is materialized, it does not mean that his mental energy disappears. The first invasion of the full distortion was a castle, and the mental energy was all on the castle. Now the second invasion of the full distortion has become a retrospective clock, and his mental energy is also gathered on the retrospective clock, which can be used at any time. White mist began to rise on the retrospective clock. It was the embodiment of mental energy that was concentrated to a certain degree, like a thin silk wrapped around the big claws of the fallen beast, trying to get itself out of the big claws. The fallen beast felt the vibration of the retrospective clock, looked down, and gently released its claws. The retrospective clock, dragged by the mental energy, followed the big claws of the fallen beast and climbed all the way to the big head of the fallen beast. Find a safe position with the best view. Mental energy entangled, tied the retrospective clock to the big head of the fallen beast, and it would not be easily thrown off. The retrospective clock then discovered that the fallen beast not only rushed out of the invasion area to catch it, but was also chasing the perfect crazy corpse that escaped. The ability of this thing is really difficult to deal with, but it is not difficult to see from its tattered body that the perfect crazy corpse has also been forced into a desperate situation. The fallen beast's big tail whipped over again, and the perfect crazy corpse disappeared instantly, and the attack missed. The retrospective clock tied to the fallen beast's big head was excited, and the minute hand swung backwards, and time went back a little bit. The disappeared perfect crazy corpse reappeared, and the fallen beast's big tail was ready in advance. As soon as the perfect crazy corpse appeared, it was whipped out, and it didn't give it a chance to disappear again. The retrospective clock waved the spiritual energy like thick fog, commanding the fallen beast to rush. The perfect crazy corpse was small in size and very flexible. It disappeared from the ground again before the fallen beast pounced. The retrospective clock continued to swing the minute hand, and the perfect crazy corpse appeared again. Before it could use its ability, its thick tail covered with thorns had already whipped down. The perfect mad corpse had half of its body disappeared, but it was still alive and kicking and continued to flee. One beast and one bell chased and beat until the perfect mad corpse was completely crushed, and obtained a gem-like blood-red energy crystal. The retrospective bell liked this energy crystal very much, wrapped it with thick fog and placed it on the head of the fallen beast, close to its retrospective bell. The fallen beast, okay. As long as my wife likes it. It doesn't matter if I decorate it as a gem beast. The fallen beast flew over from high in the sky, looking down at the battle below. The mad corpses that rushed out of the invasion area have all turned into human-shaped flower art. But the small flowers growing from the mad corpses are dirty dark black, not the bright red nourished by fresh blood and flesh. The ground is full of dirty human-shaped flower art. This is just a change on the surface of the ground. What kind of scene will become below the ground can be seen by looking at the bright human-shaped flower art on the battlefield. The phantoms have been completely taken away from the invaded areas. Human warriors faced multifaceted attacks from bloodthirsty people, deformed monsters, crazy corpses and phantoms, and suffered heavy casualties. But no one escaped. They all knew what this meant. Once they lost, the giant city of Jingling would be finished. So many survivors would become food for bloodthirsty people. They couldn't retreat. They could only fight to the death. The backtracking bell, which had tied itself to the big head of the fallen beast, also followed the fallen beast to observe the battle situation on the ground. The human warriors were obviously at a disadvantage. There were still phantoms in the back that were constantly devouring humans at a very fast speed, attacking from underground and companions, and it was hard to defend against them. In the consciousness of the backtracking bell, there was only one thought: lost. Humans lost. The huge fallen beast made a low snoring sound in its throat, as if asking the backtracking bell what to do. What can the backtracking bell do? The backtracking bell can only do backtracking. The mental energy like thick fog wrapped around the blood-red energy crystal next to the retrospective clock. The mental energy wrapped around the big head of the fallen beast also tightened, like an invisible arm tightly hugging the fallen beast. The minute hand began to reverse rapidly, leaving an afterimage on the retrospective clock, with the retrospective clock and the fallen beast as the center. The surrounding scene was all blurred into a piece of color, and time finally stopped at the beginning of the battle. The fallen beast broke away from the static state and rushed towards the pink invasion area. The fallen beast was obviously surprised, and deliberately turned back to confirm his position, wondering why he was not affected by the time reversal. The retrospective clock seemed to know what the fallen beast was thinking. It wrapped the blood-red energy crystal with mental energy and shook it in front of the fallen beast, so that everyone could see clearly that the blood-red energy crystal was still there, which meant that the time of the perfect crazy corpse had not been retraced, and it disappeared in the time before the retracing. At this time, the perfect crazy corpse has disappeared, and will no longer lead the crazy corpse group to be fed to the illusion species. Of course, we must also guard against the secondary advanced crazy corpses, which also have the ability to control the crazy corpse group. The fallen beast obviously also understood the meaning of the retrospective clock. Since the blood-red energy crystal is still there, it proves that the perfect crazy corpse is gone. Now all we have to do is concentrate on solving the illusion species in the invaded area. Originally, at this time, the perfect crazy corpse was leading the crazy corpse group to the invasion area. But now the perfect crazy corpse has disappeared. The crazy corpse group that ran all the way has lost its guidance and is spinning in place. Even the advanced crazy corpses have stopped in place, not knowing where to go. The fallen beast flew into the pink invasion area silently. It had the battle memory before the retrospection, and knew where the main body of the illusion species was hidden. This was like being spoiled in advance. The fallen beast knew all the hiding places and methods of the illusion species. In addition, the continuous supply of nutrients for the illusion species was cut off, and the illusion species was no longer a threat. This was indeed the case. The fallen beast went straight to the center of the invasion area with the retrospection clock. The retrospection clock saw the fallen beast swooping down and grabbing a thick root disguised as a vine left on the ground. Without giving the illusion species a chance to react, it immediately extracted the source energy. When the illusion species hidden underground noticed and counterattacked, the source energy had already been obtained by the fallen beast. without nutrients and losing a lot of source energy. The illusion species had already lost the opportunity. The ground was arched up, as if a giant earthworm was constantly drilling and arching, and the entire ground was shaking and breaking. When the main body of the phantom species hidden underground appeared completely, a rectangular shadow suspended above the backtracking clock dial was immediately cast out, covering the entire range where the main body of the phantom species appeared, and sank deeply into the ground. In this way, there is no need to worry that the phantom species will not be able to win in the middle of the battle and cut off its own roots to save its life. At the moment of being sealed, the rolling huge roots were frozen for a moment. The phantom species would never have thought that it would not only deal with the fallen beast, but also the exquisite backtracking clock on the head of the fallen beast, which also had the ability to build a fortress. This is no longer a mixed doubles match. This is a triple match. The next step is the one-sided abuse of the fallen beast. The phantom species cannot win and cannot escape, even if it secretly cuts off a piece of its own roots and leaves it in the soil. It can be turned out and drained of energy. However, there is always a small root that the fallen beast cannot find. The phantom species has consciousness, and the backtracking bell and the fallen beast are not stupid either. After draining all the original energy of the phantom species, the backtracking bell withered the top of the rectangle. After the fallen beast flew out, the backtracking bell immediately stacked 3 layers on the original rectangle. No matter whether there are any roots that have escaped the net, don't think about crawling out to harm humans again. The fallen beast ate too much and flew crookedly, as if it had drunk fake wine. Backtracking bell, The fallen beast will fall into a deep sleep when it absorbs too much original energy. Now is the time to sleep. But it's a pity that it can't sleep. It has to go and see what the situation is on the front line. After the irregular flight that broke a large tree and a row of buildings, the fallen beast staggered out of the invasion area with 4 claws, and the 2 huge bat wings dragged on the side, as if it had forgotten how to fly. Backtracking bell, The fallen beast fell to the ground after walking out of the invasion area. The 4 claws had different ideas. They all wanted to sleep and didn't want to move. Backtracking bell, The backtracking bell rolled down from the big head of the fallen beast, rolling out with a gurgle, and was caught by the claws of the fallen beast. The golden vertical pupils were so sleepy that they could not open. But they did not forget to grab the backtracking bell. The fallen beast's huge body suddenly shrank and turned into a small fallen beast, with 2 small bat wings drooping, lying on the ground on its side. Very sleepy. The backtracking bell used spiritual energy to scratch the ground and rolled out from under the small claws of the small fallen beast with difficulty. As soon as it left the small claws, the small fallen beast woke up and pressed the backtracking bell again with a snap. Backtracking bell, The backtracking bell used spiritual energy to weave an invisible rope and hung it on the neck of the small fallen beast, thus successfully escaping the fate of being pressed under the claws. The backtracking bell hung on the neck of the small fallen beast, and did not forget to bring its blood-red energy crystal together, which looked like a round plate and a big gem hanging around the neck of the small fallen beast. These 2 things were obviously bigger, and they were a little out of proportion to the size of the little fallen beast. The little fallen beast hugged the retrospective bell, curled up its small body, and circled its tail, and fell asleep. It had to sleep. It couldn't fly or walk, so it could only sleep for a while. Chapter 133. The little fallen beast needs to sleep to digest the large amount of original energy it has absorbed. The retracing clock does not want to sleep, but it cannot run to the battlefield by itself, so it can only be held by the little fallen beast and let go. It is calculating the time. The little fallen beast cannot take the clock to participate in the battle, so it can only let the battlefield fight to the death. Wait for the little fallen beast to wake up, and then see whether to go back in time. The retracing clock waited until the next day in the rumbling vibration, and knew the fierceness of the battlefield from the movement. The retracing clock fell asleep at some point, and when it woke up with a shake, it found that the little fallen beast woke up and looked up at the distance. The retracing clock followed and looked over, and was almost sent away with just one look. Several huge monsters that looked very arbitrary were rushing towards the direction of the bloodthirsty giant city. Just by looking at the size and shape of the monsters, the retracing clock could guess that these monsters should come from the cracks in the abyss. The retrospective clock didn't know how these monsters suddenly appeared. What happened during the time they were asleep? The little fallen beast waved its bat wings, turned around and flew back to the pink invasion area. The oversized retrospective clock and the blood-colored energy crystal made the little fallen beast fly shaky. The spiritual energy of the retrospective clock tightly wrapped around the little fallen beast's neck, worrying that it would crash and break its clock face. The little fallen beast flew into an abandoned shopping mall and searched inside for clothes to wear. The retrospective clock understood that the little fallen beast was about to become a human. So it took the initiative to release its spiritual energy and fell with the blood-colored energy crystal, allowing the little fallen beast to put on clothes. The little fallen beast grabbed the fallen retrospective clock and put it on the table. Then he took the clothes to the fitting room. When he came out again, he was Qin Yan'an, who had returned to adulthood. His time did not go back, and the energy consumed in the fight with the phantom species before the return would not be replenished. This is why he can recover to human form in a short time after absorbing the original energy of the phantom species after the return. Or he consumed too much energy in the previous battle. The man picked up the backtracking clock on the table and gently wiped off the dust from rolling on the ground. "Can you hear me?" The backtracking clock shook in the man's hand to show that it could hear. The man chuckled. "Zhong Bao. When can you get through the full abnormality?" The backtracking clock, Feng Shui turns around. "And today is my home." The backtracking clock shook again, indicating that it didn't know. It took several months for the full abnormality of the first invasion to recover to human form. He didn't know what the state of the full abnormality of the second invasion was, so he could only take it one step at a time. This time it was the man who carried the waste bag with him. He put the beautiful backtracking clock and the blood-colored energy crystal that Zhong Bao liked into the waste bag. The man spread his bat wings and flew out of the invasion area. The man rushed towards the battlefield very quickly, and the perception of the retracing clock followed Qin Yan'an to observe the ground battle situation. The degenerate creatures that crawled out of the abyss cracks were about to reach the battlefield. The group of crazy corpses that had lost their direction turned back at some point and joined the battle between humans and bloodthirsty people. The battlefield was full of corpses, including human corpses, crazy corpses, deformed monsters, and bloodthirsty people. Among them, the human corpses were the most incomplete, and they were all eaten beyond recognition by the monsters. The crazy corpses and deformed monsters led by the bloodthirsty people have already gained the upper hand. The abyss crack monsters attracted by the strong fear will also reach the battlefield. The human army that is struggling to support will no longer have hope. The retracing clock wanted to retrace immediately, but was stopped by the man. He didn't want the retracing clock to endlessly consume mental energy to retrace. Before finding out the specific situation of the bloodthirsty giant city, retracing again and again would have no meaning except consuming the energy of the retracing clock. Qin Yan'an landed from a high altitude, picked up a long sword made by jingling giant city, and flew up into the sky again, flying towards the bloodthirsty giant city. Someone spotted that figure and shouted excitedly, "It's Mr. Qin! Mr. Qin is back!" The soldiers who were struggling to hold on saw Qin Yan'an flying towards the bloodthirsty giant city alone with a sword, and their exhausted bodies burst out with strength again. Mr. Qin dared to break into the bloodthirsty giant city alone. As human beings, how could they not cover his back? General Shi Huaquan was nowhere to be found, and only General Peng, who was still struggling, seeing Qin Yan'an in the air, easily cut down several high-jumping advanced mad corpses. He excitedly shouted, "Kill!" The surviving soldiers followed and shouted, and the roar shook the sky. Qin Yan'an's speed of advancement was getting slower and slower. The advanced mad corpses and bloodthirsty people who found his traces all concentrated on blocking him alone. One by one, the bloodthirsty people with the ability to fly soared into the sky and attacked the man in the air. Qin Yan'an's long sword did not hold on for long and completely broke. Energy fluctuations suddenly appeared around. Qin Yan'an disappeared from the air, and an abandoned building suddenly appeared in the sky and crashed down to the ground. Captain Peng Hu yelled, "Pay attention to the top. Disperse. This move again." Because of this ability, they lost too many people. They didn't know whether they were transferred to other places, or all died. Peng Hu had been looking for the bloodthirsty person with this ability, but unfortunately it was too well hidden, and he could not determine its location. Qin Yan'an appeared in another place in the blink of an eye. To be precise, he appeared in the sea of crazy corpses. There were countless crazy corpses crowded around. The sudden disappearance of the abandoned building made the crowded group of crazy corpses loose. Qin Yan'an, who appeared in the abandoned building, became the target of countless crazy corpses. Qin Yanan jumped up and rushed into the sky, escaping from the rush of the crazy corpses, but was blocked by the advanced crazy corpses who jumped up with him. He could only deal with these annoying advanced crazy corpses first. The giant city of Jingling built. The long sword could not withstand such consumption, so Qin Yanan could only rely on his claws and bat wings to fight, tearing the advanced crazy corpses by hand, charging at an extremely fast speed, and all the advanced crazy corpses blocking the way were knocked away and torn to pieces. After clearing the advanced crazy corpses that were in the way, Qin Yanan found that he was instantly transferred to another direction by some ability, away from the human army, and even farther away from the bloodthirsty giant city. Although the distance was far, it was not a problem at all for the fallen beasts with the ability to fly at high speed. Soon Qin Yanan rushed towards the bloodthirsty giant city again. There were fewer bloodthirsty people and deformed monsters in this direction, and even fewer monsters that could be intercepted in the air. Qin Yanan successfully landed on the wall of the sheep pen outside the bloodthirsty giant city. The human survivors trapped inside were all running around in fear, screaming continuously, and couldn't help but screaming. What a horrible illusion he had seen. Even the air under the wall was pink, and the wind was filled with the familiar sweet and greasy fragrance of flowers. No roots of the illusion species appeared, but the poisonous fragrance of flowers spread. This is the fastest and most effective way to stimulate fear in human survivors, and it is also a means to attract monsters from the abyss. If human survivors had not hit their doorstep, the bloodthirsty people would never risk attracting those monsters. Now that the abyss monsters are coming, it is not the bloodthirsty giant city that suffers, but the human survivors outside the city. The bloodthirsty people think it is worth the risk. Qin Yanan did not stop, flying over the area where humans were kept, to the real city of the bloodthirsty people, at a very fast speed. Even the bloodthirsty people with the ability to fly could not catch up, and could only watch a human fly in. Qin Yanan's goal was very clear. He was going to the hall in the center of the bloodthirsty giant city. There must be something very important in it. At least the things that issued orders and collected information to Lu Chengyuan's common brain must be there. Qin Yanan's judgment was also very simple. The defense of the central hall was the most stringent. It was thought that there would be something very important to the bloodthirsty people in it. Qin Yanan wanted to destroy it. Qin Yanan accelerated and was about to approach the hall. The familiar energy fluctuations around him appeared again. Qin Yanan's position changed again. He appeared near the bloodthirsty giant city. There were bloodthirsty people and deformed monsters around him. This time he fell into the monster's nest. Before the monsters attacked, Qin Yanan's hand had already pressed on his waist bag. Retrace. The time rewinding point is the moment when the fallen beast flies out of the invasion area. It can't go back any further. Otherwise the fallen beast will kill the phantom again. The phantom does not have the blood-colored energy crystal to lock the rewinding clock. As long as it is rewinded, it will definitely reappear. However, it is enough to go back to this time point, because Qin Yanan and the blood-colored energy crystal are still locked by the rewinding clock and will not go back with time. And the perfect crazy corpse will not be resurrected. In this way, time goes back to the previous day. The battle at this time is the most intense. The dead soldiers return to the battlefield. Commander Shi Huaquan, Do Shenrong, Hua Tong and others are still fighting on the battlefield. They are not diverted and killed by the special ability of the bloodthirsty man. Everything in the outside world is rewinding. Only Qin Yanan is still hovering in the air. The moment the rewinding stops, everyone sees the sudden appearance. Qin Yanan. He was not there the moment before, but he was there the next moment. The war was urgent, and there was no time to think. As long as Qin Yanan appeared, he would be their strongest force, and they would fight more bravely. Qin Yanan was behind the bloodthirsty people. Not only were the humans surprised, but the bloodthirsty people were even more shocked. They couldn't figure out how this flying human appeared in this position. Qin Yanan stayed here without moving, waiting for the rabbit. He had discovered the law of space movement. Or in other words, he discovered the key to using this ability. Exchange. If you want to move something, you must exchange it for something. A building disappeared out of thin air, and Qin Yanan suddenly appeared among the bloodthirsty people and the deformed monsters. This place is obviously the safest and most convenient place to protect, and it is also the location of the bloodthirsty people with this ability. The situation was urgent, and the bloodthirsty man had to exchange positions with Qin Yanan to prevent Qin Yanan from really rushing into the hall. Originally it was just a guess, but when Qin Yanan saw the ruins of the building falling to the ground, He confirmed his guess. Qin Yinan didn't know if the bloodthirsty man was nearby now. And even if it appeared, it was which one? Since he couldn't tell, he could only trap them all and force the bloodthirsty man out. After all, the fortress built by Jisoo couldn't prevent the entry and exit of spatial abilities. Qin Yinan suddenly jumped into the sky. And the long-prepared retrospective clock, a large ceiling rectangle, had covered it. All the bloodthirsty men, deformed monsters, and crazy corpses below couldn't escape and were sealed in the large rectangle. Qin Yinan suddenly felt that there was another energy fluctuation around him, and he was chosen to be exchanged again. At the moment of being selected, Qin Yinan flew sideways at the same time and slid out of the center of the energy fluctuation. And the bloodthirsty man exchanged a ball of air in. A bloodthirsty man suddenly appeared at Qin Yinan's original position. The moment he saw Qin Yinan, the bloodthirsty man vividly performed a surprised expression on the spot, and fell down the next second. Who told Qin Yinan to be in the air? Qin Yinan did not give the bloodthirsty man a chance to turn over. He let it exchange again, and it didn't know where it escaped. The man swooped down and tore the bloodthirsty man to pieces before he completely landed on the ground. No matter how strong his ability was, it would be in vain if he didn't have time to use it. The human soldiers who were still fighting were all shocked when they saw the huge sealed rectangle that suddenly appeared. They subconsciously went to look for Jisoo's trace. The only deformed man who could use this trick was Jisoo. But Jisoo was nowhere to be seen. Before they found Jisoo, the clear-line fortress defense line was released from Qin Yinan and landed on the front line of the fight between human soldiers and monsters. The human soldiers were very clear about the formation process of the fortress. When they were covered by the energy lines, they all ran out and away from the fortress that had not yet condensed. The unaware monsters saw the human soldiers fleeing and quickly chased them, but were soon embedded in the solidified fortress walls, leaving a row of defensive fortresses for the frontline soldiers. Qin Yinan took the retrospective bell and flew to the bloodthirsty giant city. He had not forgotten his hope of breaking into the central hall and completely destroying the bloodthirsty people. It was just that after a whole night of attrition war, the human combat power was preserved, and the combat power of the bloodthirsty giant city was also preserved. Qin Yinan wanted to break into the bloodthirsty giant city alone in human form, which was no longer as easy as before. Qin Yinan knocked away the flying bloodthirsty people and advanced crazy corpses that blocked him, and a strong sense of fear came out from the bloodthirsty outer city again. Qin Yinan, Zhong Bao. Seal all the breeding areas. The retrospective bell also figured it out. Since it can attract monsters from the cracks in the abyss, there must be a very strong sense of fear. The survivors raised by the bloodthirsty giant city are not only food, but also a source of fear at critical moments. The retrospective clock sensed the breeding area below, and closed circular covers were cast one after another, completely cutting off the transmission of fear. Qin Yinan defeated the aerial interception and flew towards the bloodthirsty giant city. At this moment, a blood-red light column suddenly rose from the sky above the bloodthirsty giant city, flying in all directions of the bloodthirsty giant city like a meteor, dragging a blood-red light and covering the entire bloodthirsty giant city. The light column disappeared, and what appeared in front of him was a completely closed blood-red giant city. Except for the city gate, there was no entrance or exit in the air. The things in the central hall should have sensed the danger, so they blocked the high altitude and prohibited Qin Yinan from flying in from the air. If he wanted to walk on the ground, there were so many bloodthirsty people and deformed monsters that it would be impossible for him to pass easily. Qin Yinan didn't want to enter from the ground, and he didn't want to kill his way in step by step. It was too slow. The scaly black claws violently tore the red covering apart, and the strong touch was transmitted back, and the red covering broke, like layers of filaments. And soon the loosened and bounced red filaments were straightened again, connected to the broken end, and restored to good condition. Qin Yinan swooped down, and a strong and powerful long tail appeared. The sharp pyramid pulled the red filaments and cut a long broken end. Before the filaments could be repaired again, the long tail slapped the filaments with fangs and claws. Just as he was about to drill into the broken end, he saw the disappeared blood-colored light column appear again and cover Qin Yinan. All human warriors, shock. Backtracking clock, question mark. Qin Yinan, instantly covered by countless filaments. These filaments seemed to have consciousness, trying to drill into Qin Yinan's eyes, ears, mouth and nose, and tightly entangled Qin Yinan, trying to cut him into pieces. The retrospective bell didn't know if Qin Yinan would be cut into pieces. It felt that it was about to be cut into pieces. Even the blood-colored energy crystal fell out of the waste bag, and was quickly entangled by the filaments. The retrospective bell was also entangled into a red disc. Qin Yinan's body was covered with black scales. It was not his act of control, but the natural reaction of his body when he encountered danger. Although these filaments are dangerous, they cannot easily cut through the hard scales. Qin Yinan can lie flat and let them be cut, but the backtracking bell cannot. No one can move his backtracking bell. Qin Yinan stretched out his hand, trying to grab the backtracking bell that was entangled, but was entangled by the dense filaments and could not move. Qin Yinan was furious. Roar! A huge black shadow appeared in an instant, and its thick and powerful long tail swept over, breaking the red filaments that were entangled like a waterfall. Its sharp claws grabbed the backtracking bell that was entangled into a coil. And by the way, it grabbed the small toy blood-colored energy crystal of the backtracking bell. With a roar, the huge bat wings spread out, and the behemoth soared into the sky and rushed straight to the central hall of the bloodthirsty giant city. The battlefield was in a state of stillness from the first roar of the fallen beast. Everyone looked at the huge monster above the bloodthirsty giant city in horror and shock. It was the fallen beast. It was really the fallen beast. Both humans and bloodthirsty people were panicked. No matter which side the fallen beast was on, it would be a devastating blow to the other side. In such a battle, humans and bloodthirsty people can fight. Bloodthirsty people can contact deformed monsters and crazy corpses as helpers. And humans can use energy weapons and crystals to attack. No matter what means. Neither side thought that the fallen beast would participate in the battle. No. The bloodthirsty people thought about it. It was because they thought about it, destroyed it, and were on guard against it that they angered the fallen beast and let it find the existence of the bloodthirsty giant city. The bloodthirsty people on the battlefield received the highest recall order and tried their best to stop the fallen beast. Watching the bloodthirsty people retreating quickly with the deformed monsters and crazy corpses, the human warriors were all confused. Until the two army commanders shouted and chased them with all their strength. The bloodthirsty people knew very well what the consequences of angering a fallen beast would be. They dealt with Jisoo again and again, and never thought of destroying a fallen beast. They just wanted to force it to restore its nature and stay away from humans. The bloodthirsty people would not dream of winning over the fallen beast, nor would they let the fallen beast stand on the side of humans. In the end, everything was in vain. The angry fallen beast's tail collapsed the hall, and all the attacks fell on this extremely large fallen beast, causing no harm. The fallen beast circled in the air, and after placing the retrospective bell and Zhong Bao's toys on its head, it freed its claws to deal with the ugly monster below. A big head that almost occupied the entire central hall. The blood-colored light column also came from the big head, and the red filaments rushed towards the fallen beast, bringing the main brain's peace consciousness. As long as the fallen beast can leave and not participate in this war, the bloodthirsty people are willing to serve the fallen beast as their master. Every day, they will have endless fear emotions and delicious human flesh soaked in fear delivered to their mouths. The bloodthirsty people will be the most loyal slaves of the fallen beast. Roar! Monsters don't even have feelings. So what's the point of talking about loyalty? Do bloodthirsty people know how to write the word loyalty? The long tail covered with thorns broke through the void, and the tail chopped the chattering big head, as if it had chopped a super big watermelon. Is there any loyalty to other bloodthirsty people? Even if there is, the fallen beast dare not let the big head continue to force it. It is afraid that the retrospective bell will hear it. The rules for so long are not established in vain. It really doesn't eat humans. Human flesh is poisonous, and eating it will kill you. The blood-colored light curtain spread outward, turning into endless blood and rushing out of the bloodthirsty giant city. The giant city was like a soft cake, crumbling under the impact of the blood. The soldiers who rushed towards the bloodthirsty giant city turned their heads and ran back when they saw the blood-colored torrent covering them. They rushed into the defensive fortress on the front line and blocked the doors and windows as quickly as possible. There was a blood-colored scene outside the window, and the defensive fortress was submerged by the blood-colored torrent. Everyone, ? How should this battle be fought? The bloodthirsty man was asking for trouble. He finally provoked a fallen beast. It was a good opportunity for them to charge. But suddenly a flood broke out. A bloody flood. The soldiers hiding in the defensive fortress were all confused, and they watched the bloody torrent outside the window rapidly retreating. At this time, the bloodthirsty giant city no longer existed. and the monsters all over the ground disappeared. Instead, a bloody giant rose from the ground. There were countless heads embedded on the giant, some of which were bloodthirsty. Some were deformed monsters, and some were crazy corpses. The heads opened their mouths and roared hard, as if they were in great pain. Everyone hiding in the fortress. Fuck. 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 They never thought that the bloody torrent could turn into such a giant monster. The bloody giant roared angrily, and the monster's bloody body twisted into thick tentacles, attacking the fallen beast in the air. I originally thought that the fallen beast's size was already rare and huge, but I didn't expect that the fallen beast could be even bigger, fighting around the bloody giant. The ferocious long tail almost split the sky, and each time it could cut the bloody giant in half, taking away a piece of star-like red light, turning the monster back into a bloody torrent, collapsing and spreading. When the blood-red torrent condensed into a bloody giant again, the fallen beast cut it down again with one blow, condensing again and again, slashing down again and again. As the number of times accumulates, the height of the blood giant is slowly shrinking, until it is so small that the huge fallen beast can crush it with one claw, and there is no drop of blood left. 3 months have passed since the destruction of the bloodthirsty giant city, and all the participants in the battle have not yet come out of the thrilling shock. They still don't understand what happened. Wasn't that a decisive battle between humans and bloodthirsty people? How did it turn into a decisive battle between fallen beasts and bloodthirsty giant cities? In that horrible battle, they seemed to have participated in it, but it seemed that they had not. They went and came back. Everyone was at a loss. The only proof that the battle really existed was the countless energy crystals on the ground. They picked up the energy crystals for several days before picking up all of them and transported them back to Jingling Giant City by truck. The soldiers didn't know the situation, but Shi Huaquan and Peng Hu, the commanders at the scene, saw it with their own eyes. They all had a guess in their hearts, but this guess was too absurd and incredible. Even though all the signs showed that the truth was as they guessed, they still couldn't and didn't dare to accept it. Even though they were the commanders who had made great contributions, they knew very well that there was no military merit. In fact, the one who made the contribution should be the huge fallen beast. But the fallen beast left after destroying the bloody giant. It didn't hurt the human survivors, and just flew away. It has not appeared since. There was nothing left at the location of the bloodthirsty giant city, except the defensive fortress built by Jisoo. With such an excellent geographical location, Jingling Giant City would naturally not let it go. It sent construction engineers to rebuild the city there, and prepared to transfer the military forces of Jingling Giant City there. To build a military fortress, it is reasonable to ask Jisoo to help. But the people sent to Chijiang City did not see him. It is said that he went out with the city lord and has not returned yet. Jingling Giant City had no choice but to leave a message and wait for Jisoo to come back and ask him to go to Jingling Giant City to discuss important matters. After waiting for a long time until the cold winter, Jisoo and Qin Yinan, who had disappeared for more than half a year, finally appeared in Jingling Giant City again. This time, they came here not to discuss the construction of a military fortress with the top leaders of Jingling Giant City, but to collect debts. The floor heating had been turned on in the meeting room, so it was not very cold, but Jisoo was still wrapped up like a ball. Should we share half of the energy crystals obtained from the battle of the bloodthirsty giant city? They now have a family, and a city to support. Jingling Giant City picked up all the energy crystals, so they must share half of them. The top leaders of the giant city who attended the meeting were all shocked. They didn't understand where Jisoo got the confidence from. It was incredible that he asked Jingling Giant City for energy crystals so confidently. What was even more incredible was that as soon as Jisoo said this, General Shi Huaquan spoke first. I agree. General Peng, who stared at Qin Yinan with his tiger eyes, and said in a deep voice, I agree too. The other 3 generals all looked at Shi Huaquan and Peng Hu. They always felt that the two were hiding something. After returning from the battlefield, the two were inexplicably close. It was not enough to have regular contact, but they also had to meet in private. They didn't care even if they were misunderstood as a faction. Unexpectedly, when faced with the issue of splitting half of the energy crystal, they agreed directly without hesitation. General Pu Kun slammed the table in opposition, thinking that Jisoo and Qin Yinan were asking for too much. They only had 2 people participating in the war, but they actually wanted to take away half of the energy crystal. Their appetite was not small. Jisoo chuckled. since 50% is not enough. Then 60%. General Pukuin frowned and said coldly, I don't deny your contribution. But the battle was not ended by you alone. 70%. Jisoo didn't want to listen to his nonsense. So he held his coat and stood up. It's a happy decision. The wind and snow are strong. Please seal the boxes and pack them so that I can take the convoy back. Jisoo and Qin Yinan left, leaving behind a group of senior executives, all of whom were angry, and their faces were livid. As soon as Jisoo and Qin Yinan walked out of the conference room, a quarrel broke out inside. Except for Shi Huaquan and Peng Hu. Almost everyone opposed it. Taking away 70% of the energy crystals was too much. Qin Yinan didn't want people to know his true identity. So Shi Huaquan and Peng Hu couldn't say anything. They saw with their own eyes the consequences of angering a fallen beast. Not to mention that there was no blood giant to resist in the human giant city. Even if Jisoo and Qin Yin returned safely, it is what they deserve. If it were not for them, let alone the energy crystal, it would be impossible to return alive. The giant city of Jingling would have long been a breeding area for bloodthirsty people. Do Shenhan stood outside the door and took the initiative to greet them when he saw the two people coming out. His eyes fell on Qin Yinan and whispered, Xiao Lian is gone. Qin Yinan did not react at all, as if he was listening to a completely unfamiliar name. Instead, Jisoo raised his eyebrows. Why is she gone? Do Shenhan accompanied them outside and whispered the cause of Xiao Lian's death. Since the assassination of Jisoo by the Tao family, the Tao family fell apart. Even though Tao Hengji was still alive, he hated Xiao Lian. The two of them were always quarreling or fighting. Their lives were difficult, and coupled with the exclusion from the outside world, they lived like rats crossing the street, which was very difficult. After another fight, Xiao Lian took advantage of Tao Hengji's drunkenness and killed him with a fruit knife, took away all the property, and fled to the outer city alone. After struggling for more than a month, she was bitten to death by a neighbor who had turned into a freak body, and her body was eaten to the point of being almost gone. Jisoo said he knew, and had no sympathy for Xiao Lian at all. No matter how the top brass quarreled, they had to honestly take out 70% of the energy crystals in the end. Jisoo and Qin Yinan brought a convoy here, and they could transport all of them back, with Jisoo and Qin Yinan escorting them. The convoy was not afraid even if they went out in the cold winter. On the day of his departure, facing the senior officials who came to see him off, Jisoo casually said, I have nothing to do recently, so I built a fortress city. I hope that General Shi and General Peng can go there to take charge because it is difficult for the survivors in the central region to migrate. The senior officials, they never thought that Jisoo's ultimate move was here. That is a brand new fortress city. Even Jingling City cannot be called a fortress city. That is definitely the city with the highest safety factor. Jisoo dropped this heavy bomb and left with the convoy, driving his modified RV as if it was a trip in the snow. In the months when it became the backtracking clock, they did not return to Chijiang City. The fallen beast took the backtracking clock to travel around the world, almost flying and killing all the way. And there were few opponents in the air. The fallen beast took the backtracking clock to the city where it lived abroad, which has now become a ruin. The fallen beast took the retro clock to inspect its mines again, using its sharp claws to dig, raising dust, and finally dug out a piece of high-quality crystal. It cut it with its claws and made a shape, and gave it to the retro clock as a toy. The fallen beast took the retro clock to many places, and encountered several perfect crazy corpses during the period. The blood-colored energy crystals were collected and hung on the fallen beast as decorations. After encountering more perfect crazy corpses, it realized that each perfect crazy corpse had different abilities, but they were all very strong. As the time of becoming a retro clock got longer, Jisoo's human consciousness became thinner. 2 months after becoming a retro clock, Jisoo had almost no human consciousness, and it was in a completely static state. Occasionally, there was a thin fluctuation of consciousness, and it would hear the roar of the beast, which was very familiar, but it could not remember where it had heard it before. Sometimes it could hear a man talking to it, and the voice was still familiar, but it could not remember who it was. With a thin consciousness that sometimes appeared and sometimes disappeared, it spent several months in a daze. Finally, with an angry roar, it seized the opportunity to return to human form. At that time, the backtracking bell fell from the head of the fallen beast. Below was the vast ocean. Countless hideous monsters jumped out of the sea, waiting to swallow the falling backtracking bell. In order to grab the backtracking bell, The fallen beast fought with the sea monsters, and was covered with wounds. At that moment, the backtracking bell remembered who the fallen beast was that had been flying around with it. Human consciousness returned strongly. He walked out of the full deformity in the crisis and chaos, and returned to human form, becoming the only double-perfect deformed person. Jisoo was lying on the seat. The young man who was once full of energy had completely become a salted fish. He only needed to speak for everything, and someone would help him solve it. Jisoo, there is too much food in Baiwan town. When we go back, we must sell all the impure food and not keep any. Qin Yinan, okay. Jisoo, there are too many citizens in Chijiang City. How come it is full after just a few months of absence? We need to expand. Qin Yinan, all the survivors nearby have gathered in Xinjiang City. There are indeed too many people. We can send some to the fortress city in the spring. If you don't want to expand, you don't have to build. Jisoo, this is good. We need to control the number of citizens, and the quality of life cannot be reduced. Qin Yinan, okay. Jisoo, are there any teachers in Xinjiang City? Children like Qinyu and Yangwan need to go to school and cannot be illiterate. Qin Yinan, recruit teachers when you go back and set up a school. Jisoo, next year. Move the deformed chemical factory to Xinjiang City. It is always unsafe to leave it outside, so it is better to move it here. The bee city is too far away from Xinjiang City. I will find time to rebuild a city for them, so that they don't sleep in the cave like wild beasts anymore. The land in Xinjiang City has been purified, and we can expand the enclosure in the spring. Jisoo's chattering disappeared in the wind and snow.